Zealous to finish things off for us. But that is how it is going. But let's start at the beginning. It's always a great place to start. Vitality versus Armor Team. Guys, what do we think of this one and how it's going to play out?
Well, I think it's very, very interesting one. Vitality coming into this tournament, we weren't sure what to expect. This is a brand new team. And on the other end, Arma Team, the former Millennium roster, is yet to prove anything this year. They've got a new comp. They know quite well Whalers on the other end, so it'll be an interesting one to see how it pans out.
Well, I think it's interesting in the first place. Like, yesterday we didn't get to see Vitality. Like, we didn't get to see them kind of perform in any shape or form. They had Epsilon Fnatic, horrific group for them. This is our opportunity to see whether or not they can actually hang, whether or not they can do anything. Tan, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say that they couldn't have gotten a harder group for them. I think with the season that they had. Going into this one, though, this is a very winnable game for them. I said, didn't see them yesterday, but it would have always been hard games against Epsilon Fnatic. Nobody really expected them to take anything in that one realistically. I think this is really where their tournament starts. They need to start getting some confidence together, getting some play time together, because as far as I'm aware, they haven't played together long. The roster was only announced, what, like a week ago or something?
Yeah.
So it's not really a team that have been together for a very long time at all, so they need to get some time in.
Yeah, for me, as we move on to this, Campbell, is this the opportunity for Vitality, or is this breaking point? Like, if they don't do well here, what do we say about them?
Well, it's an interesting series for me because we can't forget that this Armor Team is still the old Millennium roster. Millennium, a fantastic organisation who will only pick up teams with the best of talent. And I think, though, taking a look at it and answering your question about Vitality, you know, they're 0-2 and not really had a great start, but some incredibly tough opponents, like you said. I mean, Epsilon and Fnatic, two of the best teams here. So I think we've yet to see what Vitality can offer, but I think there's still 4 talented players on that roster. I think this is going to be a difficult one, but I think they do need to win this game for confidence boost, like everything for that organisation.
I agree as breaking point. I think it's really breaking point for Vitality if they lose this one. Arma is definitely a winnable opponent for them.
Yeah.
So they've got to win this if they want a jealous team.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Arma then, because there are some names on this team that, for at least most of us, are kind of recognizable as massive French names. Now, Maxi, Carbon, Zeke, and Xerox. Obviously, Zeke I've not really heard that much about, but Carbon, that's Kataga's younger brother, Maxi, Xerox, massive names for the last, what, 7 years?
Yep. And Carbon actually, you know, until later on, earlier on this year, he wasn't 18, so he wasn't able to compete with the best. But he's always been seen as that upcoming French player that could really make a difference. And so is Zeke. So it's really 2 veterans, Maxi and Xerox, who boost a ton of experience, including Call of Duty Championship participations with 2 newcomers.
They certainly can. All right, son, this game isn't too far from getting underway. So I want your initial thoughts and your prediction on how this is going to go down.
It's a tough one to call, but for me, I think Vitality are going to take this one 3-2. I think just the experience from their side of things and the talent is just a little bit more significant for me. I think they take it 3-2.
All right, let's hand it over. Jonas and Campbell, let's get into the action.
All right, there we go. This game between Vitality and Arma is going to kick off on map number 1. It's going to be Hardpoint Retaliation. And straight away, we're going to have a good idea of what these teams can do on the first hill on bridge.
The interesting thing for me here as well, Jonas, and I have to talk about, is obviously the French, the French player Whalers. Is he going to be able to come into this one with the experience of playing against the likes of the French players before? I mean, for you, do you feel like Whalers will be able to give some good intel about this one?
Yeah, I definitely think Whalers being in Vitality is an interesting point for Vitality, as he knows very well all the players on the side of Arma. But so far, not able to produce anything. Whalers still looking for his first kill, as Arma is securing that first hard point and just putting the points on the board and actually getting all the kills. I'm looking at Carbon. He's on a 5-kill streak. We talked about this player. If you don't know him, he's Kataga's little brother. He's very aggressive playstyle, very, very smart player, and a lot of experience for his young age.
I mean, Carbon started this one off 5-0. You know, already was that Trinity Rocket, going to find the Scorchers as well. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to reward himself with the Warden as well. It's actually only going to be 1 kill away from him as well. 7 streak to start this one off. I mean, if you drop a Warden on a map like this, so much open space, so many open hard points, it could really cause damage, and he's immediately going to get the Warden. Full streaks from Carbon. He started this one off 8-0.
Well, Carbon seems unstoppable so far as his pickup is 9th kill. We're only a minute into the game and he's already doing so much damage to Vitality. Quite ironic when, you know, his brother is playing for the same organization. Yet, Arma with all the kills and the control on that second hill.
Carbon is just pushing absolutely everything out. This is kind of reminded me of what I saw yesterday when we were taking a look at Splice. Jerd was doing exactly the same thing, pushing out all these areas, just picking up kills, completely slaying out, and it meant that the other team couldn't get anywhere near the hill. Carbon, you can see, has managed to put the warden up in the air.
Finally
Whalers, though, finally is going to find him, like you said. And to be fair, even though he went on a massive streak, the score isn't that massive apart.
Well, it's still a good start. Sure, Vitality was able to pick up about 20 points on the end of that lowest street's hard point, but now we're going to be moving to Cathedral, and Arma is in control as Xerox picks up one more kill. This is looking great for them now. They've just got to hold on to this, and they should be able to build quite a lead. As I say that, Whalers picks up a night kill, but straight away is going to be traded by Xerox. Now, we're going to flip onto the other side of the map, and all the Vitality squad is going to come from that bridge.
Well, you can see the spawns are being currently held by Arma Team. Carbon's going to find another 2 kills. He is completely slaying in this one. Carbon's still going off as he screams on the main stage after picking up his 3rd kill. But finally, it's going to be Team Vitality that begin to break into the hill. One player inside, which I think is Zerg, is going to be holding it. Carbon's still yet to call in those other streaks, but now will opt to use the Trinity Rocket. Should find Zerg inside the hill. Does hit him with 1. Somehow Zerg has managed to dodge all of them eventually. Will pick him up, and that looks like the scrap time will go in favor of Arma Team, but the rotation is the most important thing, and it looks like Team Vitality may be the first team to get control of the next hill.
And this is where it can get scary for Arma, because Carbon has currently more kills than all of his 3 teammates combined. He's on 17 and 3, boosting the best performance I've seen individually in the start of the map this weekend yet. But Arma is in not much of a lead. So if he doesn't keep playing as good and his team doesn't wake up, then they could be in a bit of a tricky situation. Now, Team Vitality is only ending by a thread. But as I say that, now they've got control of Broken, and it's going to be Arma they've got to come in for the break.
And you are totally right. There's every possibility that Vitality could still bring their way back into this one. The score is very, very close between these two. On board with Defrag as he's trying to find a kill towards Bar. Will make that player back up. But like I said, Vitality are in control of this one. He does take down Carbon towards the front as well. Control still in favor of Vitality. Whalers will find another one, but will be swiftly traded. Defrag trying to find bullets onto that player as well. Will go up in the air. Eventually finding, tries to get the 2-piece, but Xerox will be able to trade it out. So Arma's still coming to lead, but we're going to be going to the final hill towards the middle of the map.
Well, Xerox now hitting things up for Arma as he's on the 4-kill streak. It was all Carbon for the first rotation. Now, if Xerox can wake up, he's got amazing slaying abilities. And Arma is still going to be in the lead as we approach into Hotel Hallway. Last R point of the rotation, 109.79 for Vitality. And more kills coming in on the side of Arma. This kill feed has been all red for the past 30 seconds. And Vitality, they've got to come in for the pinch on that Hotel Hallway.
Even from over here at the caster's desk, I can hear the guys in the Arma team getting extremely loud every single time Carbon finds a kill. He gets louder and louder. 19 and 7. Zeeks and Xerox, though, Zeeks and Maxi are still doing their bit. They're picking up the kills as well. And take a look at the hill time for this one. Xerox and Zeeks look like the 2 players that have been playing inside the hill the most. But taking a look at this Team Vitality side for them, is it just the slaying power and how much slaying power Carbon's bringing to the game? Is that why they're behind currently, or is it something to do with the team structure here?
Well, if you look at it, sure, Carbon had a great start to the game. Now he's only 20 and 8. I believe he started 17 and 3, so not having the best of game right now. But Xerox is on 15 and 7, just died after a 7-kill streak. He's fully streaked out, so one after the other, the players of Arma step it up for their team. Now they're going to be in control again of that bridge hardpoint. Shane is going to die trying to come around the back, and all the players from Vitality, they've got to come in the front. They've got to flood into the hill. It's going to be a complicated one.
Vitality trying to work together to see if they can break into the hill. It will be Defrag that finds the most important kill, but Carbon once again, that player that's been playing kind of around the hill, just slaying out for his team, goes for the overextend and does find Defrag. Here we're going to see more streaks coming. It's the bombardment from Xerox as he takes down Shane, finds 3 as he's going to take down Zerg and Whalers as well. And it's all down to Defrag, the only player left alive for Team Vitality, but I like the patience from him. He's going to opt to wait, try to push with his teammates instead, but it doesn't even matter because Zeeks and Maxi are not missing at this point, and the lead is just getting bigger and bigger for Arma Team.
Such a good use of the streaks from Xerox, completely cleaning that bridge R point and allowing his team to score more points. They're now in a 60-point lead. They're in a great situation. If they can hold on to that second R point and maybe have an early Cathedral rotation, this could be it. But Vitality showing resilience as they're going to secure all the kills to get the rotation on second hill. Now showing a lot of progression as well, as Zik is managing to stay alive, but all the kills in favor of Vitality.
Xerox 21-9, Carbon 23-12. Xerox still has streaks to come in as well. Armor still holding that lead. Shane will find the kill onto Xerox. They are going to hold on to this time as well, but Carbon is going to be that player that wants to change this up. He tries to dive into the hill, but Whalers, the other French player, is going to find him. Whalers is actually going to find his third kill there, so that's 3 in a row, as Xerox eventually will take him down, but so far Vitality have been able to hold on for the majority of this lower street hill and are still holding it as we speak. It'll be defrag inside. Shane's going to be in a position to assist him, and this is the most important thing, is rotations for me. Player number 3, Whalers, has got some big gunfights to win over here. He needs to stay alive. There's one player pushing up bridge. One player's already got behind him as well in Carbon. Carbon is the next kill to make, if anything, but he's going to get pinched in by 2. That's going to be Armor Team. They're going to take control of this next hill.
But Vitality have a nice pinch, so they should allow their team to spawn closer to Arma than they were. Number 6, Zik, just spawned so far away. Shane is going to get 2 kills. Zerg is going to come in with the last one. And that is the perfect break from Vitality. By pushing on both sides of the map, they made sure that no player from Arma could flood back into the hill and contest that break. Now, the streaks coming in from Xerox, not going to be able to pick up anyone, quite surprisingly.
Shane is going off.
Vitality are back into the game. They are 4 points away from tying it up. And Arma, they've had control of the whole game so far, but they're just crumbling now as Vitality controls hill number 2 and 3.
I can hear Shane getting loud as well. He's screaming back. He was on a 4 streak then. I don't know if he was able to get any streaks from that one. But now we're going to start to look at that point where the specialists are going to begin to come in. Xerox has managed to get his, close to the Centurion as well for Carbon. Maybe I'd like to see Carbon run a specialist that was a little bit more impactful, maybe like a kinetic armor or an active camo, just with how aggressive he's playing, would have been really, really good for his team. But let's talk about the rotation that's coming in then. Yeah, you're talking about it right. Whalers over towards the right-hand side, has a teammate next to him as well. Now they're going to try to converge into the hill. 3 players from Armor Team are going to be there. The most important kills are going to be the ones towards the back of the hill so they can allow the pinch to come through. And Defrag and Zerg are going to find 3 kills. Last player alive will be Carbon. At least he's managed to stay alive. Does find 2 players in the process. Nobody in the hill just yet, but Vitality definitely the closest team. And they are now in the lead as well, Jonas.
And again, they had controls of the spawn. They waited and pinched perfectly for that broken hill, and this could be it. They're gonna have a substantial lead going into Hotel Hallway, and it gets a little tricky for Arma. Can Xerox or Carbon replicate the performance that they've had at the start of the game and break Arma back?
The last thing you're going to want after a performance and a start from players like Xerox and Carbon is to lose the game, especially the first half, and it's so important, especially first game of the day as well. Armor Team, like you said, are going to get the scrap time. This is going down to the wire. Team Vitality had a bit of a slow start, but were able to bring their way back into this one, and are still slaying as well as Defag finds another 2. Zerg is going to clean up the 4th kill. Now all the Armor Team players, you can see, spawning out towards that back cathedral area. Zerg is still going to be in his position inside lobby, trying to find some more kills. One player though, player number 5, which is Maxi, will go for the overextend, wins the most important gunfight on Whalers as well, so now we'll be able to construct the pinch. Only one player left alive in Shane. They clean him up, and now it's the time for Armor Team to hold on to a few seconds.
All right, Maxi is in a little tough situation here. There are so many players, and the camo is going to be used from Zerg. Can he make a difference? Going to pick up the first kill, but the trade comes in from Arma. They are still hanging on to this game. Vitality can't pick up all the kills. All the kills actually coming in from Arma. We're only 10-point difference, 15 seconds left on Hotel Hallway. The game is not going to end up here. We're going to go to the next hard point on bridge, and this is going down to the wire, Campbell.
80 Armor Team Carbon has a specialist. I want to know what it is. I think it was going to be the Centurion, so not really much of an impactful specialist, but we're on board with Shane. Zerg's getting loud as well. Here comes Carbon from behind with his teammate Xerox. Those two are going to try and work together. Maxi's going to find a kill as well, but it is Vitality still inside that hill, trying to hold on to as many points as possible. You can see the trophy system comes down. Carbon's going to find a kill on Defrag. Centurion goes down as well. That's going to make it even harder for Vitality to break into this hill, but they are working on a constructed push. Here comes Vitality. One on the low wall, and it's going to be Shane. He finds the intro kill, but Maxi will trade it. Zerg is also going to be there as well, and they are so close to closing this game out. But it's Zeke with Camo. He's going to find one, finds the 2-piece, and Zeke goes off 240 points to 243.
Zeke keeping his team alive as 20 seconds left on this hill. Vitality need to flood in, only 4 points away. They are now in control again. The trade comes in, as Zerg picks up 3. Surely they're going to be able to close it down. 3 points away, and Vitality is going to take map number 1, 250, 248. What a game!
Wow, what a game, and you couldn't have said it any better as well. It came down towards the end. You can see in the camera there, Shane is just screaming across to those Armor Team players, and it was the three-piece for me. Zerg came in so big. You can see as well, Armor Team used the specialist camo, broke in. We're able to get the two-piece, but Zerg returned with an even bigger three-piece as well. 250 to 248. You would have thought at the start of this, Jonas, the performance that Carbon had at the very, very start, alongside his teammate Xerox, they were absolutely slaying out. I thought at the very start this one could have been a blowout, but no, Team Vitality. One of the instigating changes for me as well was Shane. Shane started to get into the game, started to get loud, and just, I think, pumped the rest of his team along with him.
Well, we're in for a game, Campbell. What an incredible game between Arma and Vitality, both giving it all and going down to the wire. You've said about the individual performance, but Shane picking up so many kills.
Yeah.
Didn't have so many kills during that map, but like he got so many clutch kills, and at the end,
Oh, definitely.
those double strippies, one from Zeke, perfect use of the camo play. It was just perfect, but then Zerg coming in and getting the trade efficiently. And I want to say it's a recurring factor, but we see time and time again French teams getting a lead, getting really good games going on, and they just can't close it out. We've seen it with Supremacy leading 2-0 against Infuse at ESWC.
Yeah.
We've seen them lose 250-249 against Rise at ESWC as well. Is this the problem?
Horrible French curse for the French players. I don't know what it is. I don't know why they can't close it out, because everything looked like it was going to plan. The camo was the best play that they could have done in that situation. There was nothing more they could have done. They made the two-piece as well. But then a player like Zerg, you can see here on your camera, what a player. He managed to pop an insane three-piece. And now this makes the series incredibly interesting, because when you get a first game like that that's so close, I don't expect this series to be a blowout. I'm not going to say that Vitality go on from here and win this one 3-0. This one has the possibilities of going to Game 5, but Scorch, Search and Destroy is going to be the next one. Now talk to me a little bit about French teams and Search and Destroy.
Well, French team used to be really good at Search and Destroy, but they used to lack a bit in our points, so I think lately they've really been focusing in their respawn games. Regardless, I think Vitality, the big problem is they've recently created this team. And I've talked to Whalers yesterday, and they barely played any S&D together. So if that's an indicator of how practiced they are in S&D, that could be an issue, whereas on the other end, you know that Zeke and Maxi have been playing together since the start of the season. They've now been playing as well with Carbon since ESWC. Xerox only recently joining, but Xerox, all those players know each other very well. So going into this one, I would expect Arma to be the favorite. And this is what's interesting about it. Arma, sure, they lost that first map, but it was so close. And they had control, as we see some of the replay and the amazing streak from Carbon. They come from the open bracket, so they're not the favorite. Vitality is supposed to take this, and it was so close.
I mean, to go on a 10 streak straight off the bat against, you know,
even more, I think. It was 12 or 13, I think.
top competitive pro players. I mean, these guys are the best players in the entire of Europe, and Carbon was dropping a Warden
11
like it was nothing. For a Warden to get called in like that, you would have thought that they were going to go on from there. Armor Team maybe would have come out of here with the win, but Vitality just stayed strong and strong and kept pushing. I mean, take a look at scoreboard here. Shane starts 3 and 7 in this one, and the reason why I've highlighted Shane as an instigating player for that Vitality team is because Shane has such a hype factor. He has done throughout the entirety of his career, and when he can get things going, start to get hyped, his teammates will feed off it. I think Zerg definitely fed off it as well. That's why it ended up being that three-piece towards the end. Just great chemistry between his team. They had a rough start yesterday. We've spoken about it on the analyst desk. That was the start they needed. If they'd lost map 1, where would Vitality's head gone? I don't know.
Exactly. Well, I'm very, very proud of my boy Carbon. I've got to say, I used to play with him when he was like 15 at LAN events in Netherlands, and he's such a great kid. You know, he's got a lot of hype around him because of his brother, who's Gataga, known as the French Monster. So he's got a lot of hype to live up for, and he definitely delivered in that game number 1. Let's see if he can replicate. We're now in game number 2. It's going to be Search and Destroy on Scorch. Vitality won map number 1. Can Arma bring it back?
So it looks like it's going to be an aggressive push from Team Vitality. Kind of going to go for the mid-map hit. Gunfight's going to go down straight away. Zerg will get jammer grenaded, but does fire some shots back. Defect's going to be the dedicated bomb carrier in this one. Shane pushing up high, and it's going to be the first kill. No, Maxi will find it. NV4 shot from him. Going to get the first blood, but it looks like the rotation call came in. And is it going to be a quick plant that comes through? Team Vitality going to begin to put the bomb down. You can see the Armor team backed up over here, but now they will know where these players are, and quite an aggressive push coming in from them, but you can see the Vitality boys have backed up from this one.
And I like Arma sticking as a unit for that bomb retake. They're going to be able to take that second frag, so now they're going to be in a 4v2 situation. Surely they're going to be able to walk away with this one. The defrag and Whalers picking up the kills, staying alive. Zeke's going to pick up one more kill, and there we go. Whalers going to go down. Arma is going to defuse that bomb. Really good plays. Carbon again picking up 2 kills. Maxi very steady shots with the MP4 to get the open kill.
Yep.
And this is where you see the difference between two teams. You could see that Arma was organized. You could see that they have practice.
And I think one of the things that worked out so well for Armor then is when you had Maxi peek mid-map and win the gunfight on Shane, he got so much intel. He saw every single player from Vitality there, so understood the push that was coming in from them. Just caught out towards his teammates. His teammates played his life, and the first blood is so important in Search and Destroy, and it was clutch from Maxi. But now the sides have switched. It is now Armor team's chance at a bit of offensive push to see what they can do. So it looks like it's going to be that B-bomb site that they're going to be pushing up with. They're using the jammer grenades as well for that little bit of intel, but it's going to be a big aggressive push that comes in from Team Vitality straight through the middle of the map, and Shane this time will find the first blood for his team.
Absolutely, and I want to have a little look at Whalers later on in the game as well. This is a very hyped player, obviously French as well. Competed with top French player last year. But
Shane's playing in an interesting position.
Yep, and yeah, I'm looking Whalers against Maxi in that map, pretty much.
Yeah.
Whalers had a quiet tournament so far, and a quiet first map, so I wonder if he can step it up as Armor. You see on your minimap, still sticking as a unit, just looking for that opening, maybe bring back that numerical advantage to a 3-on-3, but Shane is going to pick up his second kill against Maxi, just getting revenge from the first blood on the first round.
So the rotation call did come in from Armor, but Shane was there waiting. Finally, he will get taken down as Carbon's going to find him. It's now a 2 versus 3. Take a look at the mini-map. Player number 4, Defrag, the only player over at this B-bomb site.
Taking too much time.
He's
Time is ticking against them.
15 seconds remain. Carbon pushing up. He's the guy with the bomb, so if they're going to go for the plan, he's going to have to go for it quick. But no, well, Zeeks will get a team kill with the nade, and he will get traded out with that one. It's going to be 1-1.
Well, that wasn't going to help throwing grenades at your teammates, and you know, either way, this was a lost round. When they chose to rotate back to the other bomb site, they didn't have enough time. They let it tick, and when you put yourself in such a situation, then you let the other team just wait for it.
What I love to see in Search and Destroy, especially on a map like this, is teams that pick a bomb site and they dedicate to the bomb site. They play quite aggressively on it. I'm not talking about throwing themselves out or flying and, you know, basically walking into the gunfights of the defensive team.
I think that's more Crusher, yeah.
Yeah, stick to a bomb site and get the bomb down, because it's such a small, compact map. Once players know whereabouts you are, it's very easy for them to rotate over and stack a bomb site. But however, Defrag will find the first initial kill, and what a sniper shot coming in from Defrag as he takes down Maxi. His second kill goes for another little quick scope, and this is the position we saw Formal pick up the 2-piece with the sniper at one time. Maybe Defrag can replicate that.
Well, Defrag definitely showing as a versatile player, picking 2 kills in the first couple rounds, and now getting another 2 with the sniper on this round. The bomb still not down for Team Vitality, just waiting to see if the bomb's going to be checked by the players on Armor. FTL jump ready for Defrag already, as Zerg is going to pick up that kill onto Zik. And now Carbon is in a world of trouble. All 4 players from Vitality come hunting for him, and they're going to pick up the second round, now leading 2-1.
See, I didn't want this one to go a 3. I wasn't thinking it would be a 3. I expected this one to be quite close between these two teams, and really, I think everyone would have agreed with that after what we saw in the first hardpoint. But if Vitality take this one, going to be 2-0 up in the series, going into uplink, I don't know, it's a possibility that it could be 3-0, but obviously the Search Destroy game isn't over yet. And I want to go on board with Defrag just off the bat, because I want to see what he can do with this sniper if he does find himself a first pick, because those teams are going towards that B-bomb site. Will he find it? The nades do come in towards him. He's just peeking, trying to look for intel. Might have got the worst timing. Now he's got the worst timing again. He's going to find one player towards his left-hand side. Now they have the intel. They will begin to back up. And Armor team this time have been quite aggressive with their push and have control of the bomb site. And
Carbon is always the first one pushing with the bomb. I find that slightly weird, and it could be kind of a misplay, but fortunately enough, all the kills coming in as Maxi picks up 2, and surely kill number 4 going to come in. Bring it back 2-2.
And that's what I was talking about. You know, we was talking about, I love it when I see teams play aggressively, push towards bomb sites, constructed as a team. And that's exactly what Armor team did, and it ended up winning them the round, especially when you got a player like Defrag sniping. If you can just play aggressively on him and not give him the chance to pick it from a distance. You're going to have to force him back, and that's exactly what happened. Defrag had to force back. He kind of gave up that line of sight, and then, well, from there on, it was just a case of Armor team just flying through. But anyway, once again, we've switched sides. This one is tied 2-2 between these two teams, and I wouldn't expect anything less. I expect this series to be incredibly close in every single map. But look at this.
Arma playing as a unit and very aggressively again. They're going to have the information on Defrag that stayed in the back to make sure no one was going to be able to push. And that left Arma in a bit of a tricky situation as they're not going to realize they were on the wrong bomb site. Vitality with the bomb down now. Arma playing for the retake.
Let's see how Team Vitality play this one, because last time they got the bomb down here, they ended up losing the round. Shane hiding in a corner is going to find the first kill. It will be traded, though, on board with Maxi, and you can see, though, look at the Vitality players. They are playing this perfectly. They can see the bomb clearly from where they are, and they're just going to wait for the Armor team to push them. Here comes Maxi. We're on board with him. Will he find a couple of kills? Does snap onto Defrag. One more player towards the right-hand side of him. He's lost him, though, and Vitality are going to win that round. Beautiful shots from Maxi on Defrag, but it was a 2 versus 1 at that point, and they were not able to clutch up in the round.
And that was a little scary. Like, honestly, I don't... Ooh. Nice 2-piece from Whalers. I don't think Defrag should have got killed there.
No.
So
but he was
got to be
bait,
careful.
Though.
It was a bit of a scary situation for Vitality. Fortunately enough for them, they're going to pick up that round real well played. Good decision making as they head to that A bomb site. Meanwhile, Arma had bet everything they had on B. Now it's going to be a complete reverse situation. But the thing is, this time around, Arma don't have anyone in the back of the map to hold back that Vitality unit.
Oh, and I expect to see a player like Shane. I mean, he's been playing so aggressive throughout the search and destroy, trying to get into the enemy base. Maybe he might be a player that overextends, but rather than overextending, it's going to be a full
all alone
rotation back, and it's kind of the similar setup we just saw Vitality have. They're all going to back up all the way and watch bomb site from a long. Shane now knows where those players are. Now, this is the interesting thing. 35 seconds left on the clock. Surely all 4 players are going to go for this one, or 1 player stay and at least try to get the defuse. You know where they are, Vitality. How are you going to break them down?
Can Vitality do what Arma couldn't, which is retake that A bomb site? Time is ticking against them. 20 seconds left on the clock. First kill is going to come in for Vitality, and Werner was on the bomb. No one checking in for Arma. What a mistake. You see Shane screaming. That was really well played from Vitality.
And for Vitality as well, I don't know if you realized, but Defrag actually had to use his FTL that round as well to stay alive. He did get made weak, and he FTL'd behind cover. So kind of really good for Vitality. They ended up winning that round. You don't want to waste specialists, especially not a specialist like FTL, where you can, on a map like Scorch, you can get to so many parts so fast with a specialist like that. So great players from Vitality. They did do what Armor couldn't, and they were able to win that round after the bomb was down on A long. But now we're back on offense with the boys on Team Vitality. The sniper is back out once again for Defrag, as he's going to look for the first pick, but not when Armor team are playing this aggressive. They're forcing him back once again.
Well, Defrag not able to find anything just yet with the sniper, but I'm looking at one on the minimap. That was Shane trying to go around the back to find his first pick, not going to be able to do so as Zeke takes him out. First blood now for Arma, and they needed this. They haven't had it for a while. They need this round badly, otherwise Vitality is only going to be 1 round away from taking a 2-0 lead.
Defrag with a sniper this far pushed up is a little bit worrying. You just slide past one though, and Zeke's going to turn around and kill him. It's Whalers left in a 1 versus 2, and he will end up getting killed. 4-3 is the score now. For me, Armor team needs to take this next round, because being 5-3 down is the worst situation you could be, obviously allowing Vitality that 1 round away from closing it out. This is a big round for me for Armor team. I'm interested to see if any specialists are alive. We've only seen the FTL used so far. That was coming in from Defrag, but let's take a look
on your screen. The in-game leader for Arma, Maxi, giving all the advices and exchanging with his teammate. A lot of communication going in this French lineup, which is what I expected with a leader like Maxi. But now all the action is going to be in the middle of the map. Maxi not able to find anyone. There was too many people to look at, and he didn't know which one to focus. Yet Xerox is going to pick up kill number 1 against Defrag. 4-on-3 situation. Can Arma bring it back as Maxi finds one more?
Incredibly aggressive round coming in there from Armor team. They're able to find the first 2 kills. It's now 4 versus 2. Zerg and Shane on Team Vitality, just trying to back up. Don't want to get themselves picked. Zerg will find one though, a big influential player in the hard point, and now he's turning up as well in this search and destroy round. Shane has found another one, reducing it now just to a 2 versus 2. These players on Team Vitality are completely apart from each other, not in a tradable position, at all, but they've managed to whittle it down to a 2 versus 2. Now they have grouped up, working together. They're going to meet each each other on the wall run, and it is going to be Team Vitality that somehow end up winning that round.
Well, that was a bit of a mess up. I like the initial aggression from Arma, getting that 4-on-2 situation, but they kept on aggressing and not really getting the map control and the information that they needed, allowing Shane to come around the back. Meanwhile, Zerg was in a 1v1 gunfight. You're on a 4-on-2. You cannot be in a position where you can't trade, which is what they did, and allowing Vitality to go up 5-3.
And to lose a 4-2 like that, that's not good at all. Team Vitality, though, like you said, Jonas, are now just one round away from taking this series 2-0 and being one game away from winning the first game here at Cwl Birmingham I-60. We're on board with Zerg, though. He's the bomb carrier, the designated bomb carrier for now for Team Vitality. Looks like they're playing a little bit slow, maybe trying to see if Shane can get a first pick. Both teams playing quite slow as well. You see Arma team have backed up quite a lot, but the rotation call has come in, and there only really is one player at the minute near B, actually, player number 5, coming over to assist. 6 and 5 are going to be the players over there. The bomb, however, though, is not near B. It's only going to be defrag, maybe a little bit of distraction play coming in from him, and I like this play because now A is open.
Definitely a bait coming in from Vitality onto that B bomb site, allowing the other players of Vitality to make progress on that A bomb site. But Arma, they have a clue as Xerox is going to come in, but it's going to be dropped by Zerg. Now a 4-on-3 situation. This could be it. This could be the 2-0 lead that Vitality was looking for.
Every single time Vitality get this bomb down here, they haven't lost the round yet, and there's camo available as well. Defrag is just going to be playing towards the back, watching the flank. I don't think this is a round the Arma team are going to be able to clutch, but you don't know. Maxi's going to push up first. Camo does come in. It's going to be that player that just goes straight past it. Zerg, he's able to turn around. Whalers does take down his teammate accidentally, though. But Zeeks, you're in a 1 versus 2. 20 seconds left. You find the first one. Take it out, Whalers, but there we go. Team Vitality are 2-0 in the first series of the day.
Well, that was a convincing last round from Vitality, just getting that same strat over and over again, baiting with defrag on the B bomb site, allowing his teammates to get control of the A site, planting the bomb, and then just staying alive. Arma, they were not able to produce any single retakes, whereas Vitality was able to, and really, that was the difference between those two teams. And Arma, they're going to be looking back at that 4-on-2 situation.
Oh, yeah.
You could see the faces. It's heartbreaking when you lose that kind of round.
And I mean, for me, that play towards the end there, one of the things I kind of picked out that was really, really good was defrag. He made such an insane bait play. He goes over towards B by himself, and that's such a risk because if defrag dies there, then the numerical advantage is in favor of Arma team. But no, he plays his life perfectly. He fires a few shots. The Arma team begins to rotate over, thinking the B push is coming in, and leaves the gap open for Team Vitality to do the strategy that they had done throughout the entire game. And it was one that worked for them very, very well as well, Jonas. But we're now going into uplink. Now, uplink for me has always been that type of game mode that really the team that has the better chemistry, the better comms, is really going to end up coming out on top in that one. Now, I asked you about Search and Destroy, but for me, I have to ask you this one, Jonas. French teams and uplink, how are they looking? I mean, is this one that they've struggled with in the past? I mean, you said the hard point sometimes is not one, one they've been working on a lot, and Search and Destroy is one they should win, but now we're going into precinct uplink. From where does it stand for this French team, Arma?
Well, Arma, really, I think the bright side is Maxi has had probably the best uplink team in France for quite a while. Because it's like that's one player who's always eating his one. He's always practicing to eat his one. And the other side is Carbon has been playing extremely well and is a very objective-based player. So going into this game type, I expect that's something that is going to be good for them. But on the other end, I would say that the French have not been as good as the British on the uplink game type in general. There is a game type that a player like Shane probably understands better than any other French player.
And I think one thing to take from this as well is Precinct Uplink is such a slaying-based game. And you take, obviously, reiterate what you just said, Carbon and Xerox were slayed out completely in the retaliation hardpoint. If they can
But they didn't win it.
Well, they didn't win it, no, but it was so close, and it's really unfortunate they didn't take it. But I mean, if they can kind of replicate that same performance and just completely slay out and maybe get this Team Vitality team in a bit of a spawn trap, maybe Arma could take this one. Breakout Hardpoint is one of those maps as well as a little bit, it could go either way. I mean, this series still has the potential to go to Game 5 because Breakout is such a weird map, it can go either way. And I think there's every possibility that the Arma team, if they slay together and the chemistry's there. I mean, this is what the other question is. How are the boys feeling right now? 2-0 down, close hardpoint, the Search and Destroy really didn't go in your favor. I mean, heads down in this one?
I think when you're Arma, you qualify from the open bracket, you go in pool play, and you are in championship bracket anyway. So anything from here is just bonus. If they can pick up any games, during this pool play. Again, they got Fnatic and Epsilon, so they kind of expect to go down to the loser bracket. They just want to test themselves against the best team
that's a valid point.
online and practice. I really think this is what it's about for Arma.
And that's a good point what you just said then, really. If you compare to the 3 teams that we have in this group, this is, I don't want to say the easiest, but compared to Fnatic and Epsilon, this is the game that they would have wanted to win or would have had the better chance of winning, and they find themselves 2-0 down. I'm going to go to you for a little quick prediction before we go into this one though, Jonas. Do you see Team Vitality closing it out here, finishing this series 3-0, or is this the return for Arma and they're going to bounce back?
I think Vitality is going to take the series away now. They're 2-0 up and they've been playing extremely well. They showed composure, but I'm still going to go with Vitality on this one. I just think that they've been more composed as a whole. It's been very close series, and Arma has what it takes to beat Vitality today and with how they're playing, but they're just not closing the important situations, important rounds.
Definitely been the problem. Anyway, we're on board with Carbon, a player that's slayed out in the hard point. Can he do the same? He's going to come on the flank, does find Shane. It is the ball that's going to be coming through the same way as well, so Carbon's going to begin to push up, does find the next one. It's going to be a 1 point that goes through, but maybe if Carbon had been able to find that kill on Zerg, it could have gone through for a 2, but this could be the possible spawn trap setting up here. Zeke's pushed up as well. All the players spawning out towards that back alley. Looks like the base has finally been cleared for now, but can Maxi get this one off?
Get the one? He probably will. Oh, that was close. That was a good throw. That is a really hard one to say. And of course, I had to say that Maxi hits all his ones and missed one straight away.
However,
Thank you for proving me wrong, Maxi.
However, though, Arma this time have actually come out starting with the lead. So confidence, momentum may start to swing in their favor. Xerox, though, coming round once again on a flank. There is going to be one player around here. It is Shane. He will pick up the kill
again,
on
going for the one, and second one missed.
Maxi's making you look a little bit stupid, Jonas, today.
Well, definitely is not practicing those 1 points on Precinct as much as I thought it would. But Arma, with the kill pressure and the drone control so far, Vitality really on the back foot here.
So far, though, Arma looking confident in this one. They've had the drone in the enemy base more than Vitality have. They've managed to get the first point on the board, and Shane is now going to begin to try and push this one out and see if he can get the ball up further. You can see Xerox finds a kill. Nice shot from Shane. He's going to begin to be the lead blocker. I think player number 3 in Whalers should try to be a lead blocker as well, maybe leave the ball behind for defrag, and that will be the case. These 2 players will begin to push up, but Maxi and Zeke on the base defense are going to be able to shut those Vitality players down. The only player left is defrag inside the drone control, but I think he will get cleaned up as well. No, he does find the kill on Carbon, and Shane's just going to look to hold this glass area here and see if he can find a few kills.
And I always find it surprising when I see Shane playing with an MV4, which is a typical AR weapon, whereas, you know, Shane has always been the SMG LJ player. You would expect him with the Arad or eventually the K-Bar, but going with the MV4, definitely a bit of a surprise for Shane. Now, Arma still with drone controls. Arban's gonna go in with the 1-pointer, gonna drop straight after, but not gonna miss the one. Good plays against from Arma, and he was all alone against 3 Vitality player, and yet still picked up that one. The interception was definitely close, but not enough. As Arma picks up 3 more kills, surely they're going to be able to go for drone control again and put more pressure on Vitality. Now it's about capitalizing on all the kills and the domination that they're having. They're only 2-0 up. They should be at least 4 up.
Actually a little bit confused on whereabouts he wants to push this ball, but he's going to follow his teammate Zeke, who's managed to find a kill. Tries to get the second one as well, but it's going to be defrag that does shut him down, and possibly you could begin to see Team Vitality push this one out towards the left-hand side, but no, the drone just resets in time. It's going to be defrag that slides in, and somehow Xerox comes out on top. Zeke and Maxi will find himself a kill, and the final player for Team Vitality, which was Shane, will drop. This could be more points on the board. Arma team looking to increase their lead. Xerox goes up, throws the one in, and Arma team are leading this one 3-0.
I'm wondering if this could have been a 2. Xerox obviously wanting to play it safe. I'm not sure. It could have been both. Either way, you see Arma maybe a bit scared, conscious that if they lose this map, they're going to lose the game 3-0 to Vitality. So just going in for the very safe place. Arma still with pressure on. They've been dominating completely this first half, yet not able to get a single dunk on the board.
Maxi's there trying to pick up the ball, see if he can get it away. Xerox, you can see here, just inside the last player alive for Arma team, but finally Team Vitality are going to get some control of the drone. Will begin to force it out over towards here. Can they get some points on the board? But Zeke with the 2-piece. Will he find the third? No. Zerg will shut him down, but Zerg is all by himself for the minute. and they cannot force the ball up just yet, but Zerg still trying to slay his teammates now behind him. The drone has once again reset, and really for this entire half so far, Team Vitality have not gone close to getting points on the board. Armor with some good base defense.
But now they have a shot at going for 2 points. Whalers picks up 2. No one is going to be able to do anything about this. And Vitality, just like this, they get 1 dunk on the board, and they are not 1 point down in this uplink after being dominated for 4.5 minutes. This is heartbreaking for Armor. You've had the lead all game long and not been able to build any kind of lead. And now that you do, then Vitality comes back and missing the 3rd one. This is a huge issue for Armor. And now here is the problem. Armor was on the favorable side. They're going to go now onto the harder side. And it looks like Vitality could walk away with this game.
Getting flashbacks with a hard point, you know, Armor team dominating for a long period of time, and then one little flick of a switch changes, and Team Vitality, Team Vitality right back in it. I mean, you talk about composure. Look at some of the experienced players on this Team Vitality roster. They've, you know, Shane been around in the scene for a very, very long time. But the positive to take from this, Armor team still leading this one 3-2. So we're coming into possibly the last 5 minutes of this series. Our Armor team, are they going to be able to take us to a game 4 on breakout hardpoint? Shane now this time going with the weapon of choice that you expected to see him with. He's pulled out the ERAD, trying to get a little bit close quarter with this one. Maxi on the base defense though will find a 2-piece. Whalers will drop as well. And now Armor team will be able to get this ball reset. I'd actually decide, I think, to overextend with this one. Defrag does go down though. Xerox with the ball in hand does have the FTL to use as well. The only specialist that is currently live between both of these two teams. Xerox just trying to look for kills as he does find one on Zerg. Whalers will be the closest player next. And so far, this is just trading back and forth between these two teams. Players you can see spawning underneath the portal for Team Vitality. Finally, they'll be able to get out of their base, and Carbon is the player on the drone control.
And you can tell Arma is playing for really map control. Make sure that they can get this drone, and 3 are going to go down on the side of Vitality. Can this be another 1-point play for Arma? I think they were a little bit slow to pick up that drone, and Vitality is going to spawn on the right side of the map, so definitely not favorable for Arma. Can they go for the one? And it's not going to go in again. So close. Maxi missing the one. This is the third or fourth
time,
1-point play missed from Arma. They could be 7-2 up. If they lose this game, it's going to be heartbreaking again. Arma, they have what it takes, but they keep on choking.
We saw a game like this yesterday where I think it was like 3 or 4 1-points missed and they ended up losing the game. It would be so heartbreaking if that's the way that Arma team are going to go out of this one. However, they still hold the lead. We have 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this one. But here comes Team Vitality, the slaying power kicking in once again though. Zeke and Maxi are still alive there, holding it down for the team. Whalers comes in with the shockwave as he takes down Maxi. And really, there's not been much movement of the drone, so a great deal this second half. It's been mainly trying to gain that mid-map control and a lot of slaying power between the two teams. Once again, in the hands of Team Vitality. They can't force the ball up. Zeke will grab it, though, and it's interesting to see what he can do here. There's only one player really to deal with. That player is Shane, and he is going to clear that one up for his team.
Yeah, Shane coming back just in time, very conscious that Zeke was going to try to go for that 1-point play on the right side of the map. And now here comes Vitality. They've got the kills, they've got the drone control, they've got tons of people around the drone. They just need to go for a 1, and this game will be tied up. Might go for the 2 as Maxi picked up that drone, and now Xerox
watch the spawn trap
is left alone, but the drone was reset by Maxi. That was huge to reset that drone.
FTL used by Xerox to get back towards their base. I don't know if I agree with that play at all. Not something I would normally do.
If I go for the 1, it can't.
Thought it was going to go in. Defag was aiming it up to try and tie this game up, but good base defense once again, something I've been saying quite a lot. Arma team doing great at that. So taking a look at it, Carbon has a specialist, Defag close to his, and Carbon is the guy with the drone as well. Let's see if he'll be able to convert any points. His lead block it's Camo that comes through from Carbon. If he can get this one off, it's actually overdrive, sorry, and he can't get it off, so that's the specialist wasted, and it will be out and reset. 1 minute 40 remaining, and it's going to be Team Vitality that are only 1 point down, but Arma team are holding on for a possible game 4.
I think it was a bit of a mistake to use the overdrive so early. He had many teammates around him. There was 2 down on the side of Vitality, and he didn't have any vision on where the Vitality players were. So a bit of a missed opportunity for Arma, but they've still got only 1 minute to hold on to their defense, and they've been very strong defensively. Now Zeke is going to have one more player to kill. It's going to be Defrag. Defrag is just going to choose to stay alive. But can Vitality do what they did in the first half? Can they repeat it and go for a dunk in the last minute of the game?
This is the big thing for me. Zerg has the camo. Shane has overdrive. Two impact
Zerg just died. They were waiting for it.
Specialists as well. They could come through. Shane will drop as well. 47 seconds on the clock. An Armor team at this moment in time will be taking us to a game 4.
Here comes Zerg. They give him the ball with the camo play. This is big. This is what Vitality need. They need to make a good use of this camo. Surely this could be a 2-point. Armor can't do anything about it, and Zerg goes in once again. And this is deja vu. This whole game, Armor has the lead. They have the lead every time.
On the clock, you are right.
And they keep on choking it.
Carbon doesn't have that overdrive either. It was wasted earlier on. There are no specialists at all. Shane has popped the overdrive as well, trying to get into a position to stop this one. The drone is thrown for yardage. 9 seconds remain, and it looks like Team Vitality are going to once again do it in the last few seconds. It's going to be over. The series is done, and Team Vitality, I can't work out if it was them being better or it was just Armor just choking.
Well, if you're Armor, you've got to be disappointed about this one. There was an opportunity to win on every single map, every time. They couldn't close it out, and Vitality coming back into this one. We'll keep an eye out on this Armor lineup, definitely proving their worth in this game.
All right, what a game that was. Vitality managed to get away with it. It was a 3-0. But that doesn't tell the whole story. All right, Ton, you were watching that game to begin with.
The 3-0 really humbles Vitality, I would say. For me, I expected it to be a closer game in terms of maps in the series overall. I mean, the maps themselves obviously were close. For me, it seems as if outside of Maxi and Xerox, who do have those sort of veteran heads, it just doesn't seem to be transpiring to the youngsters. They're raw there. You can see Carbon and Zeke doing big things, Xerox playing well, Maxi playing well, but it just seems that they don't have the composure. They're getting themselves into positions where they can win the games. The S&D, okay, maybe wasn't going to be one for them, but both of those maps, the uplink and the hardpoint, they could have very easily won those ones. In the end, losing the series 3-0. How does that happen?
But even to me, the S&D, you say it wasn't that close, but it was 4-3, and they wasted the 4-on-2 situations because they were overly aggressive. They got the 4-on-2 situations, and then they wasted. And we see Zeke, you talked about, you know, Maxi and Xerox being very experienced, but on that first high point, if it wasn't for Zeke, they wouldn't even go to 48 up because he gets that massive 3-piece on the last hill. So it's just those little mistakes. I felt like Armor at the upper end on the game, and they were the dominating presence here, but they couldn't close it out. It's frustrating.
It was definitely one of those series where we look back and we say to ourselves, yeah, it was a 3-0, but it was so much more closer than just a 3-0 sweep.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That hard point was heartbreaking, and I can't imagine how, you know, the Armor team were thinking to drop a Warden in the competitive game.
Let's kind of start on that hard point then.
Yeah.
Let's start there. So they were significantly up to kick things off, Armor. Carbon was going absolute ballistic.
Ridiculous.
Where did it turn? Why did it turn?
Shane.
Shane.
Shane for me. Shane started 3-7.
He's very confident on this game, actually.
Shane and Zerg, yeah, a really great series, and
I mean,
we talked a
lot
lot about
3-piece that won it for them.
Yeah, and we talked about Whalers maybe being the slaying presence on this Vitality lineup. It was actually quiet until that uplink. Uplink he played well, but that first map really was Shane and Zerg.
And one of the things for me as well is, like, you know, you can see the Armor team guys, they were screaming, they were getting loud, and some teams they can get shaken by that, but Shane just decided to turn it around and actually be even louder, and he was screaming back, and then he started getting the streaks as well. But I think that final hill that it came down to, great camera play from Armor team, nothing you could have done wrong, and then Zerg pops a 3-piece out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think so, and kind of like started to set up the series as well here. After Armor took that beating, you were like, how do you come back from that? You were so far up, Carbon looked unbelievable, and then to kind of lose it away, especially in such a kind of a slight fashion like that. Once you lose by 2 points, your head goes down a little bit. So let's move on to the search and destroy here. Jonas, you were talking about it just a little bit ago, and you said, you know, there were mistakes going on. 4v2s, they weren't winning these, they weren't grouping up correctly. Why? Why was this going wrong for Armor?
Well, I just think Vitality had better strats overall. So every time that you would say A, attack, then Vitality would let someone behind to bait, and every time it was defrag, either defending and holding Arma back when they were sticking his unit or B, or baiting, and then it allowed Vitality to get safe from bomb plants, which Arma tried to do the same thing, but never left someone behind, and it costed them bigly. And now, coming to the retakes, they just weren't able to be efficient enough on the retake, and two wasted situations for Arma that could have gone another way was when they planted the bomb and Whalers got an ninja defuse, and then a 4-on-2 situation. To me, again, it's a 6-3, but that map should have went to Arma.
And for me as well, with the way that Arma team were playing that, I always felt like they were winning more rounds when they played aggressively and they kind of pushed as a team and a unit. When they tried to play a little bit separate from each other, they were just kind of being picked off one by the Vitality team, and that's what's going to happen when you play against a roster like that. So for me, I think as well, by giving, I think it was 3 times they was able to get the bomb down in A, the Vitality way. If you know it's not working, if they're dominating from that, you need to change it up, stop that from happening, or it's just going to roll from there.
And they kept defending B, even though Vitality attacked A every time. So at some point, someone's got to go, guys, they're going A. And it didn't happen. So little mistakes like that cost them big. But again, it's good to see the potential, I guess.
All right, question for you, Tun, then. Now that we've seen Vitality finally go on and win a game, where do we now benchmark them? Do we think Arma were playing very, very well, or Vitality playing a little bit worse than we were expecting? Because it was a close game and it could have got a different result.
I think it was close because of sort of the raw talent that we do see from Arma. For me, that is nothing for my predictions from Vitality. I think I've got them at the same place I had them, which is in and around top 8. I don't think that is really doing anything for me because close series against a team who, fair enough, you know, I mean, nobody would really, they played well. Yes, okay, they're getting those small little moments of, you know, the experience and the composure where they're getting away with it. But for me, they need to improve their games wholly. They need to make that. They would have won in that series and wanted that to be a lot more comfortable than it was.
I was going to say, I think the only thing that would have changed your mind is if obviously Team Vitality came out of this and it was a 100-point club and it was a 6-0 search and destroy and they dominated in the uplink. I think there's parts of Vitality's team, the slow starts could be a problem against some big teams. They would just dominate through. I think Arma did gift them a lot of chances because Vitality came out quite slow in a lot of those games. I think against some of the bigger rosters like the likes of Epsilon and Fnatic like the other day, you give slow starts to those teams, they're just going to walk through.
Well, if we really want to know what Vitality is worth, we've got to wait until they play another top 8 team, someone like iGame or Supremacy, and then we can really tell you what Vitality is made of. But on the other end, Arma, I truly think this is a team that we've got to keep an eye on, and they could be maybe a top 12 team and maybe make it to a relegation tournament or something.
I think they've got potential in there, definitely. A couple of little things here and there that you would look at and you would want to see improvements. I think
1 point throws.
1 point throws, absolutely. Composure for me is going to be
the problem with composure is just being French, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a factor.
Steve Jonas before we go live.
Essentially.
Terrible. All over the place. All right, I think that's a great place to kind of end it there before we get into French bashing. We've got Jonas on all day, so we can do that anytime we want. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, game number 2 of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Birmingham here at the NEC at I-60. Our first game is done, our second game is about to get underway, and it may be a little bit of a mismatch coming into this one. Movie Star Riders, a team with a great name, but not an awful lot else to back it up, against Splice. The #1 team coming in here, a team full of veterans and some of the biggest names in European Call of Duty. And speaking of names in Call of Duty, I am joined on this over this time. To my immediate right, to your left, it's Stealth. How are you, my friend?
I am trying to calm down after that last series. Honestly, I did not expect to see such an incredible game for us, Stealth, and yeah, deep breaths all the way through.
You were almost excited as Jonas, but because Vitality were winning, you got really confused and thought French team were doing really well?
Yeah. I think it's kind of difficult to kind of judge between the two, but yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. All right, joining me on the other sofa this time, a little bit of a change, Campbell and Momo. Momo, we haven't seen you so far. You were observing that last game. How are you?
Yeah, it was a fun one to observe, especially when Carbon kicks off with like 15-0. But day 2 is underway. We're getting into the meat, you know, those proper games that we all look forward to. But we are going to see these kind of open bracket games go up, open bracket teams, should I say, go up against those, you know, dominant forces. This one, yes, it could be a mismatch, but I just hope Movie Riders, they can live up to that name and just kind of create something special for us.
Sorry, gonna have to stop you there. What do you mean, live up to the name of Movie Star Riders?
They can make a spectacular, you know, kind of entrance, and they can put on a show for us.
Right.
They can create this, you know, theatrical movie, win the series, take it, go all the way. That's where I'm going with it.
Okay. What about the Riders part?
The Riders, they're going to ride this, as Jonas
No.
Here we go.
They're going to ride this all the way to the grand final.
I think Momo's more hyped than any of us up here.
They're going to win the whole tournament, and then
You're just maybe in it now.
Dens will lift the trophy, which isn't actually there, and then yeah, it's going to be a movie, and it's going to be called CWL Birmingham Feet Movie Star Riders.
I'll be honest, I'll give you a B+ on that. I mean, you did okay.
I'm
Trying to take
taking a
yourself out of the
B+
hole.
from you any day.
There was, I mean, there was some words in there that were vaguely related to movie and Riders, but I think you got away with it. Right, Campbell, I was about to say I hadn't continued that, and I thought I had, but it's actually done. But so, it is the first time we're seeing you today. Just, your after image was up here earlier, so.
My twin brother then. It seems to be going around that seems related to Ton. I don't agree with it. I don't think I look like him. No, I don't. No, I'm not going to accept it.
You've been outvoted on
this. I'm not accepting it. But in terms of the game itself, obviously Splice versus Movie Star Riders, like you said, it's kind of a bit of a one-way matchup with this one. I don't know. I love your hype though. I love the hype. I don't know.
You got to have faith with these guys. Movie Star Riders, what a team name. I'm excited to see them. If they just like come out and just get bombed, and it's like, yeah, where did Movie Star Riders place? And it's like, I don't know, top 24. It just doesn't live up to that hype. You've got to.
I don't think they're going to live up to very much hype.
Okay.
Here's another way to put this down, right? And it's going to be Bance, Jerd, Mad Cat, and Zero against Denza, Dean, Honey, and F. Sammy.
Seems even to me. Do you know what? 50-50, flip a coin. I don't know who's going to take it.
Whatever you've had for breakfast, I'll have.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Oh, delusion. Sounds like you've had a big bowl of delusion.
Dens, Dean, and Delusion. That's me.
Dean, Delusion.
It's my prediction. I'm going for
Can you? I tell you what. I just read you the names. Can you remember the 4 names I just read out?
100%. Dens,
Right.
Dean,
Yeah.
Delusion, and Momo, I think it was. I mean, again, 50%. It's just a flip of a coin, this game. Honestly, it's going to be. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have an absolute thriller for you here.
This is a mismatch. I'm going to call it how it is. These are 4 players who don't really have the history here. You know, I've never cast over any of these. I don't remember. I think maybe Dent was aware.
Yeah. Infinity, yes.
Other than that, these are kind of unknowns, and it's one of these situations. Like, I don't know how good they are. But what I do know is that I don't know them. And that's usually not a great sign.
The thing is, right, what makes a good movie, all right?
Oh,
a bit of a plot twist.
We're not going to get away from this,
something to spice things up a bit.
Right.
Yeah? This is the twist in the movie.
This is the twist in the
Yeah.
movie. I don't think it is. I think this is the opening credits.
3-0 for me.
I think it's the end credits for them.
I might be the end credits.
It could be. It very well could be. But I'm gonna sit on this end of the couch here. This is the movie star setting, yeah? And this is just me. I'm 100% behind the movie.
What we can say about
don't
movie
rate
star.
Splice. I just don't rate you.
Don't rate Splice.
Average team.
Potential #4 in the world, #1 ranked team coming into this tournament. Don't rank them.
Average.
Massive bowl of delusion this morning. What we can say about Movie Star Riders before we get too much off track, just ignoring Phil, is that they beat Giants to be here. So there is some credit
Exactly.
to be allowed to go. Phil, please stop. Please. Beating Giants is not hard.
They've taken down a country alone already in this team. You know, the Spanish, done. Who's next? Splice.
Yes,
That's Europe done, and then they move it to North America.
So Campbell, anyway, what are your thoughts on this coming into here? Admittedly, we have very little information to go on about this. It's not Movie Star Riders, Armour Team, sorry.
No,
It is moving.
Oh, right.
that's our old game.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
never
yeah,
mind.
just a quick reminder, the game that you missed if you have just joined us. But yeah,
Oh, never mind. It's not those two teams. It's Splice versus Movie Star Riders. Got me all confused there. That would be more even if it was Team Vitality, Armour Team, and Movie Star Riders against
Versus
Splice.
Splice.
Yeah, probably be all right. All right, Campbell. Now,
Yeah.
like I said, we only know very little about Movie Star Riders. We know that they beat Giants. We know that we've seen Denzen aware. But the problem we are always going to come back to is right now we consider there to be one elite team in Europe, guaranteed. That is Splice. They look like a dominant force. This team was formed to take on North American Titans. Is it even worth mentioning that this is going to be anything else than a 3-0?
the way I'm looking at this one, you've got the likes of Splice. You have to remember as well, they are 2-0. They're yet to lose a game this weekend. Series this weekend, but then you have to take a look at, yes, they have made it through open bracket. If there's anything to take from it, they have made it through the open bracket. They are now here, and they deserve, like everybody else here, their position to have the chance against a team like Splice. The only difference being is, can they prove that they deserve that spot here?
Yeah, I think the main story of this is that Movie Star Riders, this is not the game they should be worried about. This for me is not a game that if Movie Star Riders go into this game and get absolutely smashed like we think they might, it doesn't matter. It's actually completely irrelevant. It's the rest of the group we think they have a better chance against. That's where they make their name. You come second, you get into the bracket, maybe you get a good matchup, you go from there. This game, if they lose it, we could be back here in 30 minutes and it's like, it doesn't matter. It's nothing. They've got no pressure on them. If they lose, it's no shame at all. It literally couldn't be less important for the guys from Movie Star Riders. If it doesn't take a map, it's absolutely huge for them. To do anything is absolutely huge for them. I tell you what, Stealth, you've been a bit quiet recently, been a bit stealthy. Let's go into this one, and I'm going to ask you for your prediction for this one, although I know what's coming.
Well, obviously we have to go with a 3-0 to Splice.
Don't ask me.
No shadow of a doubt. Sorry, Phil. I know you love your Movie Star Riders, but sorry, mate. It's 3-0 all day. Splice haven't dropped a map all tournament so far, and honestly, there's only one way.
All right, let's get this game underway and find out. Over to Momo and Campbell.
Thank you very much, Bryce. And getting into this one, Splice, Movie Star Riders, one name you're very familiar with, another maybe not so much, but I've got the faith. I'm looking at these Movie Star Riders and definitely Denzer to look at it. But in all seriousness, we have to kind of hide the fact that, yes, Splice, they are that #1 European team at this given time. And it really does mean, Campbell, if Movie Star Riders do turn up, that's what we're going to be highlighting. That's the hype behind things. However, Splice business as usual for Zero and Bans as they tally up 5, make it 6 between them, kicking things off here, taking full control of the bridge. And Jerd actually just spicing things up here, taking down his own teammate.
If anything as well, we're on a hard point. I expect Splice to take the respawns more than anything. You never know in Search and Destroy. It can go any different way, especially when you play up against a team that you don't know what strategy they're going to come out with. Movie Star Riders could start smoking things, pushing out with weapons that Splice never played against. So I think, if anything, the respawn is definitely one I will expect to go in favor of Splice. Bans finds a 3-piece, though he started this one off 5-0 and going to be looking to play for those streaks and maybe replicating the performance that we just seen from Carbon on this map, who went on an 11 streak and managed to drop a Warden. However, finally Bans will go down, and it will be Splice leading this one immediately off the bat, 41-3.
Yeah, this is a little bit worrying if you're a Movie Star Rider fan like myself, as it's not, not the perfect.
I was just thinking as well, Momo, you've got a Splice jersey. Maybe after this, Movie Star Riders might send you one. You never know.
I don't even know if they have a jersey. I'm not going to lie. They may not have one. If they do, apologies. However, Splice kicking things off 60-3 here. You're looking at Zero and Bans. The duo combined have got 15 kills. Mad Cat yet to kick things off, but he doesn't even need to. Right now, Splice are playing almost a 3v4 and still kind of kicking ass. So Movie Star Riders definitely struggling, but the lower street is going in favor of Splice right now. We're going to have Dean and Sammy trying to break through, but it's not going to be enough. They may pick up a few scrap points, but cast your eyes to your top left. You're going to see that rotation coming in. We're going to Cathedral. Who's there? It's going to be Jerd. Mad Cat's pushing out. We've got Zero in control. of top market. It is just so in favor right now of Splice.
I love the fact as well that Ban's even rotated back to Market Stairs, not even giving the scrap time to this Movie Star Riders team, wanting to just get this game over with, another day at the office type of feeling behind this one. Splice are now 90-5 and are going to break the 100-point mark before Movie Star Riders have even got 10 points on the board. Another 3 kills come in. Bans finds their 4th. And Momo, it's about to be 100 points to 5.
Honestly, I'm not really that surprised. No disrespect to Movie Star Riders, but Splice have the capability of doing this to any open bracket team. Just do bear in mind that Movie Star Riders have found themselves all the way through their open bracket. They've taken out teams like Giants, and now they're going up against a squad like Splice. It just shows the caliber of players and teams that we have in Europe now. Splice are a force to be reckoned with, and yes, they've got control of the Cathedral, but this is where Movie Star Riders should have had the rotation, and Zero's just walked straight through them, and they're going to have all of Cathedral. They're going to have the rotation. How have you got all the scrap point on Cathedral, and you have full control of Broken?
One word, Splice.
What are these 3 blue arrows? What is going on?
What is going on is pure obliteration. Madcat finds a 2-piece. Dens is trying to get a kill, and Jerd just turns around and says no, takes him down, and Splice are keeping control of this one. You can see the Movie Star Riders players spawning out towards Lower Street. Jerd is just going to hold the hill for his team. Ban's playing quite an aggressive role with the NV4 and trying to hold that plat control, but one player has managed to sneak through. That's Punny. He's managed to find one, tries to find the second one though. His teammate Sammy's pushing through as well. Maybe it's going to be the first break for the Movie Star Riders team. They're going to try to hold on, and within a split second, Madcat will find his way through. Eventually, they've broken the 10-point mark, Momo.
They've broken the deadlock, and I will point something out. You look at the slaying side of things, and yes, Splice, point out the obvious, they're out slaying them, but it's not like they have 1 or 2 kills. They're picking up 6, 8, 7, 5. They're all negative around 5, but to only have 20 points, it just shows the, or again, the class of Splice of what they can do in manipulating the teams into the positions that they want. But Movie Star Riders, they're going to get the scrap points here, even though Madcat, with 5 seconds, I'm not saying is a silly push. I think he's just after a few kills himself. He's only picked up 8, and his teammates are just stealing them all the way through.
Started 0-4 as well, but finally managed to find his groove in this one. Madcat now 8 and 9, but we're on board with Zero, who is just inside the hill and just going to be waiting for the players to come through. That's going to be Sammy coming from behind. Maybe he can push into the hill with his teammates now. Does find a 2-piece. Okay, so maybe Movie Star Riders getting back into this one a little bit. Vance, though, going to come steaming through. Sammy finds his 3rd kill, starting to build a little bit of a streak in this one, and now will be able to get some hill time for his team as well. The boys and Splice have spawned out towards Cathedral. 30 seconds remain in this hill. We're going to be rotating back towards hill number 1 in the rotation. Sammy inside the hill finds his 4th kill, not going to be able to gain the streaks. Madcat with a 2-piece, and now they begin to break in. This one's 170 to 50 points, Momo.
Yeah, very, very strong lead. The problem right now for Movie Star Riders as well is when you're a deficit of such an amount like this, you're going to be starting to give Zero his camo. You're going to see the kinetic armors, and it's just like a domino effect. Splice are going to utilize this, push forward, and just end it within minutes here. Zero's just broken the 20-point mark here. Jerd's found his 9th kill of the game, believe it or not. But 176 to 54. We're going back to the bridge, back to basics here. And those long line of sights, they're going to favor one team and one team only. Of course, it's going to be Splice.
Can Movie Star Riders do absolutely anything at all? That is the question. Ban's pushing out with the Scour. Will find one. He's inside the hill with an MV4, and he's just going to come down with a shockwave and take Dens off the map. Sammy with another 2-piece. And really, if there's anybody you could kind of pick out of this Movie Star Riders team as a player that's doing any bit of assistance to help Movie Star Riders come back in this one, it would probably have to be Sammy. He's found himself the 2nd 2-piece of his time playing this map. So far, Dens will find a kill. Bans, though, is going to be inside the hill once again with the MV4. Quite an aggressive role, really, with an MV4 there. Jerd will clean up the final player in the hill, and it looks like they will break the 200-point mark from these scrap points, but Movie Star Riders still just stuck down towards 69.
There we go. Jerd's going to kick things off with the first payload of FTL. Jump, not a game-changer, one to say the least, not really like he needs it. Sammy just shut him down, and the player actually kind of impressed me to the late stage of this tournament, or game, should I say. Vance and Zero, though, they're about 1 or 2 kills away from unlocking their payloads as well, with only 50 points away from securing this first win of the maps. Movie Star Riders looking to break that 100-point club.
Jerd will break in, though. Does find Dens quite easily there. Last player alive in Bike Shop, and well, even though Jerd's throwing an 8, he can still get the kill as well with his weapon. He's just pushed out. There's one player just next to him. FTL's over him. I think the player was in a Scarab. He will end up picking the kill, though, taking down Sammy. And we talk about that rotation over towards that Cathedral. Not really thinking the Splice are really worried about that one. They've been able to break the hill every single time. Anyway, you can see Jerd just comes through. Will he find the 3-piece? One more behind to the left. No, Dean will pick it up, but at least his teammate Bance is there to trade it. Looks like the scrap time might go in favor of Movistar Riders. However, player number 4, Zero, I wonder if he will push this just because he doesn't want to give up any time whatsoever, and that actually does opt to back up with his life there. Player number 7 is Denzer. He's the only player really in a position that could have inflicted the spawns, but it's not going to happen. Bans finds the other kill once again. It's 220 to 97. I mean, for me at this point, Momo, I just want to know if Movistar Riders can get out the 100-point club.
The one thing that you can say is Madcat and Bance have actually spawned out. This is the time for Movistar Riders to push in, take control of the Cathedral. That's a big first entry kill. There's only Jerd defending right now, and surely, you know, he's not going to be able to do it alone. He isn't. They do give up that Cathedral. They do break that 100-point club. And you know what? Movistar Riders, they got off to a very, very punishing start.
Yeah.
But now they're starting to kind of almost get into their own groove. Bance, using that reactive armor, not going to actually utilize it as Sammy does take him down. Denz as well, putting one on the board, and Zero challenging that one out. But again, Campbell, this is where I just think it's too late.
Yeah.
You know, they've arrived too late to the party. They've shown up and, you know, kind of rolled over those first 3-4 minutes of the game and almost gifted them this round. But Splice looking strong as ever, 14 points away from closing this one out. Madcat trying to close it out here on Cathedral. Not going to happen though. We will see Broken. And again, number 2, Bant, is already there. He's just having a party.
I've never seen that position before. That's right at the back of the map, all the way to the back. But like you said, Bance is just in the position. He knows the player's inside hill. I mean, the fact that Punny's not even checked towards the back there, didn't even realize that Bance was even going to be anywhere near that position. Chilled vibes along the team. Nobody really hyped for that one. Nobody really gassed at all. Just kind of another day in the office. And you see here in your final kill cam, it's going to be Bance. Perfectly positioned himself at the back of the map, as you said, Momo, and then just finds the easy kill. 1-0 in this series. Now, I want to just reiterate something I said earlier on, Momo. To be honest with you, you do not know what can happen in Search and Destroy. You'd expect, obviously, Splice to be the stronger team coming into this one after how dominating the hardpoint was, but there's so many different ways. You just don't know how Search and Destroy is going to go. And, I mean, for you, is Splice winning this one?
Splice, you know, if they throw this one away, then it literally, you know, we'll have to make this into a movie. We literally will do. But Splice right now, they're comfortable. Like you said, chill vibes all around. And you know what? They don't really need to do anything special. They're just playing their own game.
Definitely. Here you can see the teams on the screen. Madcat looking very chilled. Nice chewing gum skills there from Madcat. But I mean, for you, this is what, 3-0 still? Search and Destroy, Scorch, close quarter, you know, get maybe Jerd running around with the E-Rad, pushing crazy things out, trying to drop as many kills as he can. Here's a question for you then, Momo. How many kills are we going to see in the Search and Destroy? Who's going to drop the most kills? How many?
I'm just going to, I mean, let's just go with Jerd.
Because it's on the screen.
It just popped up. Jerd is going to drop 7 kills. 7? They're going to win 6-2.
Oh, okay, so really on depth.
And we're going to see 1 donut on the favor of Movistar Riders.
If you're right by every single one of those, I will buy you a meal tonight.
Okay, what with the meal vouchers we got?
See, win-win for me as well, isn't it?
I appreciate it. But no, in all seriousness, it's looking strong for Splice. Search and Destroy, you know, maybe. I mean, we don't know too much about these. The one player I do know something about is Dent, and he is a good Search and Destroy player.
Yes.
Whether that kind of rubs off on the rest of his team, I don't know. But they're coming up against Splice, very, very difficult. Yeah. And just kind of going into this, let's just think one step ahead. Let's think to that uplink. There is no chance that Splice loses this uplink for me.
No way. If it goes to the uplink and Splice are winning this series 2-0, then it definitely is going to be a 3-0 sweep. But I just keep going back to it. You just don't know in Search and Destroy what can happen. It is an interesting game, but it can be completely back and forth. Splice, they could come out half-hearted in it and could give away a few early rounds to the Movistar Riders, and then it's kind of a momentum swing from there, and they take the Search and Destroy. But I still expect, even if that Search and Destroy win happens, that the following Precinct uplink and breakout hardpoint would go in favor of Splice. But this is it. Scorch, Search and Destroy is the map that we're getting ready to kick off. And we was talking about the individual, I think, on Movistar Riders. I want to say, was it Sammy, was it, that we were looking at?
Yeah.
Like you said, and we kind of both agreed, towards the end of the hardpoint, probably the only player that really was instigating any form of return for the Movistar Riders team.
Yeah, he really was. You've actually got to think that first start, we started like 100 to 5. Take that out of the equation, it's 150 to 110. You know, that's not that different. It was just a fantastic start from Splice. They came in hot. You know, that's not a surprise, but maybe they took the foot off the gas a little bit. Maybe they just thought, you know what, we're cruising through. We don't really need to put everything into this game. We've got a lot of big games coming up, not only today, but Championship Sunday they'll be looking forward to. But Scorch, Search and Destroy, I will say, if you're a well-disciplined team, an organised team, you can start to take rounds off teams like Splice. You know, there is kind of cracks in their gameplay, and you they can be punished. But I look to Precinct Uplink, and
Yeah.
I just think we could be seeing a very high-scoring game.
Beautiful trophy, Call of Duty World League trophy, which hopefully the winners will take home with them this weekend. But I mean, I'd love to kind of go into detail about possible return in this series for Movistar Riders, but I just think, and it's not that we're biased towards Splice, it's just we know the capability of Splice.
Yeah, of course.
We know the
our
talent
job,
that Splice has.
Our job is obviously to highlight, teams when they are so good, we have to highlight it. And the reason, obviously, we do that, guys, if, for example, Movistar Riders do pick up, a map, then we can hype that up. Then we can show how amazing that they've played.
Yeah.
We don't see it happening. You guys at home probably don't. But of course, the Movistar Riders themselves, they'll be in this game, they'll be wanting to take a map, push it to maybe map 4, and this is fantastic practice going up against the rest of the pool. They're playing the best of the best right now. Probably the best team they've ever played in their Call of Duty career, and that's with no exaggeration for some of these players. So
Very true.
It's very hard when you come up against a team like this.
Well, here we go. Anyway, game 2, Splice versus Movistar Riders. Is this the one that Movistar Riders can take, or will we just see Splice continue to run through this team? We're on board with Bans. It's going to be a 3-man stack towards mid-map as they're going to play extremely aggressively in this one. Sammy, the player we highlighted earlier, will find the first blood for the Movistar Riders team. Punny is going to find a 2-piece with the E-Rad, and it's all down to Mad Cat in this 1 versus 3, and he will be taken down. And just like that, Movistar Riders will take the initial and first round of this Search and Destroy game.
1 down, 5 to go. Is the comms going through Movistar Riders right now? But yeah, this is again not a surprise that you can come out maybe Splice maybe a little bit too overconfident.
Yeah, complacency is a thing.
It's definitely something that can take place. These guys are on the main stage. They're used to doing this, week in, week out. They've been to many tournaments, bigger and smaller. But Movistar Riders, maybe this is their first time on the main stage. So pressure does definitely take its toll, even though a lot of people are kind of pushing them out. Sammy and Putty's picked up 2. Aggressive place here coming from Splice. Sammy and the boys are going to back down, but Zero, he's getting straight up in the grill of the enemy. He's going to find one. He's going to be challenged from the left, and that's a double shot coming in. And we find Zero dropping down. Jerd's picked off Dean, though. Makes an even trade, and now the numerical advantage favors Splice just for a second. As we do see Mad Cat fall. 2v2, making a 1 versus 2 for Denza. Can he pull off something special? He's been pinched. This is not looking good. Sweet dreams, good night for Denza there as Splice puts round number 1 on the board.
Pinched in and trapped, and eventually it was only going to go one way. He was going to die. It was Bans and Jerd both working together to trap Denz in there. Denz tries to run away and does get cleaned up by Bans. Interesting, though, that Jerd has decided to pull a sniper out as well. And wonder what type of picks he's going to be able to get with that one. Maybe off the bat here, if Jerd has still got the sniper out, we can go aboard with him, see if he can get a nice shot off the start. Oh, Jerd.
You have to do it.
Trying to get highlight reels in there.
Never mind. I'm sure he'll be pulling that one out later on. But Sammy on your screens, he's just defending the middle. This is going to be aggressive from Splice. Let's jump on board with the attacking team. Bans has the bomb. And again, just using the movement within game, trying to get that advantage over him. He's got Jerd pushing through, and this is where they're taking control of ops. They're pushing through. Jerd finds 1. This is where you're in trouble if you're Movistar Riders. Jerd, my goodness, I said 7. He's already on 3 this round. And Zero's picked up another. This is where Dean may be in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Yep, you couldn't be in a worse situation. Dean versus the 4 players on Splice. And the bomb is down, and you have to defuse it as well. He is going to find the first kill, but will be immediately traded as all the teammates are working alongside each other there to close this one out.
Now your kill cam just on your screens as well. Zero and Bans combining for the 6 onto Dean. And again, business as usual right here for Splice. They have to take it 1 round at a time. And one thing that Splice and the boys, and especially Zero speaking to me, he never likes to, like we said, he never likes to get complacent. He never kind of likes to underestimate a team and just kind of go all out every time.
Well, here we go then. So, Movistar Riders on the board with Denz here. Bomb in hand as he is going to go towards the mid-map area. Sammy will be able to find the first kill, though. Dean is also going to find a kill as well. So, as I say that, Punny will find the 3rd as well. Immediately, Mad Cat is left in another 1 versus 3 situation. However, will find the kill on Denz. Nice headshot coming through. Can Mad Cat clutch a 1 versus 3, though? That is the question. And the players will back up. It looks like they're going to be going for an A-bomb plant. Dean is the bomb carrier for the team of Movistar Riders. It's going to be some great timing here. He knows where both the 2 players are. Spots the first one, and that's a 1 versus 3 from Mad Cat, and a 4 streak as well. And with the defuse, we'll be only a few points away from the Trinity Rocket.
That's just the nail in the coffin right there. You sat there, Movistar Riders, you got the bomb down, a 1v2 or 1v3 or whatever it may be. Mance is laughing. He's just thinking, what are these guys doing over there? Mad Cat, he doesn't even, he's enjoying his gun. He's enjoying his gun, playing some COD, shooting some
5 PPs.
yeah, some in-game characters and
Were
looking
you
ahead.
going to say bots then, Phil?
No, I was going to say people, but I wouldn't like to say is shooting some people. So I chose the in-game characters. I don't think Mad Cat's that type of person, you know? He's a nice guy.
Yeah, no, true.
However, back onto the attack. Will Jerd be sniping? No, he's not. Wielding the K-bar himself. Scarab was available for Bance. Mad Cat, of course, picking up that ace. Nicely done, but this is going to be a bloodbath coming down at B. Aggressive stance from both sides, and 2 go down from each team. 2v2 now as Dens and Dean double up for Bance and Zero. Bance not looking for any plan, looking to end it right here. And 4-1 is the scoreline. It's quick, and it's down the throats of Movie Star Riders. Even I've not seen Jerd smile for a while. He's a serious guy. He's a serious guy, but he's enjoying himself up there.
One of the interesting things as well is the insane amount of composure that Movie Star Riders seem to have. Doesn't look like they're, you know, annoyed with the team. There's still fist bumps going around, even though the score is what it is.
Mad Cat looks bored.
Yeah, Mad Cat might just need to call a timeout in a minute and somebody else come up and play for him. But, you know, we go back to the game. Splice are 4-1 up in this one. Bance is 6-2. Mad Cat, however, was picked off, so will not be near those streaks. But the specialists will begin to come through as well. Momo, you know, Jerd quite close. Bance and Mad Cat all just a few kills away from getting the specialists. Looks like a B push coming in from the Movie Star Riders team, here as well. And it is Jerd and Zero, the duo working on the flank to try and come from behind. Zero will find the first kill, taking down Sammy. And the 3 players are in a position now where they're a little bit trapped.
You might think this is a 3v2 for Movie Star Riders, and you would be right in saying so, but Jerd and Zero are coming on the flank. Bance is out of there. He's regrouping. And at a 3v3, we do see the bomb is in the hands of Denzer. Dean does have his payload available, but it's whether he decides to use it. FTL jump, again, it's always that first one to be unlocked as long as you're not having a nightmare. And straight away, my donut prediction is out the window. However, still on your screens, 3v3. Bance trying to do the business. Doubling up right now with Jerd. He's going to find 2 in the back. FTL jump used, and it's not going to be seeing anything except death. Bance finds the double, and Punny, oh, it may as well be Tunny right up there as he falls down. 4-5. For his current record right now. But Splice 5-1.
I hope he's somewhere listening to that one. I don't know whereabouts he is, but I hope he heard you say that one. But like you said, Splice are 5-1 up in this one. Mad Cat's just going to keep doing that all series, I think. Just playing with the chewing gum there. But what more can you say, Momo? It's just clinical Splice at this point. Just doing what they do best and beating teams in Call of Duty. But I mean, like you say, we look forward to the other games that are in this group. You know, iGame.
I've still got faith in Movie Star Riders.
What, against iGame?
Oh,
No, in this game?
Oh,
in this game?
I think
Oh, okay.
I see it at game
Okay,
5.
6-5 maybe. Okay, let's see. Let's see if Momo's right then. Can they win this defensive round, or will Splice close this one out? But we're on board with Bance, another mid-map push. Very confident in his ability to win the gunfights, and will just fly out with his teammates in this one. Jerd flying all the way through, pushing out B-bomb. We'll find the intro kill as Punny goes down. The 3 other remaining players have all backed up into their spawn. Jerd is just baiting at this point. Dens will find Bance, but Mad Cat will clean up Sammy, and the numerical advantage is once again in the favor of Splice through practically the entire of this series. Mad Cat's got to find another player there. The last player alive is Dean. I don't know if a little bit of body shooting there from Mad Cat. The last player, like I said, is going to
I think it was,
well,
and
yes,
that's going to follow things up.
Confirmed.
This is where our observer kindly goes over to Dean and doesn't watch Mad Cat just destroy his dead body. Dean, he's going to see one, and I think that was an FTL used there by Jerd, and Mad Cat is going to enjoy that one. So my 6-2 prediction wrong, donut prediction wrong. Jerd, did he get 7 kills?
Ooh.
Did he?
So does that mean I have to buy like 1 chip?
Come on.
Oh,
I mean,
Momo.
1 out of 3. I mean, 1 out of 3 is not good, but I'll take
of
it.
a meal.
I'll take it. That's a starter, right?
Yeah, that's at least a start.
I'll take
Mushrooms
a Caesar salad on you.
Caesar salad. Mad Cat's face. He's just been chilled throughout this entire series. But yeah, so we
Getting
spoke.
another chewing gum out. He's not right. He's not done just yet. He's not judging.
Take a look at the scoreboard in this one. Dean and Punny both go 4 and 6. Den's 3 and 7. And the player we kind of highlighted, if anybody from this Movie Star Riders, went 3 and 6 there. Splice doing what they do best. So.
And just to think about it, the first round, it was like 30 seconds. It just went straight to Movie Star Riders. Since then, it was all Splice. It wasn't like they kind of made a little bit of a comeback in the middle with a couple of rounds. It was that first initial round. They started off well, and then Splice kind of just went, all right, that's enough now.
Yeah, we want to close this game out. Let's get this one over and done with.
Uplink Precinct will be coming up next. We can see the games being loaded up.
Oh, by the way, I have to ask you a question as well, Momo. I saw your tweet earlier. You tweeted out saying, who would you rather have on a Splice jersey? Would it be Bans or Jerd? Now, did you get the results back on that one?
I didn't.
No.
I'm not going to lie, I haven't looked at Twitter since.
Who do you think it... What did you say?
I'd take a Jerd one every day.
Jerd?
Yeah.
I wonder
I'm just his biggest fan, you know.
I wonder if most people would go with the Jerd or the Bans jersey.
It was pretty even, I think. When I first did it, it was like 50-50. But the one thing about Bans, definitely kind of that player that kind of came through recently, I'd say in the last 2 years, has really kind of made a name for himself and now sits literally on top of Europe right now alongside his teammates, of course.
Going into Precinct Uplink, though, game number 3, we spoke about it earlier, a moment you were turning around and you were saying to me that if it goes to the Uplink, this one will be a 3-0. We normally see the team with the better chemistry and the better comms, the better slaying power.
It's slaying power. It's this Uplink right now.
I mean, spawn traps, if they can get Movie Star Riders in that back alley spawn trap near gas, or even on the other side as well, I feel like this could be an absolute blowout of a score. And I'm going to go for another prediction. Seeing as you did so well on the Jerd one, give me the exact score in this uplink.
Okay, this is going to be 12-1.
In favor of Splice.
In favor of Splice, which goes against, obviously, my my predictions of having faith in Movie Star Riders.
Have you given up now?
12-1. Let's just stick with Jerd. Jerd's going to drop 27.
Oh, you're going into more detail, okay.
And, yeah, and we're also going to see one player from Movie Star Riders only hit single digits.
Okay.
I mean, that's a pretty general prediction.
Well, there you go then.
The prediction that all matters really is that Splice close this one out in 3. But I will say, Movie Star Riders, this is a chance to learn. You're on the main stage. You're in a CWL event. This is huge, a $50,000 event. They're playing the best team in Europe right now, in the opinions of a lot. And they need to take a lot away from this. Like Bryce said, they've got 2 other games in the pool to play. Take this away. Take the positives. Learn from it. Adapt. Or perish.
True, and that's one of the things I was probably going to go to as well, and I think I had to agree with a lot of what Bryce said in terms of, yes, this is definitely your hardest game within that group. We would all agree, and there's plenty more.
Oh my goodness, Mad Cat!
I don't know what Mad Cat is doing. Does he know he's on stream?
It's like I think what he does is he insinuates that his enemies are his chewing gum, and he's just playing with them, and he's chewing them up, he's spitting them out, and he's
this
just
entire
doing
series, that chewing gum has spent more time in his hands than it has in his mouth.
You know,
the dab.
He's just dancing, having fun. You can't blame him right now. They're in a position where, you know, they're. I mean, next week they're flying out to.
What's he doing?
He's just showing his trigger finger. He's also showing his. I'm a big fan of Mad Cat.
There he is.
This is basically to all those people who want to be as good as Mad Cat. All you need to do is do that with your controller, and you will be.
This is how you be a top pro player on a top European team. Just everything you see Mad Cat doing now. That is the way to success. But we are getting ready to get this game underway. Precinct Uplink, game number 3 between Splice and Movie Star Riders. Movie Star Riders finding themselves in a difficult situation, 2-0 down to Splice. But will they be able to bring it back in this game? It's stacked against them, and the analysts and Momo and myself do think this series will end here. But are they going to be able to do it? That is the question. Momo, I'm ready to get this one underway, and so are the players. Let's just see how Splice can play this one, or will we see the return from Movie Star Riders?
I think a little bit of favoritism to go in towards Jerd right now. Let's jump on board with someone else. We've got Punny in the house. He's using the ERAD. He's also been jammered. Not a good start for him. Jerd kicked things off. We're taking down Sammy as well. Keep your eyes on the minimap during the series, because you want to watch those arrows as well that are pushing forward, where that drone and who's in the hands of which player. But straight away, we're going to see some slaying power come out of Movie Star Riders. A 2-2 split here, a Zero and Bance double up for the triple, and Den's left in a very awkward position. But he's going to take that top glass. Take it well. Zero does fall.
Yeah, Zero. Quite good slaying power coming in there with the E-Rad, but like you did say, he did end up getting picked off, though. Jerd playing advanced and aggressive once again. Mad Cat's going to be the player over towards Cat Statue, working alongside his teammate Ban, seeing if they can pick up a few kills. Sammy, though, is trying to be a little bit of defense here. Shot's a little bit windy as Bance is able to pick up the kill. Den's going to try to come through, will at least find the kill on Bance and stop the push for now. But there's one player in Mad Cat that has pushed up quite a bit so far and could put them in a spawn trap. No, Punny will come through. Good kill from him, and they can now clear their base.
All right, credit where credit's due. Good things for Movie Star Riders, don't concede early. A lot of teams, like their hard point, they roll over too easy. They've come into this firing on all cylinders. You know, Den's is 4-1, 2-kill streak for him, make it
nice
3.
Kill.
5-2. more kills than his whole team combined right now, but with only 1 minute and 20 gone, not too much of a surprise. But Mad Cat now on the push. This is the dangerous thing, because you're going to see the bodyguards of Jerd and Zero. That's going to be a 1-point play. But the right thing to do, Movie Star Riders, focus on those kills. Do not let them put you in that back alley. They need to bounce back.
Yeah, you're talking about conceding earlier. They didn't concede earlier, but they conceded first, and that's also something you don't want to be in a situation with. Movie Star Riders now down 1-0. Punny, though, found a nice kill and is doing some good work with the ERAD in these close-quarter gunfights. He is going to be the only player, though, with the ball, trying to go for that 1 point over the top. It goes over, and it's intercepted somehow.
Is it Zero? Of course it is.
Well, this is what
Every
you spoke
single
about
time.
yesterday.
He's been doing it for the past 18 months on Uplink. of literally, it's almost he must his pastime hobby must be like catch and throw or something. I don't like. He does it every single day. He just hangs around and says, "Don't worry, guys, I'm here. I'll save it," and he does it time and time again. But 0, 4, and 4 also can put the kills on the board. But the drone has been dropped right now and will be in a reset position for Jerd, and definitely playing that objective plays. He seems to be the one that is taking that initial drone time and time again, but 2 and 6, not the best of starts, but of course when the drone is in your hands you can suffer a couple of deaths either side. ERAD for Zero, K-Bar for Bans, Denz has gone a shockwave Zero, and Jerd does fall as well, but that drone is in limbo right now. That's a big kill from Punny, and only Mad Cat can stop him. Does find it, but again, that double kill there coming in, I think it was from Denz, does just put the brakes on for Splice right now, and I've got to say, 1-0 right now.
Yep.
2.5 minutes into the series. This is definitely doable for Movie Star Riders.
Well, it's been good base defense so far from the Movie Star Riders team, but you're yet to see really any type of offensive push come through from them. They haven't really threatened Splice in terms of putting points on the board. The only time they did, and Zero intercepted it right out of the sky, but this is what Splice do. If they can push up with their lead blockers, it's Mad Cat and Zero. Zero's the one with the drone in his hand. There's 3 players around him, though. Mad Cat needs to pick up a few kills. If Zero's going to be able to break through this line of defense, he will find one. Bans will find another one as well, and now the drone can begin to push up. Mad Cat needs to make 1 more kill, and just like that he does. And finally, they're going to increase their lead a little bit further as Zero is able to get the 2-point play through. Sammy, though, is now going to try and replicate the good base defense we have seen from them. But when Mad Cat is still alive in that position, it's so threatening. And once again, Jerd has control of the ball. He tries to throw the 1 point over. Denz is going to find a kill on Bans. Zero is going to get a melee in orange top, but it's going to be Movie Star Riders that are able to get that ball out once again. Can they get a push on, though, Momo? We're yet to see them really threaten this Splice roster.
I don't think I've seen that drone past, either Cat or down those stairs. And, it's not come as a surprise. Their defense has been better than usual. I will give them that. Or better than as expected, should I say. Not really usual. Not seen too much of this team. But Zero is the one with the drone in his hands as well, bouncing it back and forth with Bans. This time is the bodyguard, not Mad Cat. Not needed as 3 do fall down. Punny, he's left in the middle, just by that orange top, right-hand side. Oh, big kill coming in from Bans, should be traded. Isn't traded, Punny picks up the double. And there you go, the interception comes in, and they will hold off for a second. The one thing I would say, I would have expected Splice to convert here.
Yeah, and this is something that's quite interesting as well, is the fact that they've, rather than resetting the ball, which is something we normally see from teams, they've tried to go down this right-hand side, and Dean's made a very, very big play, but unfortunately, the other player that was there with him did get picked off. So Dean is... it's great that you're in the enemy base, but the drone is nowhere near you. Maybe a pass could come through here. Dean now needs to turn around and push back towards his portal. He may be able to pick up some big kills here. No, he's not going to find the kill on Bans. The drone is still going forwards, though, and Movie Star Riders have found themselves back in 1.
Well, there you go, 1 point in it, and you've got to say, Movie Star Riders, a team that can go toe-to-toe with Splice and the Slaying Department on Uplink, you've got to give credit to.
Yes.
Yes, they're 2-0 down in the series. Yes, they're losing this by 1. But right now, they're showing their class. They're showing why they've made it to pools, why they've made it all the way through open bracket, why they've taken down teams like Giant. And you know what? I think they've got a bright future ahead of them if they can do things like this and continue with it. But Splice, they need to just shake it off. They need to wake up a little bit. They are a team which are capable of putting 5, 10 past this team like this.
And I'm very sure as well that there'll be a point that comes into this where if Splice were ever down, that they would just flick that switch that we know that they can, and if they wanted to go 100%, then we would see the Splice that we see against some of the biggest North American teams in the world. But anyway, it is going to be Movie Star Riders that this time may be able to get a one-off straight off the bat, and they have tied the game up between this one. Splice and Movie Star Riders now tied 3-3, and they're going to have the drone control as well. Punny is going to look to pick up a few big kills here, but nice movement by Jerd as he slides through. Will pick up the drone as well, and somehow has managed to get away with it, even though Denz was right there. Sammy, with another bit of base defense, comes through. Bans will find a 2-piece as he begins to push up as well. The drone is around Cat Statue at the minute. Dean finds the kill. Mad Cat is the only player really left alive in this situation. His teammates now beginning to convert over, and it's a lot of trading back and forth between both the two teams in this area, but it's Splice that break the the deadlock there. They will find the kills, and just as they were going to pick it up there, moment the drone reset.
It does indeed, and the drone does go in favor of Vance this time, trying to push forward. Has that armor, of course, of the drone. It does drop in a very awkward position. Movistar Riders, they needed to make those kills. They did. Their defense was strong, and once again, they are hanging in here by the skin of their teeth. It's a close one by all means, but this is tough. This is showing the resilience of a squad like Movistar Riders. They're showing what they're made of.
Yeah, well, another thing as well to pay attention to, remember, is the specialists that are going to start to come in. I mean, we haven't seen many teams as good as Splice that can really utilize the specialist, but not a specialist that Jerd needs right now. He's able to somehow find his way straight through from the drone control into the portal, dunk it through, and that is Splice 5-3. They've once again regained the lead in this one. Movistar Riders, though, they have drone control. They throw it out towards the right-hand side. It's Sammy and his teammate Denza that are going to try to push through this Splice wall of defense. Denz finds one. He does push up a little bit further, but when Zero's there, he will find the 2Ps 9 times out of 10, and it's Splice once again. They can begin to force this one up the map. Punny, in a difficult situation, has 3 Splice players around him. He will not be able to find the kill, and really, we're going to start to see a little bit soon, I think, Momo, some bleeding of the clock.
Yeah, I think Jerd as well, he figured out that he could just walk through this route last time, so he's gone for another 1-point play. That's going to go over, and that shows the class of a 1-point play from Jerd. 6-3 is the scoreline. Payloads are coming through as well. Madcat 22-12. He was relaxed before the game, and you can see why. He's starting to really show it in this series themselves. 2-0 up in the series if you have missed it. Denzi's going to go maybe for a 1-point play. It has gone over that high building. Does convert. That does go in for number 4, and only a 1-possession game separates these two teams. But Splice with full map control. Punny says no. He finds one. Bance answers back, and again, Splice come out strong here. They're going to dominate that middle. But this route is working for them. Down the stairs and pushing around the side, it's working for them right now. And Bance, so close to reactive armor. He's going to pass it to him and say, here you go. Now I'll have it back. Thank you very much. Number 27 on the board, and a 1-point play. I've got to say, what is that player doing? He's looking the wrong way, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
Splice taking full advantage, and for me now, there's been a couple of mistakes in the last couple of minutes here from Movistar Riders, and I think they've almost thrown this game away themselves.
Practically every payload is available. Madcat, as I say that, will pop the overdrive, will settle for the 1 as it goes up and in, and they have now doubled the score of Movistar Riders. It's 4-8. Ban still has a specialist available as well. That's kinetic armor. Jerd also has his FTL. Bance will push up, rather than popping the kinetic armor, just throws the 1, and now Splice are starting to put the final nail in the coffin in this game, and really starting to increase the lead, and not giving Movistar Riders a single chance for a bit of a comeback. However, it is going to be Sammy on the drone control, and he does have his lead blockers in position. They need to start to pick up these kills. Punny did find the first one, finds the second one as well, taking down Bance. But Madcat and Jerd are both there to take down the remaining player. Sammy has nobody in support, so will not be able to push the drone up. With 1 minute remaining in this one, Momo, for me, it feels like this one is slowly looking like it's over.
Yeah, with the payloads coming in, you can see Bance has still got his. Madcat used the overdrive, utilized it well, made that 1-point play. But yeah, with 45 seconds, and you can see here, this is difficult for Movistar Riders. This isn't just a 1-possession game. They are down by 5 right now, and Sammy's popped the overdrive. 2 players do go down. That's an important kill coming in from Jerd. I don't think it's going to change the game necessarily. Can they score another consolation point? They will. They're now 4 points down, 30 seconds left. I have to agree with you, Campbell. I think this is almost over.
Yeah, I think it is as well. I mean, it's just a little bit of padding stats at this point for Splice. How many kills can they drop? So can you remember back to one of the things you were saying? So you said single digits for one of the players in Movistar Riders. That one hasn't managed to happen. How many kills for Jerd? Was it 27?
Jerd did not go for kills whatsoever.
No,
he started off slow, he was playing
close.
Objective, and he's not helping me out by standing still here. However, nevertheless, we close things out here. As expected, Splice take down Movistar Riders 3-0. The fate was not enough from myself, Campbell. However, Splice still looking strong.
All right, well, hot 3-0 coming out from Splice, pretty much expected, but some okay flashes coming out of Movistar Riders. All right, Stealth, you were watching that game coming forward, so what did you see that may, okay, I'll tell you what, positives for Movistar Riders?
Okay, now I actually picked up a few positives from them. They actually showed signs of life in the hard point. Now, obviously, early on, they just couldn't not get going. Obviously, Splice were absolutely destroying them, just cutting through them at every possible opportunity. But they started to pick up a bit of steam, and they actually got into a bit of a rhythm, going into like the 4th and 5th rotations. So they started picking up a little bit of points here and there, and actually got into like the triple digits. And you start to think, okay, then
Didn't get 100-point clubbed, good thing.
Exactly. And actually, there were signs where I thought, actually, I don't even think they're going to get double digits going into the map. But
that was a worry for a while, yes.
So yeah, they pulled out a triple digit, and they looked like a semi-decent side.
Yeah.
Uplink, again, for that end of that first half, to put it back to 3-2, absolutely fantastic defensive play. And counter-attacking, they picked up 3 kills in their base, managed to rotate all the way around, and actually picked up a 2-point play out of nothing. And then first 30 seconds of the second half, tied it up at 3 apiece. I said, hang on a second, we've got a game on our hands here. Unfortunately, experience shone through, and Splice certainly just tore apart again.
Yeah, I don't think it's the kind of the greatest kind of measure of this team, Movistar Riders, simply because they are playing Splice. All right, Phil, I really don't want to ask you this, so I'm going to change the question. If you could put Movistar Riders' performance as the title of a famous film, what would it be?
Gone in 60 seconds.
Oh, that's brilliant. All right, I'll give you that one, Phil.
I mean, it took a little bit longer, let's be honest. and I do want to take that back. I don't want to
No, you don't. Stick to your guns, Phil.
It was destruction. Those first 60 seconds or 100 seconds of the hardpoint was destruction. However, that uplink showed to me and proved to me why they're in the pool. And that's a serious comment, because they went toe-to-toe with a slaying squad like Splice, and they showed signs of life. The end of the hardpoint, you take that first half out, it was 150 to 100. S&D, I'm not going to go there, because they picked up the first round and then it was just all over. But I do see this squad, hopefully learning from that experience. Like I said, that's probably the biggest game of a lot of their careers up there. And as well as that for them, they're going up against superstars, people that they probably, look up to, want to be like, idolizing in a sense. And for them, they need to learn, adapt, and go into the next series positive.
All right, Campbell, I'm not going to ask you another movie. I think Phil nailed it so well.
Yes, he did. But for me, it's kind of the similar thing as well. I mean, the uplink was probably the only map I could take from that where I look like Movistar Riders were really giving Splice a bit of a game. Stealth touched upon the defense to make it 3-2. I think was amazing, for one of the best. I just can't quite work out if it was Splice were playing quite slow and collective, and maybe if they were giving it 100%, it would have been a different story.
Look, there are points in that game.
Of that kind of thing, but you can't take it away from them. They still, they went up there, and I think there was signs that we saw from them that, the reason why they're making scoops, beat the likes of Giants to be here. But I think one thing that you said is the most important thing, Bryce, is there's many more games in this.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, so this isn't a game I was really looking at Movistar Riders to make anything. I also forgot, by the way, Phil, that we did cast over Sammy in the CWL last year.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
I forgot. I disassociated him.
When we got like a close up of the teams, the versus kind of screen, I was like, I'm sure I recognize that guy. I'm sure I recognize him, and fair play to him. He's grinding out, he's sticking, he's found a new squad, and again, he's in pools. A lot of teams aren't. A lot of teams are out the tournament. He's here on Saturday. And I think that they can give the other teams in their group a run for their money. I really do.
And for me as well, Sammy was probably one of the biggest players in any type of return in that one for me. He started to go off towards the end in the hard point, search and destroy. He didn't have a really bad game either. And then the uplink, he was kind of instigating a lot of the gunfights. So I can kind of see that Sammy was one of those players that really came into that one, and we knew Den's going into this one as well. But I think overall, it was just Splice another day in the office, and they just came out and did what they expected to do. And the shots of Mad Cat as well with the chewing gum, that was quite interesting. He was just playing with his chewing gum the entire
Wish we could do that up here. Just wear a hoodie, just stop playing with our chewing
Honestly,
gum.
I don't think anything would make me happier if I could just come up here and sit in a hoodie. I would love it. Get me out of this suit. I look awful in it. I've been stuffed into it, been poured into this suit. That's what I look like. Just give me a hoodie and I'll be quite happy.
You look good.
I don't. Thank you very much, though. All right, well, moving on as we kind of talk about this game a little bit more here. Movistar Riders, the problem I'm having right now is I like to come out of a lot of these games and benchmark teams, so we can know roughly where they go anywhere else. The only benchmark I really have is that they beat Giants. Still, we said this at the start of the game, it's still the same problem, because that, for me, doesn't say anything. What it says is that they got beaten by Splice, which, let's face it here, most teams at this tournament are going to have that same tagline. Maybe not as severe. I think in the hard point as well, it did seem like Splice were kind of just pushing their own tactics out a little bit. They were like, you know what? They could already tell that they could just be a little bit looser with their rotations, or pretty much playing for scrap time because they knew they had the advantage. S&D was just clinical from them. That was just absolutely disgusting. They just weren't taking any prisoners. The uplink was actually probably the biggest surprise for me, because I can only imagine that Splice, which is probably one of the most powerful and consistent game modes, was actually solo scoring. If we're going to talk about discrepancy between teams, That's where it should have been really apparent. So I think maybe Splice took a little bit of the foot off the gas at that point, but they still beat them quite comfortably as well. But it gives us no information about Movistar Riders, other than Splice beat them.
I think the squad of Movistar Riders, I'm judging if their run so far. I can't judge them on that. Those next two pool play games when they're going to play, I believe, iGame and I think one of the Black Forest squads. It's one of the two, and I think that is when we can really kind of judge them, because Black Forest, you know, they're there because of their pro points. You know, these guys may be lacking those pro points, but they don't lack their skill. That is when we're going to see the real test of that squad.
But then again, you take a look at that Black Forest Green team, and they took iGame all the way as well. So, I mean, really, you take a look at the other two teams. iGame, a talented roster with talented players, and then Black Forest Green, a team that kind of made iGame work really, really hard to win their game. So I think, even though we are looking at the other two games, I think Movistar Riders are still in a difficult position. They've got a lot to prove. But I think in terms of on paper, yes, okay, Splice is definitely the harder team out of that group. I don't know, I still think Movistar Riders do fall at the bottom of this group 0-3.
All right, well, that's a good place to put it. So let's change this completely now and do something we haven't done before. I'm going to send it down to the stage with an interview, and it should be Jonas with Bance.
All right, thank you, Bryce. Indeed, I am with Bance. Pretty convincing game from Splice. Would you say perhaps this is showing that the gap is only getting bigger between maybe top 8, 9 in Europe and the rest?
Yeah, pretty much, but it's the only reason is because they don't really get top practice. Like, we scrim top EU teams, and most people are going to be boot camping against top N8s, and it's just like our practice compared to theirs is completely different, and they're scrimming like top 16 EU teams, and it's just a complete different play style, the way we play to the way they play. So it's a massive difference.
Talking about practice, it's been mentioned on social media, you guys came here as good practice coming to the Global Pro League next week. Even though it's only practice, would anything else but first, with the way that you guys have been looking and finishing first European team at Dallas, would anything else but first be a disappointment here?
We look to win every event we go to. It's the same with American events as well. We go there for practice to learn, but then also to get the W, and being so close to the Global Pro League, winning this would be a massive boost for us.
Talking about Global Pro League, you're headed to Columbus next week for the Global Pro League. What do you think, and what are your expectations going into this tournament? Obviously, a lot of American competitions. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, we're completely ready. Even though the practice online for us was not that great because barely any teams were playing, but we're always confident. But we played C9 before and beat them. Mindfree we haven't played, and we beat NV 3-0 at Paris, so we're confident.
All right, good to hear. Now back to Insomnia. You guys looked pretty confident so far, and you had a great pool play. Now, going into the bracket tomorrow, is there any teams that you think have looked great and that you think will give you a big challenge?
Well, but pretty much every team that's in the Global Pro League that are here would give us a good game. There's a reason why they got into the Pro League, the top 6 EU, that's about it really.
All right, thank you so much and good luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll see you tomorrow, and Bryce, back over to you.
All right, thank you very much. I think my biggest takeaway from that entire interview was just how great Bance's hair was. I mean, that looked fantastic. There's some there is some product placement there for him with the shampoo commercial.
I don't think there's any. I think that's all natural. I think that's all natural.
That's just natural volume.
Like his gun skill. It just happens.
Wakes up like that. That's his bed hair.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You don't want to see when it's done. That's dangerous.
All right, of course, you know, Bance, he's comfortable. He doesn't seem really stressed over that game. They're comfortable now. They're confident. They're pretty much gearing up for the Global Pro League as well. This hasn't really been a speed bump for them. I mean, we knew they were going to come first in their group. That's now confirmed. Is there anybody here that can stop Splice right now?
For me, yes, they're the #1 team, and yes, they're the favourites, for example, but there are teams that can stop them. Okay. You know, like Bance said there, the top 6 in Europe can give them a game. Now, what is giving them a game? Is that taking a map, or is that pushing into map 5, or is that beating them?
Who can beat them, Phil? Come on the stop.
I think there's 4 or 5 teams out here. You're
not going to name. Pick one who can beat them.
Well, I'm picking 4 or 5. You've got Epsilon, you've got Fnatic, you've got
most likely to beat Splice. Millennium, okay.
The interesting thing for me as well, coming into this weekend, I would have said Red would have probably been the team I would have expected as the top 2 in the whole of Europe that would have taken Splice. After the game against Elevate the other day, I would even put Elevate up there now. Maybe even say Epsilon because they're looking strong as well. I think this weekend has changed that top 6 so much that it's difficult to say that really for me now, it's all going to be down to the game. It's so difficult to predict. And when we see those games happen, we'll be able to make a clear decision.
Yeah. Well, I know Joe was kind of upset at his performance. He felt like he wasn't really into the game that game, so maybe an off one for him. And, you know, hopefully he can do better today. Just got to really kind of knuckle down and focus and be the Joe that we know he can be.
I think that's it. Joey is such kind of an individual superstar in game. He just kind of lights up, and when he does, I think his team feed off of it. You know, they can really kind of go into their own, and I think if he steps up, the rest of them just step up with him. And you know, you said, you know, can they go toe to toe with Splice? Absolutely. You know, I think the changing. The way to beat Splice is taking those S&Ds, but when you see them 6-1, teams like Movie Star Riders like that so easily, it's going to be hard, and going up against 4 absolute beasts of a Slayers in Respawn, it's going to be very, very difficult to take any uplinks or hard points against that squad.
It certainly is. Well, we'll catch up with Splice later in this tournament, but that game is done and dusted for them. We're going to move on to Game 3 right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Birmingham here at I-60 at the NEC. My name is Bryce, and we have got another great game coming up for you. It's going to be Fnatic versus Arma. But I'm not alone on this desk. This time, I'm joined by another group of people. But we've upgraded. We've got Rated here with us.
Hello.
Rated, how are you doing? You good?
Oh, good, yeah. Good day yesterday.
Yeah, good day yesterday. Going on top of the group.
Indeed.
Well,
Well, we win.
If we, I think I'm
Don't know what
confident
team.
you'll be okay.
Yeah.
You'll be okay. All right. Not only have we got Rated, but I don't really want to move away from him, but I've got to. Let's introduce the other two. Stealth and Ton.
Hello. We're just going to be like just letting you guys just have a conversation if you want, because that's how you're going to go with it. Yeah.
Well, I just give the people what they want. That's pretty much how it goes.
I actually don't blame you, in all fairness.
All right, well, let's kick things off then. First of all, I really kind of want to touch on yesterday for you, Rated. That was, a lot of people didn't think you would win that game. You come into this tournament, you were hovering around the lower end of the top 6. A lot of people's predictions, Red Reserve, top 3 definitely, top 2 maybe. It was a big upset for you guys, and it seemed to come through the respawn domination. Is there a reason for that? What's the kind of the turnaround going on for you guys?
I wouldn't say it's really a turnaround. It's just we're like such an inconsistent team, and Dallas we were only a team for 1 week, which I think everyone just seems to forget. Like everyone's making excuses for other teams because they were just a team. We were just a team as well. So I think there's been improvements because obviously, like I played it different completely. I played the game completely different to how they did play the game. So it took a while for everyone to get on the same page.
Okay, so this is just kind of like a tune-up to kind of readjust how you're all playing.
Yeah, like
I noticed Reedy's kind of moved position a little bit. Is that obviously because you've come to the team, you've worked out the problems?
well, I'm the in-game leader in this team now, and like I said, I played it a lot different to how them 3 played in their old team. So I think it just took a while for everyone to get on the way I wanted to play the game. And
Okay.
it's all coming together slowly.
That's kind of interesting. Your S&D though, still not really up to where I mean, for you and Reedy, really, like I expect S&D brilliance every time.
Our S&D's fine. Like yesterday's S&D, we play red in 3 weeks for 750,000.
Oh, so okay, so you're keeping a few things hidden.
So we were both just, it was literally both teams were just 4-man hitting mid. So whoever
okay.
was winning the gunfight. So
Okay, I like that. I like
that
that.
S&D doesn't matter. You'll see
Secret.
better S&D throughout the weekend.
Secrets in the pocket there from Rated. All right, let's open it up to talk about a little bit about this game then going down now. Fnatic yesterday, good game from them, lost to Epsilon unfortunately as they went down. So this is an important game for them. They are going to be playing Arma here. Now, it's not as big a competition as Epsilon. Are you confident still in this Fnatic team?
Yeah, I think they're still a good team. I just think Epsilon are a better team. So I wasn't really surprised them losing. I was surprised they even go in game 5, to be honest.
Oh,
Epsilon
really?
would be a bit more comfortable.
Yeah,
But Fnatic's still a good team, nonetheless.
Oh yeah, okay. I think maybe, you know, in my mind, we had a lot of game 5s. We were actually expecting Fnatic to be a bit better at S&D.
Yeah, that was
People
how
are overhyping that. They had one good S&D event.
Yes,
SWC.
good event.
Hey, it's still a good event on
It's the
S&D.
same as us, our old Orbit team. We won Gfinity because we won every S&D.
Yeah, but that was European team. You know,
They-
we
they
went to an
thinking, like-
international. Did well. Not a fan.
No, they're still good. Like, but everyone goes on as if they're like untouchable in S&D. Then they should win every S&D. So it's
Okay, I think it's a fair comment. We do go on an awful lot about it.
Based off quite evidence, though, I suppose,
It's
wasn't
just
it?
the SWC though. Like
I know,
Dallas,
but it was
we
the-
beat them on
I think it was
S&D.
the- it was
We
the
won
fashion
5
habit,
maps in Dallas and beat them on S&D.
Okay, it's changed.
Rated is slowly bringing this all around.
Okay, well, let him. He knows what he's talking about.
Okay, he does know what he's talking about, Venice. All right, well, let's talk about this game coming in. Fnatic versus Arma. Now, the Arma team, it's okay. There are some good names in this roster, but I kind of feel like it's still a mismatch. There's still disparity between Fnatic and Arma.
It's like the top 8 UK. Well, it's pretty much UK teams, not even European anymore. Is like so far ahead of everyone else. So it's like the majority of games today will be pretty one-sided, in my opinion.
Okay, is there any way you can see? Have you scrimmed much against Arma at all?
Never played them.
Never played them. There we go. That shuts down my next question. All right. Well, do we think there's anywhere that they could possibly beat Fnatic in an area? Where do you think Fnatic's maybe main weakness could be?
I wouldn't even say it's a weakness. I'll just say if any of the weaker teams are going to take maps, it'll probably be hardpoint because hardpoint on this game is just killing. So if like everyone can shoot, so if everyone's having a good game, like you can win a hardpoint. But I think on the S&D and uplink, it should be pretty comfortable.
I mean, we've seen them go quite close when they played against
Yeah.
Vitality. I wouldn't put Vitality in the same bracket as Fnatic, so to speak.
No.
But I mean, you know, we've seen potential. Carbon seems like a good little slayer. So maybe.
So I mean, hardpoint, if you're getting kills, you can get streaks, and then you can, especially on breakout, which is the map they play. You get streaks on breakout, you have free breaks.
Well, I think this is the main point. Is it is going to be breakout hardpoint first, and this is a map that famously, I'm going to ignore the fact that European against North American had a little bit of a wobble for a while. it's one of those ones that you should get punished. If you don't hit the rotations properly, you can really be punished. It just seems like some of the clean breaks don't really come in as well from some of the European teams here. So we've got to be looking like, again, and I want to say, you know, the kind of the Scraps twins or the Scraps and Wuskins, they do seem to have this kind of raw power, but with the fact that Sunny B has been actually really quite consistent. I don't think a lot of people kind of pick up on that. He's consistently like second place on the leaderboard. And then Tommy, who's been actually kind of spiking really high recently in terms of his games, and has gained a lot of fans again this year. There's just so much firepower on that team.
I think that's where the issue is going to lie, because as you said, it seems as if Hardpoint, if you can get those kills, then you can get a chance in the game. I don't know if it's going to be there for Armor, though. If you put them toe-to-toe, every single player, you wouldn't say any of those players in Armor are going to get in that Fnatic squad on a gun skill basis anyway. So it's going to be really hard for them to do anything in this situation. It's a tough match for them, but coming out of the open bracket, it's always going to be a hard game going against a team who are second in the group.
I have to agree with you there. Like, it's very difficult for Armor to come out of this one and even attempt to even come close to getting a map, I think. I mean, Carbon did very well in the last half when we saw him play, and earlier on, it just, for me, the slaying ability of Fnatic are just going to wipe the floor with them.
Okay. I have an interesting question actually for you, Rated, based on Fnatic. Now, bearing in mind the twins, is there any similarities in the guns? Do you sometimes go, oh, because obviously some players, you can tell just who they are by their movement and the way they're engaging you. Do you kind of sometimes not see that in the Scraps twins, or are they very similar in the way they play?
I don't really notice that with anyone. I think
You don't notice it?
I don't think they're very similar. I think.
Well, because obviously, like, Scraps you've known since last year in the CWL. Wuskins kind of came out of nowhere. What was your kind of initial impressions?
I think Wuskins, like, this game will suit with the way Wuskins plays, because he's a pretty slow AR, from what I've seen anyway. I haven't played with him much, so I wouldn't really know.
You just
But I think
pay attention to yourself, don't you?
His own game. Yeah.
It's like if I'm playing well, then no one can touch me.
Oh.
But I think this game it really suits the way Wuskins plays. That's why I think he's like really shot up quickly in the scene this year.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good thing. I think it did surprise me initially just how much the fans really got on the side of Wuskins to kick things off. Like, his brother's already been around. I mean, his brother has kind of a core fan base. And there were question marks
he hasn't been around that long either.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah,
that was like mid of last year. It's really weird to see, you know, Scraps come out that quickly. And then Wuskins, like, obviously a little bit of a leg up because of his brother. But he's risen to the occasion, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. I tried to make a point about it yesterday where you should be down, Brycey, but, you know, it's slowly...
It'll dig on for 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, you know, you're just a horrible person.
I'm lovely. You asked Rated. Me and Rated loves me. All right, well, this game is about to get underway. I'm going to ask you for a prediction there, Rated.
3-0.
All right. 3-0. It's time for Fnatic versus Armor. Let's hand it to Masters. Take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Brycey. As we do get into this one, it is going to be Fnatic taking on Armor, and it is going to be a tall order for them to try and take this game. I think you look at it on paper here, Stealth, and it's just not going to go well for them on any sort of level, I don't think.
No, I kind of see this one being a bit of a mixed match, in all honesty. I mean, it does look like Fnatic are getting off to a very good start, picking up 6 points off of what you would consider to be more of a scrap hill, but looking to lock down this mid-map straight off the bat and doing pretty well.
Well, I mean, for me, this is all about control of showers. Scraps does go down to Zeke there, and a couple of kills coming in for Armor, so they're going to get picked up some points. You look towards the minimap, though, and Fnatic are set up on the right side that they need to be, but not a terrible start in the end here for Armor. A few kills around the middle of the map. Scraps does answer back. They do have control of cell blocks, but at this moment in time, just a pretty scrappy start. But Armor with a positive start anyway.
Yeah, it's not a bad start. I mean, it's built up a bit of a lead, but it's just all down to the rotations for this next hill. It's what it comes down to. So we're on board with Carbon, looking to come around the back and try to get something going for his team. You can see, using the mini-map just there are players around him, but he is alone back here. He will have to try and break through the back of this point to try and do anything for his squad.
Well, what was Xerox? Needs to make a couple of kills, as we have seen Wuskins come in there, making a couple of kills himself. Pushing on through, and it's going to be with Maxi. A veteran of the French scene. I remember playing against him. That's how long ago Maxi was playing. I actually beat him in one of my last tournaments ever. Would you believe it? Only he does pick up a couple of kills. Yeah, Maxi is not going to be able to defend in the end. And it is going to be Fnatic just pouring on through. They are currently behind. They are going to clear them out. Cell blocks, though, looking towards this left-hand side and making some more kills. Wuskins deadly with that K-bar. They've got somebody pushed up as well. He's going to go down, so Maxi going to shut down that advance for Fnatic, trying to expand themselves away from that hard point. And the end, Xerox going to get around the back. Tommy does shut them down, and every single time that we do see Armor maybe get themselves into a good position, Fnatic shut it down.
Yeah, and it looks like the rotations have come in early as well from Wuskins, so we'll see what he can do. trying to see anything from back cave. Nothing just yet. So it's just, as you can see on your screen, there is going to be some more rotations and some streaks coming in a little bit early here from Sunny, trying to clear the path so that he can pick up some extra time on the hill.
He's done well because all he does there is force them back into mid bay and they can't push out. Straight away, Fnatic can push on through, get control, and now they've got to aim straight towards the mid bay. It's going to be very hard for them to push out. Sunny B lighting them up at the moment, though. Zeke going down. And that K-ball, I mean, it was well said by Brycey, I think. You know, Sunny B's one of these guys for Fnatic. I mean, we always talk about the twins. We always talk about Tommy. Sunny B is that consistent factor for Fnatic. Very, very good player this year, and he's performing well so far in this map. 9-3 from him. And Fnatic in the lead there after a little bit of a shaky start, but Arma need to get themselves back into this one. If you're Arma, what do you have to do in this position? They've managed to get a hold of it. They can hold Fnatic off for another 20 seconds or so. Do they start? I mean, they need to try and punch through to rotate the commissary. It's not going to matter. Fnatic are actually going to just punch straight through them. Carbon was momentarily last alive. And if you can look, it is actually going to be Wuskin already set up there. Sunny B rotating over. And then it's going to be the scrap point for Fnatic. So everything that they wanted from that one, they do get.
Yeah, nicely set up there from Fnatic. Setting up for the next one as it is into commissary, as you pointed out. Looking into mid-map as Sunny B tags up one. Not able to get the kill in the end of it. He does pick up the assist though, so Scraps is there to support him. However, he may need to keep an eye over towards mid-map. And Xerox is there hunting around. He will see him just ahead and picks up the kill. Nice and easy. Turns to the right-hand side. I thought he might have got that one for a second. Unfortunately, he will be shut down by that man, Tommy. Maxi sees one. He sees a second. Does get shut down once again. And that's that man, Tommy, who is cleaning up all of the trouble.
Well, Zeke needs to hold this down. You can see that Fnatic are taking their time a little bit more. Fnatic have stacked up, and Zeke's going to be in trouble here as Fnatic do push on through. Sunny B falling off the map, but Wuskin does make 2 kills himself. Currently contested between these two, and they can't seem to find Zeke. They do. So there, Scrapsy takes down Maxi as well. It's a really good way by Fnatic to break that one. And for me, that's the thing that I've noticed so far in this map. Okay, Arma team, you know, I think they've got that raw talent. We see people like Carbon, etc. Carbon are having a fantastic game, but Xerox playing quite well. They can get the kills. They've got the gun skill. They've got that burst of energy, you know, that raw skill. But for me, they don't take their time enough when they're trying to break hills. You see so many times it seems to be one by one. They're not really waiting. They're rushing it a little bit. I think they just maybe need to slow it down just a tad to see if they can try and be a bit more methodical about it. Use their gun skill, but use it at the right time currently. Though Fnatic have complete control of this middle point. They've got control of showers, which is what you need to get points on the board in this middle hill. 133 and rising to 56, and it's just getting away from our team that little bit now.
Yeah, as you pointed out, they are just pushing as a solo entity. It's no planned attack. It's just not like, all right, let's hold up, let's push 2 from this angle, maybe 1 from behind, maybe 1 on the flank. There's none of that. It's more of a, oh, right, we need to attack this. We need to try and get as many points as we can. Let's just bomb straight in, one after the other. And it's just lining up for them to be able to get the kills. Now, they are getting set up for the rotations early and giving up a big chunk of time. Like 15 to 18 seconds they've given up on the last 2 hills as well. And if you have a look at Scraps, he's set up and he's ready. As soon as this,
see, they're waiting. Scraps could have challenged that gunfight. He's waited for his teammate there. That's going to be Sunny B with him. They get hold of it. He's going to make that kill. And that's all because they were waited. Scraps should be able to pick up a second one here and does so. Now that's where the holding comes in. He makes those kills. The rest of his team are turning up. There is 2 members of Arma team pushing in, and Arma team have got the slightly better spawn currently, but it is going to be Fnatic to clean up as Scraps puts that 7 kill streak on the board. Is he going to get an 8th as well? Fnatic are inside a cell block and holding this one down. They're well dug in. Scraps, he should be able to pick up a couple more kills. He's still going. As the rest of his team to help him as well, and it just doesn't seem as if Arma are able to punch on through. One member left alive is going to be Xerox. He's going to get the double dose, a good break from him. Breaks it completely. Fnatic are pushed out. Arma team going to get some points on the board.
The only issue with that being that Scraps actually has full streaks. So going into this next hill, those streaks will be massive. It's so open that they can be used to full effect. Now if you switch back on board to someone who's going to be a little bit closer to the action, it's going to be Maxi, who sees 2 players inside a cave. He tries to challenge Scraps, and with the ability that Scraps has, you don't want to challenge him in that sort of position.
I think if Arma want a chance in this game, they want Carbon firing on all cylinders. The deficit has stayed about the same for the past couple of hard points. Arma picking up a few on that one. We can see Carbon is going to try and come in around the pinch. It does seem as if Wuskin's causing all sorts of problems. And maybe 4 members of Arma team do go down momentarily, and that's a really good break by Fnatic. Held them off at every other angle that they needed to. Here come the score streak's going to force them back even more. Going to get at least 1. Scrapsy taking down Xerox, and they're forced all the way back, and this is going to be a long way back now for Arma team. It's about 100-point difference, and this is looking good from Fnatic.
See, I love to use the kill streaks there just to hold them any oncoming attack. It just basically
just push them back.
It just says, right, hold them back there. Then we can get set up in the way that we need to then rotate a little bit earlier. It works perfectly, especially on this cave spawn.
beautiful use of them.
Oh, wow, every single time that we see Arma push on through, they got Commissary spawn there. For me, I think, you know, at this point in the game, they can't really just rest on the laurels. They can't just go for the setup and say, all right, we'll give Fnatic the scrap, because of the amount of time that Fnatic have actually got. They're so close to the win, so they need to make sure they get a big amount of points on Commissary. A couple of kills are traded, and suddenly they're nowhere near it, though. It seems as if they had one guy inside of Commissary, but nobody in and around it. Suddenly they lose a bombardment for Sunny B, and this is looking like curtains for Arma team now.
No, I have to agree with you there. I mean, Xerox, he was kind of set up for the spawns, but nobody really challenging for the hill, as if it was just like, okay, we're happy for the spawns, but we don't want any points. And Wolfskin actually picks up a naughty little two-piece there. Carbon unfortunately shutting that spree down, and he's able to pick up some extra time in here, but the bombardment will come in. It's not going to connect with anything, but Carbon just falls to his death.
Well, you know, it does seem as if Arma team still having control of Commissary, if only momentarily. Scraps shuts me down, and it does get shut down himself by Zeke. So back and forth on this one, and Arma team, it's still going to be a big task for them, but now we can see Fnatic are just setting up for the seminal hard point. They're 20 points away here, stealth, and this has been an exemplary performance from Fnatic in this first map.
And in all fairness, what we kind of expected, the slaying ability of this Fnatic squad have been exceptional. Scraps 23 and 11, and he still has enough time to push that on. Now, if you can have a look at the setup that they have, we have one player in the mid-map inside the hill, and he's basically all alone. It's not going to help him out. They need some support from his teammates, and Maxi's there to try and do something, as another one's actually now pushing through showers, but it's, all in fairness, a little too late for me.
It is. I think that setup wasn't too bad. They had somebody at showers to try and get that control, but it seems as if they aren't really that regimented, are they? Going up against Fnatic, who they'll just be coming at them from all angles, and they just don't seem to know where they're going to be coming from. For me, they're a bit of a rough around the edges team, aren't they, Arma? Yeah. They've got potential. You can see they can shoot their gun. But for me, I don't think they're going to be able to compete with the teams of caliber of Fnatic, who are just going to brush on through. Xerox is momentarily the last alive, does get taken down. 5 seconds remaining, and surely this is now going to be curtains for Arma team. Fnatic countdown to 250, and they're going to take this first map in convincing fashion.
Yeah, and they look quite pleased with that one. And nice and easy. Nothing too stretching and too challenging. I mean, it's a good way to start the day for them. Obviously, Arma have already played on stream once today, and you know, in all fairness, you kind of expected them to be a little bit harder out of the gates, but Fnatic showing them what they're worth.
I mean, you know, that first hill wasn't too bad from them, the rotation round though, and as soon as it becomes a time where teamwork comes into it, where the rotations are there, and you know, the pinches are much better coordinated from Fnatic, they're always going to excel over this Arma team, and that was unfortunate for them. Looking at the scoreboard at the end of the game though, and it's pretty even. Sunny B, consistent. He drops the worst numbers there, but we did see him put up streaks. I think he went on a 7 streak at one point, so you know, he was the guy. Even that streak that he used, he didn't get many kills with it, but it was when he pushed them back from medbay all the way back to the spawn when they were at graveyard, and they just held it down very, very well. So in that case, working out for him, but I mean, they just performed where they needed to here, and Maxi trying some stuff there. I think that was the first rotation towards cell block, and I think that was the time, I think it was second time around where we've seen Scraps set himself up there. He knew the guy was there, they were shooting, and he's like, you know what, I'm not going to challenge, I'm the only guy here. That's going to put me in a bad situation. He waited and he waited till the right time, and that's where we've seen Arma not really doing anything like that. They were just sort of like, all right, okay, we got good shots, let's just fly at them, and it's just not going to be enough.
No, in all fairness, I think the difference between the two was the awareness from Fnatic. They knew exactly how to set up, they knew exactly where the opposition were going to come from, and they used that to their advantage, obviously coming away with quite a convincing win, I would say.
Yeah, this was the moment where Scraps got a hold of cell block. I think he goes on a 7th streak here himself, got a hold of bombardment. That was when, oh sorry, it was Scraps who pushed them back with the score streaks there. And I mean, it was just textbook from Fnatic all the way through. Arma really not able to do anything about it throughout the whole game. This was a nice little two-piece. I was half expecting, you brought out the naughty little two-piece one. I want to hear the spicy one though. If I'm honest with you, I think that was an opportune moment, but you didn't use it. But anyway, let's have a look at the rest of the maps. I mean, looking at well, I mean, it's just not really forgivable. 4 maps remaining potentially. Where do you see Arma team come back into this one at all, or is there any potential on it? Crusher possibly?
Well, that's the thing. It seems like the search and destroy can go any way if you know worked out correctly. The tactics in mind with Fnatic, however, with Tommy at the helm, I don't see it going any other way than Fnatic taking this, but I do think it will go towards 6-2, maybe 6-3.
Right, okay. So I think looking at this S&D map, it's a quick one. Yep. It can be one of those ones where it's all about the trading and the 4-man pushes, etc. So what we've seen Arma team do not very well in the hard point was 4-man pushes and breaking areas. And that's something they're going to have to do better here on Crusher Search and Destroy. I think it's one of those maps though that they can excel, because if they get aggressive, that's where we see them. They try to get past quite often, so it might work out in their favor that way. But I think Fnatic are just going to be ready for them. They'll know they're going to play like that. They're just going to sit back, be a little bit more passive, try and get the kills where they need to. Looking at the other 3 maps, I just don't see a way out. I think this is as clear-cut as it gets, really, isn't it? Fnatic are looking very strong.
No, exactly that. I mean, with the ability that Scraps has, he's going to be able to control that mid-map in for uplink as well. So throwback uplink is probably going to be one of his better game modes, and just going to sit back and then just enjoy himself with that one. Crusher Search and Destroy, as you said, there are opportunities for them to get like round the back, but Arma not going to be able to do so. I think Fnatic, their awareness and map positioning is just too on point.
I mean, do you think when you go on up against a team as regimented as Fnatic, do you try something different, or do you just try to play your own game?
I just throw it all out there.
Just balls to the wall?
Yeah, why not?
Go for it.
Just go nuts. Yeah,
Go
enjoy yourself.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they're going to have to do here. You know, they're on the main stage. You want to try and get something for yourself. You know, I don't get me wrong, when they went up against Vitality, they pushed them to the limit on every single map, but we're going to go into Crusher Search and Destroy. And a tall order for Arma team to win this game, and Fnatic looking strong. We've seen them get a little bit unfortunate against Epsilon yesterday in a good series. Speaking of Raider before the game there, he said he expected Epsilon to probably win that one a little bit more convincingly. Do you think that's maybe a Fnatic team playing well, or Epsilon playing poorly? I don't know. It's maybe a hard one to read into a little bit.
In fact, I thought the Epsilon team played exceptionally well. They did exactly what they needed to at times, and yeah, Fnatic, obviously one of the big names in European esports, and you kind of expect them to be there, but we're going to go straight into this one. As you can see, it's going to be a 4-man.
Look how fast they are. Round the back, Arma team pushing very aggressive. This big gunfight, he wins it. So Tommy's been taken down. That's now forced Fnatic to have to push towards B. Arma team dropping off that a little bit there for me. I think they want to be getting eyes on that now. They've allowed them to take control. I don't understand why Maxi is not got a little bit more aggressive now. He's going to get pushed out. And for me, that is... Arma team they couldn't have started it better. Xerox gets the kill around the back. They've got them pinched in. Keep them pushed, keep aggressive, keep your position, and you're in a fantastic position to win the round. And they've just give that away a little bit there. Muskin's going to get away with it though. 2 kills to his name already. Is he going to make it a 30? He's all over the place as our Arma team. Now seems like a sloppy round.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how Zeke didn't actually see Muskin as he dropped underneath him, but that's how the cookie crumbles, and Xerox now in a 1v3 situation as bomb has been planted. Sees one out back, manages to pick up that kill. Now he's going to be in a very tricky situation. One pushes him from behind and will shut him down. 1-0 to Fnatic.
I don't know, man. I think in that situation,
come on.
No, but you get the 1 kill around the back. You've got somebody with you. They completely back off. The players that they had at B in the perfect position, right, boys? We've got 2 one side of the 3 team that we're just taking taking Tommy down. We've got 2 the other side. Let's completely back off. In my mind, that makes no sense.
Yeah, Muskin actually picked up an ace as well.
He did actually. Yeah.
Fair play to him. I mean, it shouldn't have happened, as you pointed out, but that's the way it's happened. And he picks up another one for his trouble, gets an assist, and sees one more pushing out towards him. He's got to go ahead and challenge him, and my God, he is feeling confident.
Well, we stayed on board with a defensive team for the S&D, and actually worked out quite nicely. Wiskin is going to pick up another few kills, and looking strong from him. And Phil's theory of one of the brothers going double positive in every S&D that they win is on course. That theory went out the window yesterday when they were playing the 2 games, and neither one of them went positive once. Fantastic.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Great stuff from Phil. Anyway, going into this one, on board now with Scraps. Going to see one outside of you. Unfortunately, he will get shut down. So it's a 3v4 now, and Xerox is the man with the kill. But if you look at this one, Tommy, oh wow, that's crazy sneak as he gets round to the back and manages to pick up Zeke for his troubles. Now, going back towards mid, trying to get a control for his team, and Bomb's in a bit of a weird position for me.
Yeah, Alma had to back off there. I think they've done the right thing. Tommy rotates back through mid-map. And now they're going for a B push now. It seems a bit crazy, but he's going to get the kill on Xerox. Sunny B cleaning up the carbon. Suddenly Maxi is left all alone, taking on Wuskin and Tommy. It's going to be a tall out of him. He might get that a little bit lucky, though, if he can manage to push onto. He is going to be spotted, though. He's going to get taken down. Fnatic making this look easy.
I didn't think it was going to be this easy for them. I mean,
so strong.
It's just crazy good. It's just set up absolutely perfectly, and that's what I said before the game about the map positioning. The way that he's just set up there, watching the cross, and he's able to call out that to his opposition team. Just shut them out instantly.
Well, there's the Fnatic lineup on your screens. Sunny B closest to us, and one of, as said, the most consistent performers for Fnatic. We're going to go on board with Arma for their attack, and one player sending one. Sorry, both teams sending one player to the A bomb site, and are they going to think about the rotation? For me, you know, he gets stunned up there, and they are still going to push towards it. And see Fnatic getting aggressive B side. They're going to know what's going on. What you're going to see is Fnatic start rotating around very, very quickly. Number 4 on the Fnatic side is going to be Wuskin. Watch out for him rotating around the back. But Sunny B has got it all to do here. 4 members of Arma going to push in. Is he going to catch any of them off guard? He's going to catch one show. Okay, Sunny misses every single bullet, so it is going to be Arma getting control of that bomb site. So now Fnatic have got a retake.
Yeah, see what Carbon can do here with bomb at hand. He will go in for the plant as well.
He was
So Scrap
watching
pushing
that
around
way.
the back, and he didn't spot him on bomb, but he's going to know as soon as that bomb has been planted. Unfortunately, he's not able to do it as Carbon ducks out of the way of 2 of his shots, and Tommy actually picks up one for his troubles out. Wuskin picks up another. Now Zeke trades that one out. Tommy in a 1v2 situation. If he can pull this off, that will be insane.
Well, we've seen him do harder situations than this one, I would say. So it's not out of the question for Tommy to pull something like this off. I think time is definitely not on his side, though. Under 20 seconds remaining there now. Hasn't spotted anybody. Be a miraculous attempt if he manages to get away with this one. Not even going to win the first gunfight, and All might eventually get on the board. I think that comes down to, yeah, Sunny missing every single shot. No, that was your fault. No, don't make any excuses. You missed every bullet.
Hold your hands up and just think, sorry, boys, I forgot my thumbs for that round. But it's all right. These things happen, and you're in a dominating position to make up for this in the end of it.
Well, moving into round number 5. I mean, it's just typical Fnatic. They're rotating where they need to at the right times. They put themselves in good positions. I mean, see, Tommy is pushing towards A, but the rest of the team's pushing towards B, and it seems as if Arma are actually getting aggressive in and around B. But so often, the kill's going to come in. Maxi does take down his teammates, so one apiece. What's getting taken down, Maxi, as well. So seems as if Arma are really going to get trapped in here. Tommy coming all the way around the back. Wuskin does take down Xerox. Carbon gets away with his life and taking Tommy's as well, but that bomb is surely going to go down. That's going to be a hard situation for him to come back into, but managing to stay alive, so still a little bit of hope in this round for the youngster. Got to get his little brother. Can he channel the French monster?
We'll see if he can pull that one off. It's be very impressive if he can, but looking around towards back, Rocky's seen one player at the back of that crate there, but decides not to challenge it in the end. I think that's a smart play because you don't want to get yourself into a tricky situation, but pushing through, he does try to challenge this one in the end of it, and immediately is shot down. Fantastic skeet shooting there to close out the round. Now 4 rounds to 1.
Positive outcome from Fnatic then. A fairly easy gunfight for Wuskin to win, and he's got a few kills on the board now. I think he'll be teetering around the 10 point now.
I think he is on 10 now.
10? Good maths. Let's have a look.
I can't count.
Can we confirm? 10.
Yeah, we are.
Lovely. Well, does also have his payload available as well, so that's going to be a big factor going in towards this, and it seems as if Arma team are running directly into the Lion's Den in this case. Wuskin going to push on through as soon as he sees one player, and that's going to get popped surely. Oh my god, if any time you would use Spicy, it would definitely be that situation. Zeke takes him down, but the round is so fun. Smiles all around from Fnatic there. That was how to, yeah, even Carbon's laughing.
That's the best use of the shockwave I've ever seen. It was so perfect.
What was it?
It was spicy.
Lovely. Anyway.
Back into this one. Picked up a lovely shockwave there. He loves that. He loves it. Fair play to him. Actually picked up 2 with the shockwave there. Now
keep
one round away.
His, reactive armor as well, so that should help Fnatic surely close this one out now. And do you believe, is Tommy sniping in the middle?
I think
he might be. Anyway, we'll stay on board with Wuskin, who's pushed on through. Again, Arma trying that tactic that they tried in the very first round. That worked out for them. That didn't work out for them because they didn't follow it through, but Tommy is well aware of it. This time gets outshot as he's trying to readjust. So this is the time where they want to collapse in, and we can see they're doing it now. Zeke comes in around the back, and this is what they should have done in the first round. Wuskin left all on his own. He's got his reactive on. He's not going to use it anyway. You see, they did that right that time. They got the kill around the back, and then they pushed in together and pinched them in. It worked beautifully. Why didn't you do it in the first round? Who knows? But 5-2 is now going to be the score. Arma getting themselves caught up a little bit. You said 6-2, 6-3. Looks like you're going to be just about right.
It's nice when I'm right. It's not very often.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
you gotta take them while you can. Eh?
Yeah, it's not bad. But yeah, 6-2, 5-2. Sorry, probably going to end up towards the 6-2. But I'm showing some signs of life. Much more tactically assertive that time round.
They just made the right decision. I think assertive is probably the best word to use. Yes, it was a situation that they should have put themselves in the first round. They put themselves in the situation, just didn't carry it out. Still well led by that one, but either way. Xerox does have his FTL. I mean, could they potentially use it for something here? Fnatic have just completely given up B, and it seems as if that's where Armor are going to go. And now is number 5. It is going to be Zeke. He might catch some people coming around the back if that's the way that Fnatic choose to go. We can see that Armor team a little bit later to the party. If they rotate a bit faster, they would get that down. Hindsight, wonderful thing. But Scraps is going to be set up there. Here comes the Scarab as well. Xerox is going to win that first gunfight. He's going to be in trouble here, though. His teammate does save him, and 3 members have actually go down. So really good work by Armor. They're going to push on through and get a hold of that bomb site. And the gamble from Fnatic, the setup towards A just did not work as the bomb is going down. And Wuskin in a terrible situation. 13-3 from him, though. I'm sure he would like to stat pad a little bit more. Is he going to play the risky game and try and go for kills, or is he just going to throw himself off the map? It looks like the kills are what he wants, and now he's I'm out of here.
Not chancing that one. Don't want to really go up against in a 1v4. It's going to be very difficult with that bomb planted as well. So, see what he decides to do. Just run away. Okay. Yeah, I respect that. Don't give them any points. Don't allow them to get any closer to those streaks.
Do you see a way back in for Armor? Let's have a look through the Armor team if we can see any sort of streaks coming in. I don't think there is really. Oh, okay, well, 250 off for Carbon there, and he does have his payload available as well. I don't believe that was an FTL, so maybe something a bit more beneficial for him to try and use if we can try and get another round on the board. They're within touching distance.
Yeah, well, they are within touching distance, but letting it slip away from them at the minute. 2 rounds
Active camo, so that's big.
That could be very big.
Let's just, we'll keep an eye out, Carbon, but we'll go with the attacking team. See, he's number 6. Actually, he's going to get aggressive if you want to go back to him. Is he going to do it? Yeah, this will be the time to use it. Carbon pops that active camo. He's got to make sure he gets 1 kill at least here. He's got around the back of them, and suddenly he's forgot where his thumbs are. That is really not what you want to see, and that was Armor team really not performing to the best of their ability, and Carbon looks... Yeah, there's no excuse for that, really, is there? I think I've seen better shooting from me in Publix.
That's not
yeah, that's right. Come at me, French fans. Fnatic 2-0.
I think I can see Jonas in the corners, like
Jonas
sharpening
is so
a knife.
angry.
Yeah,
he's so angry. No, but in that situation, you got to do more. You know, backs to the wall. You're on main stage. Pop the active camo. He's behind 2 of them, and it just seems as if he's sort of not making a decision of which one to shoot. And suddenly, Fnatic fly into the lead. 14-4 from Wuskin. It's a good round out of him, but you know, in that sense, I think you know the first round, Armor could have done better with that one. I think I know I keep going back to it. Carbon, as you can see on his screen there, should have done a little bit better. Maybe that smoke that we just seen was in the way. Maybe look at all the smoke around there. No wonder they can't see. He couldn't see his screen. But yeah, Fnatic looking good. And they'll take that round and take that map and move it into this next one. I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's mind what the final score of this one's going to be.
No, especially with being throwback uplink, it's a very open map, and this is where Scraps will run riot within the mid map. He's just going to just destroy anyone who goes even close to that drone. I see this one being a double-digit lead.
You think?
Yeah.
Give me a direct score prediction right
13-2.
13-2.
Doing it straight in there.
What was the calculation? Yeah, it could be worse. It could be worse. It genuinely could be, but we'll see how Fnatic do set up. I think that's a dejected Armor team on your screen, but I don't think they really would have come into this game. But I mean, going up against Vitality, as we do look at the highlights from that Search and Destroy victory from Fnatic, I don't think they would have come into this series expecting too much anyway. I think, you know, just try and learn a little bit more. Going up against one of the top teams in Europe, if not the world, you know, it's going to be very, very hard for them to take this one away. In the end, though, it was the Wuskin show. Got 4 in the first round and then another 9 throughout the rest of the rounds. And there was a couple of opportunities for Armor, as we did see in that very final round, which I'm sure we'll get a highlight of missing every single bullet. Yeah, the final kill there. But I think, you know, Armor, they've got the potential. As I've said, I think really for me, Carbon, although messed up on that last round, he's a very good player. You know, we can't see him go off on other occasions. We've seen that when they played against Vitality. They looked very, very strong in that first half point. This time, though, they are being completely outclassed, and Fnatic are really showing their worth here. And this is where Sonny's forgot his thumbs as well. Yeah, we'll keep replaying that one.
Look away now. It was not great, but These things happen all the time. Now, I want to come back to that whole Carbon last round.
I mean, we'll see in a second.
Yeah, we'll see in a second. I mean, the use of the active camo was great.
Yeah, you timed it fantastically.
And
This
unfortunately,
was
hang on, 2 seconds. There we go. There's the money shot. But yeah, go back to the Carbon issue. Like the use of the active camo was perfect. Unfortunately, I think he got a bit too excitable with himself as soon as he saw 2 players ahead of him. He panicked. He saw them and he decided to shoot them. If he had waited a couple of seconds and actually just dropped down behind, he would have probably got...
It's that composure thing again, isn't it? And we talked about it when they played against Vitality. They got themselves into positions where they could have won the game and just not quite making the right decisions at the right times. And I think that was definitely a prime example of that.
Oh yeah, I think it comes down to experience at the end of the day as well. I mean, Carbon's obviously been around for a little while, not too long. But
Couple of years. I mean, this is his first year within the pro scene, if you like, because he's just come of age, if you like. So
yeah,
I think
it'll only get better. For
him.
him.
Yeah, I think he's somebody who could definitely grow into it. I think everyone looks at Whalers as being the best French player at the moment. I think Carbon would definitely have a shout in that as well. And I said he's just going to get better and better and better. So we'll keep an eye on his development as the years do go on. But moving into this one in the present, it's going to be Retaliation uplink, and again, a tall order here for Armour Team Fnatic. A very strong uplink team as well. Their best game mode in MLG Dallas, and I'd expect them to continue that form here against Armour. We're going to go over with Wuskin straight off the bat here to see what he can do. Can he inflict the same sort of damage he was doing in the S&D in the uplink as well?
Yeah, I believe it's a 75% win ratio actually for Fnatic in their for their uplink at Dallas. So,
and it's such a big thing as well, isn't it? It can be the sway. Like, okay, you go up against a team who are better at hardpoint than you, but you're better at S&D. Then you win the S&Ds, and it comes down the uplink. If you're winning that 75% of the time, you're going to win a lot of series.
Yeah, happy days.
Look at that maths.
It's easier.
Like that.
Better maths for you on a Saturday, because nothing says Saturday like maths.
Right. I'll let you away with that one.
Okay. We'll skip over that, and we're going into this one anyway, guys. It is just a mid-map massacre at the minute, just trying to get a bit of control, as Drone does seem to be going in the hands of Scraps. See if he can do anything with it. Nothing to his name just yet. No kills, no assists, no death. It's not bad.
Still got a hold of it. He's going to eventually go down. But Sonny still pushed up, aggressive, going to get taken down. Armour do get a hold of the drone, and they're going to run it down B-side S&D. They're going to run it towards Barn, going to try and get control of this area. We'll see Fnatic are aware of that happening. That's a terrible time to get a grenade out. Maxi does get taken down. Suddenly that push from Armour is shut down very, very fast. And I think in that sort of situation, you need to slow it down a little bit. I think it comes back to what we said in the hard point. A little bit fast at times, isn't it? That's to think, okay, yeah, you get 4 down inside your own base. You're not going to get all the way to their spawn in a good position by the time they respawn up. So in that case, I think, set up mid-map, get yourself some control, drop the drone, make some kills, then move on. Don't be trying too aggressive with it and really just try to take the bull by the horns a little bit too fast there. But anyway, on board with Sunny B, we can see Fnatic are building. They've got the kills, they push them in, and now they pick up the drone. They've got those lead blockers. They're going to push on through. The manual pass comes over the top. Sunny B should be able to make that kill. Zeke is the only guy left to defend this one. Wuskin should be able to put that first point in, and does so. In the end, Fnatic probably not too happy with that. I would like to have seen a dunk. Not getting those final few kills that they need. Now we see Carbon pushing on. He's going to be that lead blocker guy for Armour Team, and he's got himself into a good position, so now they need to pay attention to him as he's setting himself up in Barn. 3 kills go in. Suddenly Tommy is left all alone. Does make the kill on the Carbon though, so relieving some of that pressure, but here they come in. It is actually going to be Zeke who's going to be that lead blocker. Maxi with the 1 point through, something we've seen him struggle with a lot in that last game against Vitality, making sure he landed that one there.
Yeah, it's good use of using that lead blocker to just distract the player and cause him to focus on him, and then be able to go for that 1 point play and actually connect it up and tie it up. But if we go to this one, Carbon 6 to 7 now. Switch over to Max, who was trying to control this drone in mid-map. Nothing just yet. He sees one player, unfortunately, forgets that he does not have enough bullets to get the kill, and Tommy punishes him for it. Now, look at this from Scraps. He's pushed straight away into the opposition base. Great use of that, but unfortunately will get shut down as Karma picks up 2. Maxi picks up the 3rd.
You know what, Armour Team are in this. There's a couple of times where they've defended very, very well, where Fnatic get pushed on through and they made the kills where they need to. Now they need to set themselves up. They've always got one guy getting very aggressive here, and it seems to have worked out. It worked out last time when Carbon pushed through the bomb. They got the point on the board. They're now making the kills is the right thing, so suddenly Scraps is left around Lemon all alone. He's going to get taken out as well. Suddenly Sunny B is left alone. He's going to do some weather takedown 1, and that's just going to slow them down enough. Tommy does make a kill of his own. Maxi not going to be able to do anything there, and Fnatic were very fast off the respawn to shut down anything Armour were trying. And as we go down this left-hand side towards Silo, Fnatic are going to try and set themselves up. Zeke with that MV4 is going to shut down Scrap and any sort of advancement from Fnatic.
Yeah, nicely done there on the defensive end of things. See if Wilson can actually pick off the head of the opposite player. He's not able to, and that's a very aggressive push there from Tommy. He picks up one, Sunny trades that one out and gets the assist in the end. That's Scraps who picks up the third. So with 3 players down, this is a good opportunity to at least go for a 1-point play here, but Carbon says not today, and Sunny B will fall. So Scraps now looking to try and control this mid-map again. Nothing happening just yet, however, and Xerox trying to pick up that player from Lemon, and Carbon picks up 2 for himself.
Well, still with Carbon, let's see what he can do from the position. Armor, 1-1 between these two. Now Maxi is going to go for the wall, not going to get time to release that. Carbon's still there to do something. Sunny B shuts everything down though, and suddenly Xerox has got some cleanup work to try and do. Eventually it's going to get the satellite carrier, but it's not going to matter at that point. Just slowing Fnatic, getting that mid-map pressure. Oh, well, with Sunny B though, pushing towards Steiner, it's going to get taken down. Maxi is there, but Tommy answering back with the kill on the Carbon, who seems to be the catalyst for everything that Armor team are trying to do. They're still in this game, and it's 1-1 between these two teams. I think if you're going to be happiest, it has to be Armor. I think Fnatic are on the side where you really can't start rattling off some points. In this time and situation, though, they're not going to be able to do that whatsoever. They've been shut down by Armor at every single point. I say that, though, and they're going to get a free run home. Tommy should be able to make this dunk fairly easily, and that is going to be 2 points on the board for Fnatic. 3-1 for them now, and what was a good half from Armor just turned in a slight disappointment after such a good defensive display through 4 minutes and 50 seconds of that game. They eventually do concede a dunk and go down into the halfway.
Now, yeah, if you just let slip for just that little bit of a second, Fnatic will
They
punish
overextended
you.
a little bit, didn't they? It was mid-map. It seemed as if they put too many eggs in the basket of mid-map and get taken down in areas they don't want to be taken down in, especially when Fnatic have got 4 members up. Anyway, moving the second half, though, it's still not out of the question at all for Armor team to get a win on this map.
No, of course it's not. The defensive display that they put in for that first half was fantastic, but they just need to get that bit more aggression pushing forward. Maxi showed signs of it, and it looked good. Carbon also picking up 2 pieces and 3 pieces in mid-map as well, but it's that playing at 100 miles an hour is what they're doing, and it's it's not paying off for them. Now, if we're looking at Zeke here, he pushes past the drone onto Carbon. Carbon, again,
that makes no sense to me. It makes no sense. Carbon is leading, so he should be the one to push in and get the kills. Zeke to keep a hold of that drone, and then you go and try and get it. If Carbon is in front of you, if you pass the drone down, he can't shoot anyone. Yeah, he can't do anything. So that was a misplay, a complete misplay by me, and now we can see Fnatic going to go and try and push on. They're going to try and do something with this control they have of mid-map. They are still in the lead. They want to extend it. Suddenly there's going to be Zeke left all alone. He's got some defensive work to do. Scraps going to slow this one down, and you see this is the situation. They're doing the right thing. Scraps is just going to push up. He is last alive, but they take that time. They do it at the right times. Fnatic potentially might overextend a little bit here. They're going to go through Barn, and it seems as if Armor are just going to run directly into them. Tommy pushing up and just negated away from any sort of control that Armor were potentially going to get there.
Do they know that they can drop the drone? Because it always seems like they're running head-on into trouble. They put the drone down.
Just run at him. Just run at him. It's fine.
It's fine. You just go for a beatdown. It's not going to work out for you. Just put your drone down and then attack from there. You have the gun in your hands to be able to do something with it. You can't do anything with drone unless you want to try and pull off some miraculous beatdowns. But, you know, I've seen weirder things.
Scraps is a nice and easy point there as Fnatic do push on through, and that seemed to be a bit of a sloppy point. If anything, Xerox is going to pick up the final kill on the Sunny B, but Wuskin is there to clean things up mid-map, and it just seemed to be that Armor's defense just dropped that little bit that we didn't necessarily expect. So Wuskin going to hold down mid-map here, looking towards the restaurant. He's going to get the second kill as well. Yes, he is. Zeke did answer back with a kill on the Scraps here as well, and the pressure is just all coming from Fnatic. They're not going to get a hold of this drone and run it down silo side. The overdrive is popped. Sunny B should have a fairly easy run, and this should be a 1-pointer at least. Going to look to loop this one in. Does so. 5-1 Fnatic.
Yeah, and this is much better for Fnatic now. They're starting to push in it, force the errors from Armor. Now they're just making them crack just a little bit, and you can see that all the players were down from Armor once again, and the setup from Fnatic is just perfect. The way they are manipulating the spawns and being able to just pick up the drone and just relay it through. Yeah. Easy points.
Yeah, Armor overextended for that one, but we're a little bit slow. They might be in a position to do something here, though. Not far away from his overdrive Carbon, just going to be a little bit too late for that one. That 1 pointer looks not too bad. The interception comes in from Tommy just about as he's going to get the kill as well, of course. The game changer himself, I know he hates that. That's the only reason I said it.
Why does he hate that?
Because Brycey made it up.
Oh, right, okay, makes sense.
7 kill streak out of Wuskin. 23 and 15 here now. I think that one's just slipped out the... Let's see if he can move on. I can hear the analysts in the background, and that wasn't funny. I was observing at the time. They were just mentioning the time that Punny made a bad play, and they said it might as well have been Tunny. I take offense to that.
I probably would as well, but at the same time, I have no say in that one.
That was a terrible one.
Yeah, he's kind of just missed it a little bit there, but I don't think it matters at this point. With 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock, with 6 points in the lead, and quite a solid defensive play from them so far. I can only see Fnatic seeing this one out.
Yeah,
nice and easy.
It seems as if Fnatic have really just upped the gear here in this second half. They've made the kills where they need to, just get more aggressive. And they push towards them, and they should be able to clean this one up. And here we go. Scrap's going to just help out his teammate down this left-hand side. I think it was Wuskin, the twin brothers, working fantastically well. The pass is coming in. It's like watching Barcelona. Goes in 9-1 now.
Not quite Barcelona. That one bounced off of the line and slightly missed pass, but I'll give you something close enough. 9-1 now to Fnatic, dominating lead with 38 seconds left on the clock. This one is all but over. And what a performance from Fnatic. Armor has had signs of life. They had tiny moments.
They did for 5 minutes. It just seems as if the second half it has completely run away from them. Maybe Fnatic, as said, they just maybe upped that gear a little bit, and they really have just dominated them on every single front. Suddenly Maxi is left all alone looking at the scoreboard, though. Tommy dropping 30, Sunny B dropping 28. So good work from Fnatic. They are going to walk away as winners of this map and this series. Looking good from them. Armor team presented a couple of little questions, but not enough in the end. Fnatic showing their strength here. They're going to walk away as winners of this one, 3-0.
Ah.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, that is Phil touching me.
I like to touch you, Bryce.
Does not
Very good
surprise me.
friend. I'm going to move up, actually, Bryce. Just get a little bit closer. I've not been in this seat. I'm very excited. Sorry.
Just ruin the entire intro.
Sorry.
Every part of the
You know
intro.
what? We brought the outro in. It was all good, ready for Brycey, and then
Well, it was average, which is about your usual standard.
hold on.
I don't like being sat in the middle of this. Can we just switch places?
You can always go.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
leave,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
actually fine. All right, let's get into this game. It was a 3-0. It was a hot 3-0. We kind of predicted that would actually happen as it come through. Let's start with the positives we can take away from that game. Phil, I saw you watching, taking notes.
I was. You know, I know Rated was sat here before. He was the dedicated analyst, but, you know, I've just been thrown in the deep end. However, Fnatic, they just did what they needed to do. 250 to 132. On the hard point especially, they just look kind of the dominant force. And it's not, you know, unexpected. Going up against a squad like Armor team, it's a scoreline that I'd kind of follow on to the search and destroy. Uplink I thought would be closer, though. Uplink I thought maybe a little bit more points would have come out from Armor team, but it's just been dominant. Fnatic looking strong, going into obviously Sunday, they'll have that on their mind as well. S&D keeping up the reputation as well.
Yeah, Ray didn't seem to particularly like that reputation. He thought it's just one event. We'll see. We'll see how that pans out actually for Fnatic over the rest of the weekend and see whether or not they get done. They actually already lost 2 to Epsilon, so
True.
It's already kind of been shattered a little bit.
I think there was a couple of opportunities for Alma to do something in that S&D as well. I think we seen in the first round where they set it up really well. They got one guy around the back, he made the kill, and then they just completely backed off. They had loads of control where they wanted it. They had them pinched in at B, and they just seemed to back off and let all that control be regained by Fnatic. So there was a couple of strange moments there, especially with that camo play in the last round, which was pitiful, actually, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of play you would have made. Anyway.
Yeah, probably.
Well, before we get too far into Thunder now, of course, he's at Call of Duty, let's throw it down to the floor for another interview with a winning team member of Fnatic.
Thank you so much, Brycey. Indeed, I am with the captain of Fnatic, Tommy. Tommy, last game of pool play, it's time for conclusions. We saw you losing that game yesterday to Epsilon, very, very close. What do you take out of this first pool play?
What, the game from Epsilon, what do I take from that?
Well, the overall pool play.
Not too much, really. As expected, we knew it was going to be a close game against Epsilon, a 50-50, if you like. We messed up a few times, as did they, sorry. But yeah, it's just as expected, really. We just want to get some practice in and then look forward to the bracket.
All right, perfect. Well, you're going to be in the winner bracket as you're going to finish second in that pool. Now, going into tomorrow, what teams do you think are going to be the biggest challenge to play against?
Well, the best teams going out are obviously your Splice, your Red Reserve. Elevate looked good yesterday. You got Millennium always up there. So any really of your top 4 in Epsilon again, your top 5, top 4 teams, anyone's going to be a hard game. The skill gap isn't really that much. I mean, we're always seen as the underdogs, which is it's fine. We're okay with that. But I think we may play Spice, so we're looking forward to it.
All right. Well, when you formed that Fnatic lineup with new players, you were talking about that it was going to need time to really gel together and get that team where you want it to be. Do you think now, mid-season, you are where you want it to be, or do you wish to be even higher?
Well, I'd like to be higher, but then again, I knew from the start that we weren't instantly going to be up there. So our aim is to just get to there by stage 1. We're nearly there. This is our last preparation for that. So hopefully this weekend we can prove that we are constantly improving, and then by stage 1 we'll show our best performance.
All right, thank you, Tom, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. And tomorrow, Bryce, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, interesting point actually brought up in that is that because Fnatic are second, they will look like they're going to have to play one of the big 4.
Yeah.
It's not a great I mean, it's going to be great for us. We're going to watch a fantastic game. But we could be, seeing one of the bigger teams go into the loser bracket straight away.
I think that's the nature of the beast, though, isn't it? Especially
well, it's either going to be Fnatic or Epsilon, right? There's always going to be that kind of that death squad walking in. But for Fnatic to go into that position, who they play, it's going to be it's going to be difficult. I think it's what, Elevate, Mill, or Splice they could play going straight out.
I mean, there's no easy games if you come second. I mean, going up against anyone who's finished first in their pools at this event is going to be a very, very hard game for anyone. So I think going into it, they'll know what to expect, and I don't think it's going to be a hard game for them. But I think if they do go on to lose whoever they're going to play, then they won't be too despondent by that, because they know they've got it in their locker to move on through that losers bracket as well. I mean, this is all like theoretical, if you like, but they've got the potential to do damage in this tournament from anywhere.
Who do you think would be a good matchup for them, Stealth? If you were going to say, right, you're Fnatic, if you could pick who they play against, who do you think they've got the best chance against? Who's a great matchup for them?
I'd love to see them play Red Reserve.
Oh, okay.
I'd love to see that matchup. I think it'd be a very close series, and I think they could just edge it out. Well, the way that Red Reserve played against Elevate yesterday, I see Fnatic possibly taking that one.
Okay. Do you agree, Phil?
I think, definitely a good shout for me. I'd be looking at Millennium. Whenever Tommy and Marky go head-to-head, even though I would say, Millennium are the better team right now, but I see that clash, and we've seen it for years upon years going back, and Tommy usually gets the better. He usually gets the better of Marky, but in recent times, it has kind of leveled out a little bit, but I think Millennium versus Fnatic would be a fantastic game to watch. But talking on the topic as well, that Red Reserve Elevate, someone has to finish second.
Yeah.
So, Red Reserve, again, they're going to have that strong winner bracket round 1 game. Great for us, entertaining to say the least. But it does mean that one team's going to enter that lower bracket a little bit disappointed and a lot sooner than they expected to.
Yeah, and a lot of people would have said that it was going to be Elevate in that second position.
I thought so.
But you know what? Their respawn looks really good. They said they've had some changes. They said their S&D, they're not worried about this tournament. They're keeping things secret right now, just in case. Which, I can kind of understand, right? Like,
yeah, of course.
I think it's a genuine excuse. You speak to some of the players here, like, we know that we're about to have a major tournament before we go to the Pro League. We've got to be careful in some of the things we're going to give away. We've got to do just enough to beat the other team without giving away our big guns. And it's a horrible position to be in, right? Because no player is going to sit there and go, oh, we don't want to win. So they're going to be always tempted to go 100% full 40. But it's all really great kind of VODs for anybody who's studying these teams. Take a little look at this tournament. So, yeah, it's definitely weighing on the players' minds as they go into this one. And, obviously Rated was very upfront about it. Yeah, of course we're keeping things back. There's no way we're going to give away stuff when we got the Global Pro League next week. So.
Makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, does make sense. All right, on that note, we are going to end that here. We're going to go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be Millennium versus Zealous. Don't go anywhere.
I'm worried that the EU we saw at Champs might have been just a fluke. If EU wants to continue to be respected or earn the respect that they think they deserve, then they need to win a major international event this year.
It honestly comes down to composure, veteran leadership, and stuff like that. I really do think these European players are here to stay and they're here to play, so they just have to show everybody that.
North America isn't as far ahead. Some of the elite level teams, they're certainly still going to be ahead, and it is a stronger field. But yeah, I think some of the North American teams actually have something to fear from some of these strong European squads.
I don't think any American respects any European player. Vice versa, to be honest. We actually want to win. I don't think they're as emotionally involved as we are. We probably play 10 times more than them. When we do beat, yeah, it's going to come back biting you in the arse.
I don't think the North American players respect the EU players right now, just off of one event last year at XP where the European players played well. I think the North American players need to see it more often for them to respect the European guys.
I don't think North American players have started to respect us. I think if anything it's took an opposite turn, but I definitely think we deserve a lot more credit than we get.
The American players have no respect. They think the world revolves around them. Some of them are okay, there's literally a handful of them that are normal, can get on with. The rest of them are so ego-filled.
I think the drama between me and Reedy definitely started because of the Europe versus NA conversation of who deserves what. And then Reedy just kind of came at me out of nowhere, and I was just like, who are you? Who have you ever been? I've been doing this 10 years and I still can't remember your name.
I do think that some of the American players do respect the EU players. Obviously they think they're better than everybody else, which is understandable. They have dominated the scene. We are getting better every year. I don't see why they shouldn't respect us.
Alors comment est-ce que la rivalité entre les équipes nord-américaines et européennes a évolué? Je dirais que elle est, malgré les résultats des Européens, restée relativement pareille. Les Américains se sentent toujours supérieurs, ils ont raison, mais ils sont quand même capables d'être battus par quelques équipes européennes à droite à gauche.
9 times, 8 times out of 10, we're going to beat them, unless we have like a really off series. Certain NA teams are just really confident against them, like our team. Like we just go into a European match and we're like, just play like we're better than them and we'll beat them.
I don't think the North Americans are going to respect the Europeans for quite some time. They're sort of in their set ways that European are rubbish. When we beat them, it's just a good look to stand up and see the look on their face like, you've been talking rubbish on us for quite some time. It's just nice to show you that it's not true.
The EU showing that champs is definitely the new norm. Give us a couple years time and we'll be winning everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Birmingham here at I-60 in the NEC. We are now pretty much at the midway point of our tournament, but still so much action behind us, but so many good games ahead. And joining me at this time to bring you this next game is Millennium versus Zealous. And we've got another pro on board. It's Shane. Shane, how are you?
I'm not too bad. I came on, you gave me some of your hair wax as soon as I walked in, so I now feel on top of the world.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't advertise that too much.
Well, yeah, my hair's just better than yours. But
yeah, in fairness, but that's just how it works. I'm okay. I just try to make people look better. I'm just a giving person. I think we can all agree on that.
I'm trying to do the same for Phil, but
yeah, in fairness, Phil's a lost cause.
He's a lost cause.
All right, now before we kind of go into this game, obviously, first thing we're going to do is introduce the other two people we are actually with. Probably be a good shout. It's going to be Jonas and Momo. So you guys joining us to cast this one. How are you doing so far?
So far, so good. It's good to see from that BT that Jonas has actually learned English now. So he's on the desk. We've given him a few lessons. He's doing very well.
I was planning to do French, but
he's a multi-talented guy. He can do many things. But in all seriousness, no, good day 2 so far. No upsets, no kind of surprises, and I don't really see this next game being a surprise either.
Well, I don't really know what to expect going into the next game. I mean, we've had one upset yesterday, like you mentioned. Not too many upsets. A few won, though, in the open bracket. But in the pool play, definitely not enough. So I want to see if one open bracket team can show resilience against top team.
All right, well, speaking of the groups, I think it's time we caught everybody up on just where everybody's gone. We've had the open bracket teams actually join us. So let's have a little look at how the lie of the land is. We're starting to get towards the end of this and looking at the bracket. So we should be able to see that just now. Here we go. All right, Group A, as you can see, Splice topping it. Then iGame, Movie Star Riders, and Black Forest Green. Group B, Millennium, Supremacy, Black Forest Red, and Zealous Esports. That Black Forest Red obviously has beaten Zealous. That's off stream. Now we go to Shane's group. Epsilon 2-0, Fnatic 2-1. Shane, you've got to win. You beat Armour Team, but this wasn't a great group for you, was it?
It wasn't like
the worst group we could have got, because I'd say we have one of the worst out of the. No disrespect to Fnatic, but they are one of the worst out of the CWL teams. So we were lucky to avoid a team like Splice. But then again, we got like Epsilon. Currently, I guess you could say the best team going into this event. They come off 2K wins in a row.
Yeah.
I don't think any UK team's done that yet. So even though they're a lower seed, they have to be one of the favourites, and they give us a good old-fashioned beating, and it just showed how good they are.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, your tournament isn't over. You're going to go into the bracket anyway, but we're going to wrap this up now with Group D. Elevate, Red Reserve, Fab Esports, and Erase. And I quickly want to touch on that with you as well. Were you surprised by Elevate taking down Red Reserve yesterday?
1,000,000%. Elevate, as a lot of people know, they were having like some interior team problems, a lot of arguments, stuff like that. And as I've been about for a long time and been in these situations where the team is poisonous almost, and it affects everyone's confidence. So for them to come in, beat, I think they came like 6th MOG recently. That's an insane win for them, and I expected them to lose pretty comfortably. But they're all insanely good players, so when they do click, which they seem to have this event, they can be the best.
Well, we'll have to find out. We'll keep an eye on everything to come. Speaking of everything coming up, let's have a little look at the schedule and what games we've had and what games are coming. So we started off this morning with Vitality versus Armor. That was a game we saw Shane play just a little while ago. Then Splice versus Movistar Riders. Easy win there for Splice, 3-0 as well. Seems to be the name of the game as we move into Game 3. Fnatic versus Armor, again, another swift 3-0. And then our game coming up. Millennium versus Zealous, and then Elevate versus Irrealize, and then Team Supremacy versus Zealous again. All right, let's get straight into this one. Millennium versus Zealous. We've got the maps. We can see how this one is going to go down. Is this going to be another 3-0 coming up? And I'll tell you what, Jonas, let's start with you in English if you can.
I'll try. I'll try my best, but it's only getting better. I would say yes, it should definitely be a 3-0. I don't really see Millennium slipping up. There are a few teams in CWL teams that I could see slip up against the lower teams, but Millennium isn't one of them. To me, that's one team that's always going to play consistently, especially against a small team. Then perhaps they're not going to beat Splice, but at the same time, I just think it's very, very solid against the slower team. So I don't really think that Zealous, as good as they can be, can do it.
All right, Shane, tell me a little bit about the Zealous team. I know you know a little bit about them.
Without any disrespect to the guys, I mean, the only way I know them is because they spend so much time in Tommy's stream. So with a great player like Tommy, all of them boys being the Tommy Turtles, watching his gameplay over and over again, they're going to have thousands and thousands of incredible FTL plays all over the map.
Oh, really? That's what we're looking at here. Just a reminder, if you don't know the squad of this team, it's Cruisin' Trance, Jelzy, I think I said that right, and Benny G. It was said to be Tommy's Turtles all the way through this event. I don't know if they've been studying Tommy, maybe picked up some of his tricks. That's kind of an interesting thing to find out. Problem being, and it is kind of the elephant in the room here, this is not a kind of a fair test, in my opinion, for them. I mean, if they do well here, oh my God, but it's Millennium, right? They're like top 3, easy, top 2, even in some people.
Well, here's the thing also, if they do a good game here and get some confidence going, this is the biggest game they'll have to play. Their second game is going to be against Supremacy, which is not as much as an opponent as Millennium is. And Supremacy need to win badly if they want to get out of groups, because right now they are 1 win, 1 loss. So if they get the win against Zealous, they'll make it out. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on Supremacy against Zealous.
Yeah, like again, this is another one of these games where we say, if Zealous don't do well here, it's not a bad thing. It's not like we're going to expect them to win this game. I'll be honest, I don't really even expect them to take a map. It's just going to be one of those ones where they could come close. Maybe if it's a good matchup for them or a good map for them, they may give them a game here. Taking a map is a big win enough for this team.
100%. I mean, even losing, if they lose 3-0 and give 1 or 2 close maps, they can take a hell of a lot of positives from them. I couldn't think of a worse team for the Seeders team to play because Millennium may not be the best team in Europe, but teamwork-wise, I think they have the best teamwork in Europe by far. Raw talent-wise, they've got insanely good players, but they don't have some of the players like Splice do. But teamwork-wise, 100% Millennium has the best teamwork.
Oh yeah, it's a full comfort team. They just seem to be greater than the sum of its parts. I think that's one of some of the greatest thing about them. However, I believe this game is pretty much ready to go. So Shane, I'm asking you for a quick prediction.
It's going to have to be a 3-0 Millennium very comfortably.
Fair enough. All right, let's get this underway. Jonas and Phil, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Bryce. And kicking things off here, it is going to be Zealous Esports versus Millennium. Definitely an interesting one. We've got 3-0 prediction. I've not asked Jonas. I'm sure Bryce is obviously on that side as well. We've got Mark. He's renamed himself the Big Dog here, as you can see on the top right-hand corner. But kicking things off, we're going to be jumping into Breakout on Hardpoint, a map itself that can be very, very punishing. You can see those high leads gathered as well, Jonas. Am I right in saying you're thinking of 3-0?
Yeah, I'm thinking of 3-0 as well. And looking at its first map, it's definitely not helping. You mentioned Breakout being a very punishable map, and I think that's the problem. When you play against a team like Millennium, Shane mentioned, I fully agree, that they might have the best teamwork in Europe. So it's going to be a very tough affair for Zealous. And they scored the first points, but Millennium focused on keeping the important rotation for the second hill that is going to come in 10 seconds on to cell block, which is much more important than the middle one.
Well, Nicky Nelson starting things off 6-0. Looking to extend on that, 125 away from that Trinity rocket. Could be the catalyst to the victory. Runs out of bullets, can go for the melee. Not going to happen as Benny G does take advantage. And you may be a little bit unfamiliar with some of these names as well back home. But Zealous Esports, they've found themselves all the way through their open bracket. I believe they've already lost to a Black Forest squad, their red squad. So if that's anything to take going into this game, you would, of course, have the heavy favorites of Millennium. But currently a 30-point lead favors Millennium. The spawns favor Millennium. Look to the top left there. They're all spawning out here. Millennium have a very strong hold, and Nolson are already using that Scarab.
Yeah, very strong showing from Nolson already, going 8-1. He's had a pretty good tournament this far, Nolson, and a pretty good season. So definitely looking towards those performances. And you can see on the minimap, now it's just a wall from Millennium, just controlling the map, knowing exactly where the Zealous players are going to be spawning, and it becomes a very tense situation. Now we are onto the very important rotation for that graveyard hardpoint.
That was a huge kill coming in from PD there.
Yeah.
You've got to watch out for number 3,
So
Benny
hot,
G.
yeah.
Just coming from behind. PD deals with him, no problem at all. However, the comfort and the support comes in for Zealous Esports now, and they will have a little bit control over the cave, but Millennium already score streaks will be coming in shortly. If Nolson did pick that up, I'm not too sure. Actually, there we go. We're going to see the Trinity Rockets firing down. Nolson and Trent are going to trade things out, but the lead is only being extended right now for Millennium. And this is what Shane and Bryce are talking about. You know, they are consistent. They do have that, you know, that teamwork, if you like. They are not a team that rushes to jump on a hard point. They're more than happy to sit back, slay it out, and then get those points. However, this time it has favored Zealous, and they will take control here of the graveyard.
Well, will Zealous have enough awareness to know what's coming? A full pinch coming in from Millennium, and despite those 2 kills, Millennium is going to be in control of that graveyard hardpoint again. And this is what Millennium is so good at. You said laid back, but also pinching correctly to outspawn the opening teams, and exactly what was the downfall of Zealous on the graveyard control. Now, it's going to be onto the next hardpoint. Pretty good positioning from Zealous on your minimap. They're going to be controlling the hardpoint. But again, those important engagements on the hill are being all won by Millennium. That's a huge issue.
Well, he named himself the Big Dog, as he does say in this tag. But this time he gets taken down. We're going to see PD slide in as quick as that. Finds one. Going to be tagged from the left-hand side, but finally will fall down. That's Cruisin coming in. And the commissary does look in favor of Zealous. You can see Millennium spawning out towards the middle. Keep your eyes on number 6 as Nolson is going for those spawns. Is taken down by Trans. Fantastic stuff here from Zealous. Showing a bit of light, Jonas. You know, we saw Splice. They were 115-5 up against some of these open bracket squads. Zealous definitely meaning business.
Definitely showing their worst, like you said, Phil, and very important kills in the back of the hill from Trent, actually picking up to making sure that Zealous could stay in control of that commissary hardpoint. And this is the same scenario that we keep seeing on Breakout. We see time and time again where once a team can set up for one hardpoint and they get the early rotation, they get a very efficient control, and just like this, Zealous is going to be back into this game 86-79 at the end of the first rotation.
Okay, so 1 rotation down, and we have 6 points between the teams, a lot closer than I thought it would be. PT not finalizing that second kill, but he will have his payload available. 13 and 8 for him with 37 seconds in the hill. No one currently on the rooftops right now, but it's going to be PT himself alongside Moose, who will be gathering the points up. No lead change just yet, as Millennium will try to extend their lead, but keep your eyes on Zealous. They're all going to be pushing through those showers.
Well, they just lost spawns for P2, so it's going to be a complicated one. Now they're going to have to flood into the first hill and trying to push at the same time to go for the second hill spawns. And I'm looking at the scoreboard. Nolson still going big, but PD as well. A bit of a quiet game for Moose, but especially
Benny G. He needs to wake up during the second rotation because his team is doing really well. They've just picked up that central hardpoint and are going to be able to come back in a little of lead. But now, here is the problem. They do not have control of the spawn for Cell Block.
Okay, so Millennium disciplined as always. Zealous do take the lead for now for 4 points. However, I'm sure Millennium won't be unhappy with that. They do have these rotations locked down for the Cell Block. We're going to see Moose get the better of Trance on rotation as well, and this is fantastic news. If you're a Millennium fan, 3 do fall. PD still with that payload available, but not being able to use it yet. He doesn't need it. You know, so far so good. All he's doing is putting bodies in the ground, and we're going to see Zealous struggle here. There's 40 seconds left here, Jonas, and you know what? Millennium can saturate every single one of these points.
They absolutely can, and 30 seconds left is probably going to be the last push for Zealous as they pick up all the kills, but Trent's actually killing his teammate, yet they're going to come in for an amazing break, kind of out of nowhere, able to pick up all the Millennium players, get back in control of that Cell Block hardpoint, and get back to the leaderboard. Once again, they are still tying the game up, and it's going to come down to those rotations. Millennium is always early for the past 4 hardpoints, but they're not able to stay in control.
The one thing I can see is Millennium seems to have learned. I know they got broken on the cell blocks here, but they did get the rotation onto Caves a little bit sooner. However, this is going down for a 1v1. It's going to be important. There you go. Fields is going to get the better of PD, and this time he's not going to jump in. He's not going to be overzealous. He's going to be a little bit, you know, reserved, if you like. And
that was a huge kill from Marky, because that was very well played on the side of Zealous, just playing patiently, and Marky just flying in with the headshot. Now both teams are fighting for control. Nolson is going to die, looking good for Zealous. They could well break into that one, but as I say that, PT and Marky just very well organized and good communication, covering perfectly each other.
Okay, so close games, something we don't usually see on Breakout with one team, you know, being in that Global Pro League, of course. Zealous finding themselves through the open bracket. We're going to see Millennium close out the last 20 seconds. We've got Trance maybe looking for one more shot, is going to get taken down by Nolson, but you've got to think about that commissary, Jonas. 13 seconds left. That rotation definitely favoring Zealous. Millennium, they're going to try and brute force this. They've got Scarabs available. They've got the payloads as well. Will they push in? Will they use them now? We'll have to wait and see, but right now, we've got a 30-point lead going into this. Millennium looking strong, but I will say Zealous definitely not rolling over without a fight.
Oh, Benny kind of waking up. We talked about his difficulties in the first rotation, now on the 4-kill streak, which means it was going 6 and 16, now going 10 and 16, definitely stepping up for that commissary at hardpoint. Zealous in command of the hardpoint. Only 20 points deficit. They could well come back. This is going to be a very close one.
This is twice now that Zealous has dominated this commissary. Millennium need to change something up because their rotations, I feel they're being a bit sloppy. They're maybe being a bit complacent here. Cruisin'. Big 2-piece for Cruisin'. Trance is on a 3-kill streak before taken down there by PD, but Cruisin', he's still on a roll. He's nearly got 50 seconds in that hill as well. And again, we see Zealous take the lead. This commissary, I'd love to see one of those things because they have dominated both rotations of here. Fieldsy getting a nice double. Benny G still on that scoreboard as well. Millennium, I've got to say it, they're in dangerous territory right now. That 200 mark is coming up for Zealous.
This could be the upset that we've been waiting for. Zealous, we said they were underdogs. We might have underestimated them. Going into that first high point, they're now giving everything on Breakout. 191 to 168. Last rotation. Millennium in control of that first hill. We've seen them in the previous rotation. They got broken at 30 seconds, and then they had the correct rotation. It seems like the exact same scenario. Can Zealous change it around?
PD's on fire right now. 25 and 17 there, a 5-kill streak before you shut down Fieldsy again. Another 2-piece. I've seen it time and time again.
Screaming.
And they're getting hyped over here. 28 seconds left on the central rooftop. Does Millennium give them these points? Because they back off too early, and Zealous, they could be on the verge of taking this because Millennium, they need to think about that rotation. Benny G's getting behind enemy lines, picks off one, shut down by Moose, and now Millennium, they have the spawns, they have the rooftop. This is where we could see a turnaround, Jonas.
You could tell on the map that they were hesitating whether they had to challenge or focus on the rotation, but it was too many points to give away, and they did the perfect break to get the last points off that middle hill. They're still not back in the lead. However, big gunfights going down in the rotation. They're going to be playing for the spawns. This is it. That cell block is so important.
That's a huge kill from Marky right at the back there. We're going to see Benny G trade things out with Moose, but the spawns coming in. PT and Marky B doing damage, a triple between the two, and now we're going to see Millennium dominate the cell block. This is the part where Zealous, if they just overextend, if they just keep pushing this wall run, this could be dangerous. Fieldsy picking up a big one, traded out by PD, and now we have a 2 versus 3. The numerical advantage favoring PT and the boys of Millennium. I've got to say, it's looking strong. Trance has just used
used his payload as
Whoa,
well.
just broken in, and they needed 3 seconds of contest, so Millennium couldn't finish on that one, and they just got it, and they're looking to secure more. Now they need to secure this point, but they also need to think about the rotation for Graveyard, because neither team can finish on that one. Millennium breaking in, but no teams close to the rotation right now. It's all going to come down to the Graveyard.
Right, whoever's opposite, I want to see my eyes on PT. PT is flanking right around the outside here. They will be making a big mark because, yes, the Graveyard is important, but because they're all looking one way. Millennium, they're fully committed. They're going for this flank. They've got the Scarab. The FTL jump is available. Big entry kills. They're going to split that one. Jonas, 3v3 now. This is big. This could change the game right now. Moose and PD combining. Fieldsy answering back. FTL jump boost. And then we see PD finally fall.
last one alive, needs to go huge, but Marky B finds him, and Zealous is going to be so far away from this hill. Millennium should be able to close it down. Cruiser needs to go big, and it can't. And Millennium is going to take map number 1, 250, 226. What a close map, Phil.
Yeah, definitely a lot closer than what we thought it would be. You can see still cool, calm, and collected from Millennium. It's the same old same with Marky B and the boys. You know, they don't get super hyped. They don't get super emotional about these games. Bit of a smile from PD. Not expected when only winning, you know, by 20 points, but credit where credit is due. You've got to look at that Zealous squad, and they perform well. They put some time in. They're putting some effort into this series, and do you know what? I think we might have a game on our hands.
We definitely do, and you pointed the directions. And it's so funny, because if you look at the faces, Zealous were actually really happy with how they performed. You can look at the faces. They don't look so disappointed, even though they could have taken it. But Millennium, on the other end, looked maybe a little bit scared.
They know they're beatable right now. They're sat there like, come on. I mean, yes, we just lost that. However, 20 points, we could have won that. Couple of kills on either rotations, that could have gone either way. Millennium may be thinking, you know what, we underestimated this squad right now. But Benny G and the boys of Zealous, of course, will be wanting to make some damage. They've already taken one loss, I believe, in the pool play. They've, of course, found themselves here, which is an achievement in itself. But these guys are, you know, aspiring professional players. They're wanting to obviously make things like the CWL, the Global Pro League. It's the big goal at the end of the day. In this young squad here.
Definitely showing a lot of good things, especially Cruisin really impressed me during that map number 1, picking up many kills, and Trent holding the spawns many times, especially. He was great as well. Actually, pretty much all played great. We outlined Benny, maybe not having the greatest of games. Slow start, but then picking it up. And really, if you look at it, Millennium, they secured very well the first, second, and third R point. But then when it came down to that commissary, it is really where Zealous built their comeback and their lead even at some point. Now, watching back to the replay, that cell block hardpoint was definitely where Millennium built their victory.
Yeah, I think if you kind of split the hills up and just kind of think about it, you know, logically, the cell block Millennium dominated. Yeah. The commissary, that was Zealous's. Central rooftops, I would think that was kind of split, but when it came to the graveyard,
it was a little more Millennium, though.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more Millennium, but I do think the graveyard, it was just controlled a little bit better overall by Millennium. Nevertheless, we're going into a Search and Destroy next. I believe we're heading over to Crusher. And this is where I do worry for Zealous, because I know how strong Millennium can be. You got PD, obviously first pick Pete, as we like to say.
Yeah.
Very, very aggressive, under the command, of course, by Marky B. But we said about the Tommy Turtle joke, you know, we've kind of thrown around there. Benny G. Benny is the one player which I know more than the rest, I would say, but he's a player who is grinded day in, day out. Search and Destroy tournaments, whether it's respawn or not, he's there, you know, and he's ready to improve and play. And he kind of said to me, before, I think he was one game away from making pool play, and he was like, I've got to make pool play. I've got to make an impact. And I can say right now, if you're watching this, Benny, you've not only made pool play, but you're making an impact against one of the top European squads right now. Unfortunately, do fall 24 points.
Well, they can be proud. You know, again, you say he wants to do an impact. He's going against Millennium. Players that have been professional. They've competed in CWL Season 1 and Season 2 last year. They competed at COD Experience this year. Again, they've competed against the best that the world has to offer. Yeah. Benny, where has he been? He's just a brand new player coming here and with his team showing, you know, his worth to a team like Millennium. It's a big achievement in itself. So he can be proud, and now they can give it all. They know that Millennium is going to be beatable. But on the other end, I feel like Millennium may have not shown their best in that first map. I think that they were maybe underestimating the other team.
I mean, Millennium are a squad which, for me, can push the likes of Splice. You know, this is a top European squad that can push those North American
Giants, they can push the European squads as well to the max. And, you know, when you see a squad like Zealous, you know, testing them, it's really good to see. And it does show that the skill gap, you know, it's been kind of dubbed as, you know, a very large gap between the amateur and the pro scene, which I don't disagree with. But it is great to see these, you know, amateur players kind of coming through, making open bracket runs and saying, you know what, I don't care what title you've got, what your gamer tag is, you know, I don't care.
And if we compare it to the other amateur teams that made it off the open bracket, Arma got destroyed by Fnatic earlier on. They lost to Vitality, which Vitality haven't looked so great so far. Forgive me, Shane. And then last one was Movistar Riders, who got destroyed.
So well, it wasn't the prettiest of sights. However, second map is underway, and we're going to be jumping on to Crusher, Search and Destroy. And on the attack, this time it's going to be Millennium, and straight away PD will be the one with the bomb, and it looks like they've got a target in mind. They're going full force towards A, and I tell you what, no one is in the mix, and we're going to see the bomb go down. But however, as this bomb does go, we're going to have 8 players still on the battlefield straight away. First blood is going to go to Trans. Marky B does fall.
All right, this is going to be a 4-on-3 retake, but Moose and PD are both going to find kills, and just like this, they're going to fight all 4 to go up 1-0. And it was pretty well played from Trans to find that first blood, but then they weren't really organized. They just went one by one and tried different gunfights rather than sticking as a unit and go for the trades. We talk about it time and time again. You've got to be able to put your team in a situation where your teammates can trade if you die in your gunfights, because you're not going to win every single gunfight.
No, certainly on. And as we flick things over to the other side, Zealous will now take the attack. And let's see if they go for this very, very standard B push, which we see time and time again. But this time, keep your eyes on Nolson. He's getting aggressive. He's already on the B bomb side. And you know what? Jammer grenades coming through in abundance.
Marky and PD could be the difference makers. They're going to be pinching the Zealous Esports lineup inside that B bomb site, and PD is going to find 2, Marky B going to find 1, and just like this, run over 2-0 to Millennium. Very convincing.
That's what I love about PD. He's such an aggressive player, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But when he does it, he just does it with so much confidence. And, you know, to pick up a 2-piece on the flank like that, it just shows what a remarkable player he is. And, you know, he's not changed. You know, he used to be that kind of North American kryptonite. It's like, what is this kid doing running at me? People obviously are aware of his playstyle right now, but it doesn't seem to be stopping him. Millennium 2, Zealous 0. As we go on to the attack, we see PD leading the squad with 3 kills. Moose, though, this time will be taking the bomb.
Well, they didn't have the best of start on map number 1. Maybe this is the same scenario where they're going to wake up a little later. Benny G is going to pick up first kill, gets traded straight away by Pity, but the beatdown comes from Cruzen, picking up 2 kills, and this could be the first round on the board for Zealous. But the captain, the Scottish Marky B, is going to be in a 1 versus 3 situation and not going to be able to produce anything. Zealous get the first round on the board, 2-1 to Millennium.
Okay, so for these amateur players, for me, definitely a big, you know, just a sigh of relief right here. You don't want to be losing 3 rounds back-to-back and just thinking, you know what, this game's over before it started. They've got the first round on the board. They've got a couple of kills as well, which, you know, should give them a bit of positivity for this. And Millennium now will go back onto that attack. And, no, correct me. I do apologize. Zealous, of course, now will be on the attack. But PD already has that payload. I believe it's FTL, so again, not too impactful, if you like. But will we see the same over-aggressive Nolson? It looks like we will. Jammer grenades are coming through. It looks like it's rinse and repeat for the boys on Millennium, and they're pushing forward. The call-out will be made.
Well, Millennium bet everything on A, and right now, Zealous chose the same strat that they did in the previous round, which is attacking B. Now, the bomb hasn't been planted yet. They're going for the kills, and they're just going to find 2. So now, a 4-on-2 situation for PD. Almost finds 2. Philgy, really impressive, picks up 2 as well.
I like the way Cruzen's really utilizing that shockwave. He's just beating down, ground pounding some players. A 1v3 for Marky already. Only picked up 1 again the series. But again, this is a position where you've got to defuse the bomb. His location's been revealed. It's almost no hope, no prayer for Marky. Maybe he's just going to get it or try and pick up a couple of kills.
Probably not the best of weapon to be left with in a 1v3 situation as well. With the A-Rad, you've got to go for those short-range gunfights. And right now, he's very limited options to go on the left side. So you've got to go into that choke point in the middle map. And he's not even going to try to do so. Just salute and then using basically nothing.
Oh,
yeah, he's just waiting to die.
Yeah. You know what? Zealous just thought, forget this. He's doing my head in. I'm pushing forward. Takes him down. Marky does fall. And we're going to see things tied up. It was actually Benny G who gets a little bit aggressive there. And he's going to find himself another kill.
He couldn't even go outside the map to commit suicide on the left side of the map because they were watching there. So he had no choice but give up that kill, which he did. And Zealous now 2-2 coming back straight into the game and answering back to Millennium. That was up 2-0. Now Millennium back into the attacking side. They're going to switch their strategy. They heavily favored A so far, but right now it's a middle map rush. Cruisen's going to find one more. And just like that, again, Filthy with the kills, but Nolson fights too as well. It's a one-on-one.
1v3 now, a 1v1. Nolson finds him. It's not going to be good as we do see that high flying player from Zealous taking him down. Mocky almost laughing there. Definitely, not worried, it seems.
Yeah,
they're not fazed by this, but it was Benny G.
With how the game has panned out so far, I'm just wondering what's going on in Millennium's mind, because they do not seem concerned. And even when they were winning rounds and when they won that map #1, they didn't even seem happy. So they have a tricky one. Zealous definitely trying the best.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 rounds back to back. You've got to hand it to them right now, stepping up. And for me, again, there's one player in my mind. It's Fieldsy. He was great in the hard point. He's standing out for me in the search and destroy. But this time, we're going to see trades out. Marky and Nolson are going to get the better. However, tallied up and evened up there again by Fieldsy. A 2v2. Nolson and Moose will be pushing forward. Can he find a double? Not going to happen. A 1v1 for Benny once again. Can he come off better? I don't think he realizes him. He's not used to that one.
And you know what? That was kind of ironic because the 1v1 he won, he utilized, obviously,
the in-game mechanics. This time, it's the one that came back to bite him in the butt. It's going to be Moose putting him to bed.
And Moose just making sure that Zealous does not get too much of a lead, tying things back 3-3. A lot of composure coming from the players on Millennium in those 1v1 situations. Obviously, now we're on to round #7. Millennium back on the attack. They were not able to win the previous one. And they kind of seem to run out of strategies. They went out to that A-bomb site, and when it stopped working, they went mid-map, and nothing kind of worked.
Benny G's on the flank. Benny G is pushing forward. He's getting very aggressive. He's on the ground
he's
at the
got
moment.
the first kill.
Picks up Marky B, and I tell you what, he's making his move here, and he is not afraid to go toe-to-toe with these.
He picks up one more, and 2 again. He never picks up 1 kill. It's always 2 at a time. Fieldsy is having hell of a time here. And 4-3 now to Zealous, only 2 rounds away from picking back #2 and tying the series 1-1.
Nice plays from the boys of Zealous there, and still smiles and laughter all around coming from Millennium. Not sure why right now, because they could be being pushed to the limit. This is a really important round though, Jonas. This one is, 5-3 and tying things up. It is kind of that, maybe the catalyst to the victory or the loss here. But Cruisen, Benny, and Fieldsy all have their payloads. They've got a Scarab as well to play around with here.
I'd be pretty confident if I was them right now. They've got all the tools to end up that map. They've got 3 payloads available. Only PT got is, and I believe it's FTL jump, same as Benny. But right now they're going to do that same strat that they've been using the whole time, which is go heavy on that B-bomb site, and Millennium has not been able to answer back to it. Now there's someone on the flank, but it's going to take a long time for him to be here.
This is a 2-2 pinch. PD and Moose are waiting here. Nolson and Marky need to push in. They need to do it together. PD finds one. Nolson and Moose will be pushing forward. The trades go out, and it's all in favor. Millennium, they're under pressure right now. Nolson, another 1v3, picks up 1, but it's not going to be enough as we do see a 5-3 lead now, but payloads were invested. And almost shaking his head, Marky B's thinking, what's going on right now? What is happening? And I tell you what, you're being tested, buddy.
I'm not sure who lost that gunfight to Cruisen, but Cruisen just snapped on him.
I think he had reactive armor. I don't know if he used it there.
He might have. You may be right. But that was still an impressive gunfight one, which now puts Zealous back in the lead. And you might be right, because Cruisen had his payload, and he now doesn't. Now they've got an opportunity to come back into the series 1-1, and with the way they've looked in response, they could well take the series.
You know what, definitely do not count Zealous out right now. Of course, you got another search and destroy coming up, big fix, push to the fist, but FDL jump from PD. Is he going to need it? More than likely not, but one's going to go high. The trade should come in. It does go in favor of Millennium. Nolson's going to be tagged up, and PD still doing business on the backside of this match. Again, not going to find #3, but a 2v2. This time it favors Millennium. Can Cruisen pull something special off? There we go. Ground and pound, a 6-3 is the final scoreline. Jonas, we got a game on our hands.
Well, that's what we said after the first map, but I didn't think they were going to be able to take the S&D. They just played so well, and Fieldsy and Cruisen.
Mark is laughing. Mark is thinking.
Playing so well.
How many times did Cruisen use that?
I don't know.
That was 3 did he get a double kill at the end there with that?
Yeah, I think he did. I really think he did. And he had so many during map #1. It's just, like, we don't see many of them. You see a few throughout the series.
Yeah.
But I feel like I've seen more from Cruisen in 2 games than I have from the entire tournament so far.
Yeah.
12 kills.
Nolson especially, he's not usually the kind of an emotional player to get hyped or to kind of get down, but you could kind of even see from him, he was almost smirking. He's like, this shouldn't be happening, you know? And I'm sure they're still confident. I'm sure they're still pushing forward. Marky, you want to get rid of that? That's not going to help, mate.
The way he looks at it as well is extremely funny. He's like, what the hell was that? All right, well, enough about Marky B's lips. And talking about this series, I mean, I not only I'm in shock that the way they've been playing during Game 1, but that Game 2 was pretty convincing. Millennium went up 2-0, and the end score is 6-3.
Yeah.
So they won 6 rounds of the last 7s. And now here is the other thing. I know Supremacy is probably somewhere in the audience watching this game, and they were probably thinking, all right, we've won our game against Black Forest. We've lost to Millennium. Now we've got to play Zealous. Should be all right to qualify. But it's a completely different story now.
It's going to be interesting. I definitely don't think, I don't doubt Millennium coming back into this game. For me, I want to see Millennium use that Shockwave back on him, give them a bit of a taste of their own medicine right now. I'm sure Marky and the boys will be able to do so. But Uplink will be the real tester. The problem that I do see is if we do go to a Game 5, then who are we favoring? We're looking at a strong S&D squad, and you know, you've got to hand it to Millennium, but if we can see Zealous steal away one of these respawns, we could have a really interesting series on our hands. I mean, this is important, obviously, because of the pool play. And a man we have highlighted.
Well, we're going to map number 4 anyway.
Benny G.
We're going to map number 4 anyway. And we saw that Zealous was able to take down Millennium on our point. Sure, they didn't during the first game, but they were very close to it. So it could be very interesting. That uplink is going to be so crucial for Zealous.
It started so well for Millennium as well. 2 very quick rounds, but like you said, the last 7 rounds played, we saw 6 of them go in favor of Zealous, and maybe the Tommy Turtles, they're coming good. Maybe that's their game mode. That we just kept seeing that Shockwave coming in. I've not seen it utilized so much in one series, and I've got to hand it to Cruisin as much as the first game I gave credit to
played so well as well.
Yeah, of course.
Again, see, we've seen 2 actions at the row where Filzy picks up 2. It seemed like Filzy was never picking only one, always 2 players at a time, which is kind of worrying for Millennium because they should be able to trade more efficiently. Shane and us, we talked about the teamwork from Millennium. I've not seen this teamwork during this S&D. The trades weren't there, or maybe was it just that Zealous individually was just stepping up?
Okay, so Search and Destroy is done, dusted, and out the way. We sit here at 1-1. We're going to throw back Uplink. Jonas, asking you the question, what are we thinking here? Are we thinking this is where Millennium bounce back, or is this the momentum changer that Zealous really start?
Uplink is the game type where I look at those top teams, the likes of Millennium, the likes of Splice, the likes of Red, and I'm thinking, all right, they should be taking easily any Uplink map against an amateur team. Now, that being said, I also thought the same about the Outpoint. I thought they were going to win in a convincing fashion, especially on Breakout, but they weren't able to. So everything in my mind is telling me I should be favoring Millennium, but Zealous, they've surprised me twice in a row now.
This is the one game mode where I definitely give it Millennium.
Yeah,
this is the one game mode where Millennium have had international practice against the best teams in the world, and that is where I think Zealous fall down. I think Zealous, S&D, you know, they can play tournaments all day long, and it's definitely showing. I was very impressed with Zealous's hardpoint, but I do think Uplink, it's a different, no pun intended, it's a different ball game right now.
Then what do we say then? Do we think that if they go down 2-1 in the series, and then we go on to Outpoint Scorch, that we think that they can take it?
I'm not going to go into any game here and favor Zealous. That's just the way it is. Millennium for me are a top 3 European squad. But if they do steal a hard point and we do see that final S&D, that's
worried.
when it's like, ooh, squeaky bum time.
Yeah, it could be a little tricky for the boys on the side of Millennium. Definitely taking their time, a little bit of a break. After this map number 2, the redraft is on the way. However, as you can see on the screen, you see the boys of Zealous. They've got to be happy about this one. Hey, it could be 2-0 up for them right now. Like, if you think about that for a second, let that sink in. They're going up against a top 3-4 team in Europe, and they're doing so well.
I mean, they very well could be. You know, coulda, shoulda, woulda. A lot of, you know, ifs and buts.
Always.
But that was a close first hard point, and it was a hard point where we looked at each other and we thought, yeah, this is Millennium's. Definitely closer than expected. Search and Destroy really kind of took a turn for the worse because I thought, you know what, Millennium disciplined. they're a strong search and destroy squad, but they were kind of outsmarted on that one. You know, the payloads were used very, very well, and I will kind of reissue that. Cruzen used his payload fantastically through active armor. I think we saw, a camo at one point coming in, which really did kind of show the strengths of Zealous. But we come into uplink. This is where my eyes not only go to Millennium, but they go to the likes of PE. This is where I just see him. PE, maybe that ERAD. He can be very, very dangerous when he gets up close and personal on a fast-paced game mode like uplink.
I agree, and I want to see more from Moose as well. Moose has been playing extremely well this season, and especially back in the English tournament at Jeffinity, he was playing so well, and so far in the series, he's been quiet. Except that 1v1 that he won during the SND, I've not seen much of him, whereas PD and Nelson have been playing very well. And even Marky at some point on the hard point on Graveyard, LD Dot pretty much alone. So, not sure if Moose is in a bit of a bad day or if he's just not adapting to the opponent's playstyles, but it seems like he's not having the greatest of game. The game is very much
It is underway. We're finally underway. I think we're waiting on one of the players, or we just restarted the game. But we see the 20-second countdown coming in on the near screen. Throwback, uplink. A beautiful setting, I will say. I agree. And I will also say, in regards to uplink, it can be a very damaging scoreline if you can really kind of put your teammates, your enemies in that spawn trap. You're going to see under the tunnel there, as well as back blue. It should be an interesting one. However, 5 minutes on the clock. We will have 2 sides to uplink. If you're new here, it's simple. Pick up that drone in the middle, pop it in your enemy portal. You get 1 point for a throw, 2 for a carry capture. Kicking things off, we're going to be jumping on Cruzen here as they double up with Benny for a nice two-piece. And straight away, we see Zealous kicking things off pretty smart.
Well, Nolson answering back with 2 kills of his own and a beatdown. I think maybe he's a little upset with Cruzen getting so many beatdowns as well. But on the left side of the map, it's going to be gunfights going down, and Moose is going to take that one. Millennium and Zealous so far just exchanging gunfight, playing for map control and drone control.
Okay, so gunfights galore here as Marky B is the first to not only pick up or take down Benny G, should I say, but he's going to take the drone. He finds the beatdown possible, but no, not going to happen. A double comes in as Fieldsy takes down PD and Cruzen. Answer back. Benny's getting in the action, and Millennium put on the back foot for once. Nolson, though, last alive. His 4-on-1 has been doing damage so far. With a minute past, though, I will say, comfortable start for Zealous.
Really good kills coming on the left side of the map. Tanks for Millennium. PD and Moose are going to be answering back. And 1 more kill for PD is going to seal the deal. They're going to be able to grab the drone again and take control of the map. The Trance hiding in the corner is going to be able to take PD away, put that drone on the right side of the map, which now is a bit of a problem for Millennium. 3 are going to fall. Marky left alive in a good situation. He's going to be able to pick up the first kill. That's going to be enough time for his teammates to spawn. And especially, if you looked at your minimap, they spawn so close to that drone. The drone going to go for the 1. It's going to be intercepted.
Yeah, nice plays by Cruzen. He got the beat down. He also threw the drone. He does miss, unfortunately. I could see by the minimap it was a pretty difficult shot, and he was under pressure. Last alive. But
3 down again. Millennium is under so much pressure. Again, we've seen Zealous able to outslay Millennium during map number 1, and they're just reproducing. We were talking about heavily favoring Millennium. So far, it's really Zealous who's putting them on the back foot.
Talking to Zealous, Trance is the one on your screen, trying to move up the bike path. He's going to find himself with a little bit of space here, but Nolson is defending well. 6-4 to current KD, but a 1-point play available. Doesn't convert just yet, but that game or drone play is definitely not over. Marky's trying to run that one out. Will he reset, or is he going to push down the opposite side? Benny G's in a nice spot, though, coming from behind. Could find one. Not going to happen as PT with the ERAD, as I mean to say. This is where he's going to flourish. This is where he's going to step into his own. He's 7-7, 14 engagements already. Let's see what he can do.
Coming back to that 1-point play, I don't know if I agree with the play of coming back, trying to get the 1 point from middle. There was only 1 player alive in the base of Millennium. That player probably wouldn't have had time to stop the drone for a 1-pointer, so maybe a little of a misplay. And trying to be too safe on the side of Zealous, it could have put them in the lead. Instead, they're going to be fighting again for that middle map control, but Millennium is going to get the better out of them right now with Marky B and PD pushing, but no one is in position to get the drone, and Cruzen and Benny
are in really good positions right now.
Yeah, they really are, but this next kill is going to be crucial. If Cruiser doesn't manage to pick one up, which he does, he's traded out though, and this is where Trance is last alive. Big kills come in, the drone will not move, and I will say the last 3 minutes of this game, or the first 3 minutes I should say, I've been really impressed with Zealous. They've gone toe-to-toe on the Slane side of things, with Trance having a bit of a slow start, but apart from that, I've got to say Millennium are being pushed back, are being tested, and now the push comes through. Can Cruiser convert? He will go for the 2-point play, he makes the 2-point play. We didn't get to see it, but Marky B is going to answer back with the double. And this time, we are going to see Zealous take the lead in uplink.
This is huge for Zealous. They are now in the lead onto uplink, a map we said was going to go the way of Millennium. Yet, they've been fighting for that mid-map control, barely ever getting it. And even when they did, they didn't have anyone in a good position to go for the drone. But maybe this could be the opportunity to come back, as Nolson is in control of the drone. But Benny G and Trent's going to come back into this game. 2 kills from Benny G. And just like that, Millennium is going to be taken away. PD can't do anything about it. 50 seconds left into the game. And I think Zealous is going to be pretty happy about this first half. They're going to be in the lead. And they've shown Millennium, again, we can challenge you in any game type.
It really is, and I'll tell you what, this has been a bit...
Oh, Jen, Cruising!
Round pound, Cruising looking for the double, doesn't happen though, as he's 9-9 now. Nolson and Moose are going to shut that down. 28 seconds though, they're maybe looking for one last push. Can they convert or get a point on the board? I will say, to keep Millennium off the scoreboard for a full 5 minutes, a very talented squad they must be. Benny G, 15 and 13. Fantastic to see him stepping up, but looking like we're going to go into the half at 2-0 unless Zealous can push forward. One more play is available. The spawns are out. Marky B is not looking good here. They're going for a 1-point play. Maybe could have made the 2, but they'll settle for the 3-point lead here going into the second side, Jonas.
Well, I think he wasn't sure whether he was going to get the 2, and he wasn't even sure if he had time to go for the 2, so I like the fact they settled for the 1. But then again, what a first half from the boys on Zealous. And you are seeing smiles during this, and when they started coming back, this is not the same faces that I was seeing on Millennium during that halftime. No. They are definitely worried. The boys on Zealous, they got so close to winning on the hard point, but they take the SND now 3-0 in the lead against Millennium onto the uplink. Millennium's got to react. They've got 5 minutes to do it. Can they make it, or is Zealous going to make 2-1 lead in the series?
Well, that's a nice start there from PD, and that's what we talk about with the ERAD. Nice to kick things off. He does finally fall down. Cruising gets a double themselves. Well, Marky B on the flank here. Can't put them back on the back foot because the spawns are coming in. We've got Moose pushing forward. Nolson's got the drone. Nolson can push for a 2 here, but Marky needs to make these kills. He is going to...
Oh, what a stop from Cruising!
Not over
Marky
yet.
is still alive.
Not over yet. Marky is still going strong. He's picked up 2, finds the 3rd. In fact, that was PD, and it should be able to be converted. It will be with 1 play behind. Only Benny G to stop it, but Marky B and the boys, they stay composed on that one, and they convert it for the 2.
Marky B was so crucial. He's been alive so long in the camp of Zealous, just making them so worried. They had to take him out before they could take the drone out. And of course, they took out Nolson, but Marky was still alive, and Nolson answering back with the shockwave. Just so many shockwaves coming in, and now this is the chance for Millennium to answer back and tie things up. The interception is going to be just a little too late, and just in a minute, Millennium is back into the game.
The worrying thing is Millennium, they've got the roll, you know, they're on a roll now. They've got momentum. This is where they will start to get their payloads. I believe they've got a couple of score streaks in their back pocket, but Zealous can't just roll over here. They need to bite back, and they need to do it in great fashion. They're looking to take down 3. They do. Fieldsy again. The man who just puts 2 on the board every single time. 3-kill streak as the drone's pushing forward. It's going to be Trance. It's going to be shut down. Again, PT up close and personal with that ERAD. Not going to be able to stop it this time, though, Jonas.
Zealous answering back straight away to Millennium. They come back into the game, but gain the lead once more. 3 minutes to go, more than enough time for Millennium to go for a 1 or 2-point play, but they're showing so much aggression. They've looked much better in the second half. As I say, that Nolson is going to be taking the drone onto the right side of the map. PD pickups 3. Surely this is going to be a clear route for the boys on Millennium to go for a 2. And again, Millennium is going to go for the 2 and be on the lead. PT on the 7-kill streak. He just did everything there.
I want to see what PT is rocking, because I'm sure the path there came in for him to make the 2-point play. The score streaks may be available. Yes, they are. He's got the bombardment, he's got the scorches, and he's actually pulling them in. He wants to end this game right here, right now. He's going to lock onto 1. That's going to be Benny G. However, Cruising is going to answer back. Can he find the 2nd? He will. And now PD not only putting the high Slane side of things on, he's also doing the objective. He's got the bodyguard, of course, in front of him. That's going to be Moose. The 1-point play going in. It looks good. It looks clean. It is. And the 2-point lead for for Millennium is going to be extended. 2 minutes though, Jonas. Can Zealous get back into this?
Well, this is the Millennium that we expected to see, and Markibi is in control of the drone again, should be able to set up for the one, and he does.
Simple.
7-4. Well, it just took 5 minutes to find the Millennium that we know and love on uplink, but they've shown some great strengths, and Zealous look a little switched off right now in that second half. We're not seeing those crazy two pieces that we've seen from Cruzen, from Benny G, and even from Fieldsy. Right now, nothing's going in the favors, but they still got a 1 minute 45 to play with, and it's only a 2-possession game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, Nolson, 28 and 15. It's not all about your KD, but he's doing some great stuff. PD with the interactions at 54 right now. Incredible plays, as well as 5 points of the 7, all coming from Adam Pede himself. Now, the drone is in a bit of a limbo here. It's right in the middle of the train tracks. Trans unsure whether to push for it or sit back, play the slaying side of things, but it looks like he's going to opt for the slaying side. Cruzen and Benny's going to help out. A 2v2, but Nolson finds number 30 now, and he's going to put that one to bed. Should be able to push forward. And again, Millennium have found their feet, and it looks like they may push through the tunnel here and opt for a different route.
Manual pass coming in from PD, gonna let Nolson go in control of the drone. Markibi trying to slay in the opponent's play, not gonna be able to stay alive, but PD and Moose find the kill surely. This should be again a 1-point play, 8-4 with 50 seconds left on the game. This is gonna be a very complicated one for Zealous.
Nolson and PD just kind of changed it up here. They've stepped up a gear, they've driven it home, and Zealous cannot handle the pressure. Benny and Fieldsy are trying something. Fieldsy actually used the overdrive, and this is going to be fast and furious. It should be good, it should be in, and I tell you what, that's going to be a 2-point play. They've got kills as well. You know what, this is the problem. If they start to convert the kills here into blue, they can start a relay. 30 seconds left, Jonas. They can do this.
They need one more, but here comes the score streaks from PD. Gonna pick up Cruzen. Still possible for the boys on Zealous. FTL jump ready. 2 kills coming in. Can PT make 2? He does.
My goodness.
And that was the savior from Millennium. And Trent's not going to be able to do anything as the drone is going to be in control of Millennium again. They're going to take this map number 3 and go up 2-1 in the series, 8-6 in uplink. But this wasn't an easy one like we saw it would be. Millennium definitely struggling against the Zealous lineup.
Marky saluted in and out of the game there, and it should be directed at Nolson and PT because those two were on fire. The last half of that game was incredible to see. PD was fantastic, you know, he really stepped up his slaying side of things as well as Nolson, but the objective and the utilization of the payloads were really, really strong as well. That is going to conclude, of course, the third map. This is how it's broken down so far, if you have missed it. 250 to 226, Millennium take that. Zealous bite back with a search and destroy, which, to be honest, was pretty convincing, and a close nail-biter for Millennium is throwback uplink. That's going to be 8-6. We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes. We'll be heading into Scorch Hardpoint, guys. Do not go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the CWL in Birmingham, Insomnia 60 at the NEC. We've got a real game on our hands here. Myself, Momo, joined by the beautiful, the French Jonas here, aka Oxygen. I do miss that tag, I must say. Back from the playing days.
True. That and Slayer 1.
No, Slayer 1, now that's a throwback. Talking of throwback, we were just on that map, uplink, of course, going in favor of Millennium. It was a close game though, Jonas. A6. What are we, if I was to say to you, or ask you to recap for someone who may have just joined us after the break, what are we seeing between these two squads so far?
Well, basically, you would expect Millennium to enter this game as heavily favorites, and then Zealous just turned up and gave a real challenge to the boys on Millennium, one that they probably didn't expect. Going into game number 1 hardpoint, it was so close. It came down to the wire. And just those last few ELs, Millennium was able to keep the composure to win it by 25 points. Then going on to S&D, Zealous, very impressive stuff coming from them. Just a very convincing map. For uplink, first half, very impressive from Zealous, and they really, really dominated the whole game, but they weren't able to score as much as they could have. But then they got punished for it by Millennium onto the second half, with Speedy and Olsen just going huge to bring back Millennium into the game. It looked for a second like it was going to be a 2-1 lead in favor of Zealous, but Millennium showing why they are one of the greatest in Europe. You can't count them out, even when they are in a tough situation, they always find a way to bounce back, and you see PD. He was the catalyst of the comeback of Millennium that second half.
That was a difficult one to watch, but Nolson missed that. It was obviously finally closed out. I will say, these two teams, it's like a shockwave battle right now.
It is. It really is. And that interception was so close as well. Obviously, we didn't have changed anything because I believe we ended up with a 2 points difference. But that was a really good play there from PD. And then unlocking his goal streaks as well was so important. It saved them once as he was able to push back that Zealous lineup on the final push where they could have almost relayed. So it was a bit of a scary one. Thanks God, PD had those goal streaks. Now we're going to head to map number 4. It's going to be our point again. It's going to be on Scorch. What are going to be the important factors on Scorch?
If PT can take the momentum that he had in map number 3 into map number 4, I feel this game is almost over before it started. However, I will say Zealous on the first hard point, Fieldsy was phenomenal. Going into things though, let's kick things off. Map number 4, Millennium versus Zealous. Hard point here coming on to Scorch. PD, he's taken out straight away from the headshot of Cruisen, and Marky B's going to answer back. But we're going to go straight into the bridge, Jonas, toe-to-toe, and Millennium look like they're going to get the better for a second as Trance does answer back, not the double that he needed, as we do see the first couple of points go in favor of Zealous Esports.
But Marky B going around the back was a really good play, as it allowed to clean all the players from Zealous on that side. But again, the beatdown coming in from Nolson, just answering to Cruisen that has been hitting so many of them during the S&D, but Trent just snapping on PD. I was sure PD was going to get that kill, but he didn't. And Zealous getting the better out of Millennium on this bridge out point so far. But Millennium has control of the rotation, which is far more important.
Yeah, definitely. Looking to head over to Turbine with the lead, and Millennium, they'll happily take 15-point deficit here as they do close out the last 5 seconds. But look at PD. He's already on the rotation. We've got Marky B pushed up to the top, and we've got, of course, Moose hanging down by below. We don't really need to see PD saluting right now. PD's just happy to sit there as his teammates do pick up the rest of the kills. We're going to see one from Marky B. Can he make it 2? The call-out's going to be made, and you're going to see PD join in the action as well. Benny G and Cruisen, though, they are not scared by this Millennium squad.
Well, and the problem is Millennium just spawned out. You just seen Cruisen and Fieldsy just spawning so close to the hill. Now they're going to be able to flood in, and Marky B is going to die. Millennium spawn on the other end of the map, so they're going to be so far away. They're going to try to go for one break. After that, they'll have to focus again on the rotation.
Yeah, important that play by Nolson. You saw him hit the brakes there and wait for his team to hit the Turbine 3 go in, and which team comes off better? Surprisingly, this time it's Zealous. They do have control of the Turbine. They will close it out. They're going to break 50 points here going over to the lab. But keep your eyes on that top left, because number 3, Benny G, is already there.
He's got such a huge amount of work to do as 3 players from Millennium are already here. But Trent is going to pick up the first one. Now it's going to be a 1-on-2 situation for Benji. Going to shoot a little too early, still pick up the kill. Helped by Trent. Surely this should be a break. Millennium just spawned out. Now they're just going to flood in and get the kills. And this should be it. They should be in control again of the hard point. In just a few seconds, they were able to break in. Millennium still spawning out and the kills are being traded evenly, which means that this is going to be in favor of Zealous. If you trade evenly, but you do not have control of the spawn, then they're going to be flooding in faster than you will, and this is going to put Zealous in the lead again as Fieldsy finds 3 more.
Well, we see a bit of a different start here, not only for Zealous Esports, but Benny G had a very, very slow start in the hard point. Now he's kicking things off. Aiden a 5-4 kill streak with 40 seconds to his name. Nolson is going to end Fields' little streak here as we are going to change over to the drill. Millennium look like they have the spawns, and they will do for now, but we've got Trans pushing through the middle. PD's going to have his number in a short while, but no, Trans says no, he's going to take him down with the headshot. And I've got to say, I'm very, very impressed with Zealous and the way that they are breaking these hills. 3 kill streak for Trans, 4 for Benny G. Can they answer back? Marky with the double, but Cruzen shutting him down.
Cruzen finding 2 as well, going to be traded away by PD. Nolson finding 1 as well. Millennium is going to be in control again, but here comes another push from Zealous. Are they going to be able to win their engagements? Fieldsy finds 1. Nolson as well, 94-50. Pretty much double the points of Millennium so far from Zealous. Not too much of a lead, but definitely showing a better face in the first rotation that they did on the first map, where they were definitely not having the greatest. I think now that they have the confidence, they know they can beat Millennium, so they're just going for it. But again, PT finding 2. And Marky, the captain, stepping up for Millennium.
Well, the first rotation is nearly over, and we're going to see a little bit of a lead coming in from Zealous here. No one breaking that 100-point mark, but PT trying to get behind enemy lines, and that he will do so. Moose going to find another, and Fieldsy still in the mix, but it should be traded out. It will be traded out. Millennium take control of the bridge, and they'll be pushing them back. But you've got to remember those spawns. You've got to change things up, and Marky and the boys will know that. Marky's actually really impressed me in this hard point alone. A lot of double kills coming in, a lot of rotation kills.
The Irad is really been using that well. Now comes the push again from Zealous. They're going to pick up 2 kills. Moose is still alive. He's going to go down to Cruzen, who also finds Speedy. So again, another 2-piece from Cruzen. He's been finding so many of them, and they're also in control of the rotation. So now Millennium is aware of that, and they want to go for the spawns. Luckily enough, they're going to find all the kills that they need. Benny G still staying alive, and you just pointed it out, Phil. Zealous just spawned out, so they might be in the lead, but this is bad, bad news.
Perfect rotation from PD and Moose. I've got to give credit to them. They push around the drill. They flip the spawns with 7 seconds left now. Or should I say 7 coming up. Cruzen, he's taking people out mid-air now. He's getting beyond the joke here. You need to calm down a little bit, Cruzen, or not, if you want to take the series. But Nolson does answer back. The spawns do favor Millennium as we head into Turbine, but do not rule Zealous out of breaking this, because we've seen what they can do. They've broke it once before. Can they make it twice?
Well, they make the first kill. It's going to be on PD. He's not going to find a spawn too far out, but right there, he actually did. And now Moose and Nolson just go huge in the hill. They just defend so well, and they're going to be able to keep control of the Turbine hardpoint for a second. I really thought Zealous was going to be able to find it when PT spawned out. They're going to have to come as a unit again with only 30 seconds left. They can only afford 1 more push. But Millennium is going to take them out very easily. Now they're going to be in a little of a lead, and Zilla's going to focus on the rotation onto that next hill. Keep your eyes on PD again. PD is always in this nice situation. It's not going to find the kill. So now they know where he is, and they need to find him quick, because Marky B is coming on the other end.
He revealed his location, however, big kill onto Cruzen, and that will mean Cruzen should spawn a little bit out here. He's got the support of Moose, and you can see Cruzen does spawn over at the drill. This is the next couple of crucial kills. Fieldsy with a double. Marky answering back. Who's going to contest bigger?
Millennium's got the spawns as well.
It's going to be Marky B. I tell you what, living up to that name right there that he's tagged himself out. 23 and 12, 6-kill streak, all streaked out. The Centurion's going to be put down, and I tell you what, that is very, very important, especially on a hill like this, because that's just going to tag them up. They can back down a little bit, but Marky B has other ideas. Make it 7. Can he find number 8? The rotation coming in, they had full control of the turbine. They've got full control of the hangar. Millennium, the experience is showing through, and I tell you what, Marky, he means business. He's wanting to close this out now, Jonas.
Well, we saw it was a little unhappy at the end of this S&D. Now he's stepping up for his lineup. The captain is leading his team to victory. because if they take the hard point, they'll be walking away with the series 3-1 undefeated in full play.
Look at this. Marky on a 7 streak, Nolson on a 2, PE on a 4. It is uncontested by Zealous right now. This has been about 100 points back-to-back for Millennium, and I don't know what has just happened in the Zealous camp, but something's gone wrong. Something has seriously gone wrong.
It was 96 to 47. And now it's a 205 to 112. It's all been about Millennium for the past 3 minutes. They've just been playing so well. Now the score streak's also going to kick in.
Moki's still on a kill streak right now. He's on 8 kills. He's got 25 and 12. He's used the Scarab there. He's not made a kill, but he's got some information. Can he find it? Number 9? Yes, he can. Double-digit kill streak or score streak is maybe available. 1 minute 21 as well. He's definitely not been jumping around without putting some points on the board for his squad. But look at that, the intelligence, knowing the spawns. Finds number 10, finds number 11, and I tell you what, Marky B, he is making light work of Zealous here. 218 to 127 as we are going to see a 100-point lead right now. Let's go back to the drill on final seconds before we rotate to the bridge, Jonas. It's almost looking over now.
Well, it is. If Marky B doesn't die anytime soon, this is going to be a huge problem. He's been playing his heart out, and now he's shutting down completely that Zealous lineup. But I'll tell you what, they've been very impressive.
12.
Can they bring back a comeback? They are hundreds of points away as we head into the final rotation. PD finds up 2. I have no idea how they can bring it back with only 8 seconds needed. This is going to be it. Millennium surely is going to be able to walk away with game number 4 and win the series 3-1. But props to Zealous. They played so well, Phil.
Yeah, fantastic stuff for Millennium. And you know what? They showed their experience. That last couple of minutes, Zealous probably accumulated about 8 kills in total, where Marky B himself, he went on like a 12-kill streak, doing damage as always, but Millennium just seemed that one step ahead in those last couple of minutes. I've got to say, fantastic stuff. Millennium, take it.
All right, welcome back. Millennium take it, but it was not a 3-0. We broke the chain. And you know what? Congrats there to them. You know, they have come out of it. You know, Zealous done really well. And it's kind of weird, right? Because they actually got beat 3-0 earlier. So,
yeah.
Mill, we thought, with 3-0 as well, but that actually hasn't happened. So, I'll tell you what, Campbell, you were kind of watching and taking notes. Let us know what happened.
Well, first off, I just want to say, like, amateur organisation Zealous Esports, going into this one, you expect Millennium to be the bigger and better team, but I mean, practically every single game was close between these two. The first hard point, I really did think that Zealous were going to take it, but then Millennium just composure for me, and you know, just the fact that the professional team know how to deal with those situations. Going into the search and destroy, I mean, for me, that one you could see Marky B was laughing a little bit as well. But overall, summary of this series, I think Zealous should be quite happy with that performance, but obviously they're in a bit of a tough position after losing their first game.
Yeah, I think so. And for me, it was really interesting to see that it was Mill that dropped this, Matt. And you know what? This team looked really good all the way through. Zealous, you know, they didn't look like they come out of the open break. They looked like they probably should have started in groups with their performance.
Yeah, the one thing that I was quite surprised with, a game obviously off-stream which we didn't see, was Zealous versus one of the Black Forest squads.
Yeah.
And Black Forest obviously won that series. Judging on what I've seen, I actually think Zealous, you know, should be able to take that series. They looked a really strong squad, and this is definitely not the end of the road here for Zealous. Their tournament will go on, and I'd like to see them in obviously Championship Sunday and doing some damage.
And that raises the question, is it that they are inconsistent, or is it that Millennium just didn't play as well as they usually did? I think that Zealous played well, but now, based off this game, I would say they're going to be taking on Supremacy. Now, if I'm Supremacy, I'm worried, but at the same time, they lost to Black Forest, so it doesn't make any sense.
No, you're right. I think if Supremacy should be worried. Raid have come back into it. They've at least got a win under their belt. And Supremacy probably thought they had this all sewn up. They're like, yeah, we've got this. It's absolutely fine. Now, interesting question. I'm not entirely sure at this point. I'm going to have to go check after this just in case of a three-way tie. Because looking at it, if Supremacy lose to these guys now, lose to Zealous, which is actually now a possibility now you think about it.
It's a three-way tie down.
It's a three-way tie going down. And now, that's something I wouldn't have even considered just a little while ago. But now I'm sitting here looking at the Supremacy Zealous game going, well, actually, this could very well be for second. Or this could be very well to qualify. This is actually a way more important game than we thought it was going to be.
No, I fully agree. And Supremacy, the problem is that Millennium walked into the unknown. They didn't know what this team was made of. They didn't know how good they were going to be. So there was the surprise effect. Now, Supremacy,
they're going to feel the pressure. They might be a little worried because they've seen them play so well. So I think you're going to need to study how they played, and especially in that S&D because they played so well, and do some homework before that game because it's going to be so important. And Supremacy, there is a lot on the line for them. This is one of the highest seeded team going into possibilities of relegation tournaments.
Yeah, it's so interesting this kind of conversations come up from a game from Millennium, right? It's not even like we're talking about Supremacy. It's now that just even, if you said this before the game, we know the Black Forest Red took down Zealous 3-0. And now coming out of this game, Millennium, we're like, whoa, hold on a minute. If you can do that against Millennium, who else can you do that against? Who else can you take to a tight game? Where are the problems? Did Mill just have an off game? Or is this the full kind of peak of Zealous?
To be fair for me as well, it's kind of like that Splice game that we casted earlier on, where we were talking about that opening game. Was it just Splice kind of took their foot off the gas, or was it just a really good performance coming in from Armour team? And I think that's kind of a similar thing here as well. I don't want to take too much away from Zealous because going into that Supremacy game, I can see that one being a close one between those two teams. But I think we're going to have to wait and see which way that one does go. But like you said, there's a possibility there's a three-way tie could come from this. And you know, these amateur players are here to try and get these spots. They look up to these professional players, the likes of the Millennium players, and they want to be in those positions. And I think it's a great start for them to get their name out on a big stage like the the CWL. Sorry.
Oh, certainly you'll start paying attention once you start seeing them do well. I think that's what's so important about these events, especially big opens like this, is if you start to do even moderately well against a good team, people start looking and going, oh, hold on a minute, I remember that name, I remember them doing X, Y, and Z, and then all of a sudden, you kind of elevate, you seem to be able to maybe get better team offers. That's how it kind of goes through, right? That's how so many players start. Phil, I'm sure you started like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a difficult road to the top, and I'm not saying that I ever got there. I definitely didn't. But I will say, you've got to start somewhere. You've got to start in those open brackets. You've got to start as an unknown player. And, it doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen at one event. These guys like Zealous, they've made it to pool play, which is great. If they are the only non-pool play team to actually win a series in pool play, that then puts them a little bit above everyone else. It tells me that they're the best, more than likely, out of the whole open bracket squad. And going into future tournaments as well, we've got more CWL events coming up, and I'll be looking at them and I'll know them. I'll know Benny G, I'll know these boys. And straight away, I've already got names in my head. Fieldsy, fantastic, really impressed.
Cruisin' as well, and I think I agree with you. It puts them, this game alone puts them ahead of all the other amateur teams. And actually, we've seen Arma, they didn't score a map against Fnatic, they probably won't against Epsilon, neither did Movistar. So to me already, just the fact that they won a map against a top European team, not only that, but the fact that also every single map was close except maybe that last star point, then it puts, to me, it's put them ahead, and maybe it can put them ahead of the race for relegation tournament.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Turns out Zealous got a few fans here. Tommy's Turtles. Turns out Tommy taught them well. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, our next game is going to be Elevate versus Irrealize. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Birmingham here at the NEC. We are live at I-60, and we have another great game to come. Elevate versus Aerolyze, and my name is Bryce, and I am not alone on this desk. So let me introduce, first of all, our analyst for this segment. It's the Frenchman, it's Jonas.
Well, it's the Frenchman, of course, because there is a French person on stage right now, which not a lot of people know. So I'm really looking forward to see how he's going to play. It's a player that not many people know, but he's been rising in the amount since, called Stan. So we'll see how that goes, but I don't hold great hopes because they're playing against Elevate, so it's going to be a complicated one.
And Elevate look great this weekend, right?
They have.
All right, time to introduce the other two. As you can see, it's going to be Ton and Campbell. Guys, how are you?
I'm pleasantly surprised you were so kind there, actually.
Why would I not be kind? What possible reason could I have?
Not saying a word. I am not saying any more, Brycey. But I am good. Thank you for asking the question.
Okay, thank you, Ton. Ton 2, what about you?
Ton 2 is feeling great, yes, I'm fine, thank you. And
I'm happy that I'm number one, just
true.
clarifying.
That is very true. But going into this one, excited to see what the underdog team can do once again.
Of course you'd be Ton 1. We need to be first in something. Anyway, let's get into this game. Elevate versus Aerolyze. Obviously, again, one of these mismatches we've been talking about here. Elevate, they are the pro team, and they have surprised some people here this weekend. If you were talking about this game yesterday, you may give Aerolyze a little bit more of a shot coming into it, but right now, you just don't. And quickly, these are the players in that Aerolyze squad. I believe it's Stan, I'm trying to get this right, Mercado, Receive, I want to say that? Is that Recite? Recite and Pax?
Yeah, so all three are German.
Okay.
And Stan is French, so it's very weird team comp. And when you think Germany, you don't necessarily think of all those three players. But from what I've been talking with, from some of the pro players, they're actually quite good online, but they're yet to prove anything at LAN. So we'll see how they perform. To me, definitely the weakest open bracket team that made it out of to full play. I think Movistar Riders probably a little above that, then Arma, then obviously Zealous, who played really well. So I don't expect much from them. But again, we're quite in the unknown. We don't know too much from those guys. Very little LAN experience. I think Stan is probably the most experienced LAN player in there, with maybe 5 or 6 LANs attended. So definitely not a lot of experience. But with Zealous, we say the same thing, and they proved us wrong against Millennium. So.
Yeah, I think so. I think the big story here actually coming in this game is Elevate seeming to be significantly better in respawn than we have seen in the past. They've done it against Red. There's no reason they shouldn't do a similar thing against this Aerolyze team in terms of the caliber of the opposition they've played. I think for me, Elevate is just in one game, and it is a very small sample, have shot up in a lot of people's expectations just by doing it.
And I think that maybe we, especially after what Rated said, it made sense. Maybe we oversold their underperformance a little bit. After what you don't think?
No, no.
I agree with him in the aspect.
It was a new team, but still, there was problems in Elevate way
before.
Oh
yeah, I mean, no doubt there was probably problems as well. But at the same time, I think it was maybe overlooked, not necessarily just by us, by a lot of people. And clearly it was overlooked because they played very, very well yesterday. I'm expecting a pretty convincing performance here as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think this should be a lot about Elevate going against Aerolyze. What weaknesses do you see in Elevate right now there, Campbell?
In Elevate, looking at the weaknesses with this team, I feel like obviously we talk about this Red Reserve game, we keep touching upon it quite a lot, but I think this will prove for me whether it was Red Reserve had a slow start yesterday or whether the Elevate are actually the team that we're looking and expecting to see be one of the top contenders this weekend. Looking for the weaknesses, I guess, for me, it's just always, I have to see Reedy go off. I have to see Reedy get hyped because they always seem to win when Reedy is involved in the game. If Reedy was ever out of the game, then maybe you could see them take it.
Joe's consistency possibly one. I think he said himself that he's been inconsistent. I think I was speaking to him last night, and he said, I was really happy with how I played in the first game against Fab, and then I played like absolute. Yeah, I'll not say what he said, but yeah, you can imagine.
All right, well, this game's about ready to go. Jonas, hit me with a prediction.
Well, 25-0 to Elevate. I don't see anyone taking them out from them in that pool.
Fortunately, it's a best of 5, so we won't get that. But let's hand it over now to get this game underway. Two brothers, united by fate, bring you this game. Elevate versus Aerolyze.
I would say thank you, Brycey, but I don't think you deserve it. Moving into this one, though, it's going to be an interesting one, Campbell. I think we just want to see what sort of team Aerolyze are. I mean, I think it's an interesting to see how they're going to go into this one, but it's going to be a hard game for them either way. Yeah. Anyone going up against Elevate are going to struggle because they're playing quite well. If they play as well as they did yesterday, it's going to be a tall order, but they're the first ones to get points on the board.
That is very, very true. They are the first ones, and they are starting off strong in this one. I expect slaying power to be a big thing here. I expect Elevate to come out hard and definitely take more than likely the respawns could drop a search and destroy. You just never know how those are going to go. But I do honestly expect Elevate to come out on top. This map for me though, it's the NV4 power, and you know, you put an NV4 in Rach's hands, he can cause some damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely, especially if you can get control down bike path side. And just looking at the setups here straight away, we are seeing Elevator really get control of that barn side, and that's where they want to be. We do see one player there, Avocado, moving down towards Lemon. That's where they want to get control so they can try and retake barn. Still somebody from Elevator causing problems mid-map. That was Zeddy, did go down though, but as we do move over to barn, Paralyze have a pretty decent lead. Elevator not picking up many points in the first one, but they'll be happy enough with the spawn that they got. But here comes the engagement. Stan going down with the first kill, and the pinch is quite nice. Pax is going to come in there with a kill as well. Avocado still lingering around, and very, very quickly, he realized take a hold of barn.
The player I've been paying attention to a little bit then was rated towards the back of that lime area, was just waiting to push through, but instead it ended up getting picked off, and like you said, 3 down, and the Rays have come out real hard here. They are 46 to 7, but they have control of the hill, and they have control of the spawns as well. Player number 4 as well, Zed. Yeah, beautiful nade. Zed is a player I'm paying attention to. He's got himself up towards top restaurants. Will he be able to win the good engagement? No. And really, from the start of this one, it's kind of getting the similar feeling that we saw Zealous when they played up against Millennium. They came out really, really strong.
Yeah, they've come flying out the gates, and it's looking pretty good for them so far. I mean, kills going in all over the place. They're making them where they need to. The pinches are coming in from Elevate, maybe not as coordinated as we would like to see. We have seen Rated spawn out as well towards barn. Maybe just catch the guy coming off that, but looking towards bike path, it is pretty much down to E-Rise again. I mean, they see the first one's there. They're currently in control. Really is going to get the kill on the Pax, taking him down, and the kills are coming in. But there comes the streaks already. Okay, I mean, yeah,
it's always
them out, but there needs to be more pressure there before he puts them in. He gets kills with it though, so that's going to open something up for him. I might have saved them for a later time.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult on that hill as well, especially when the players can hide from the Trinity Rocket underneath their bridge area, but you can see Avocado, he is playing extremely aggressive. His teammate Pax as well with the E-Rad in hand does push Rated out, and so far the control is completely in favor of Erelize. Stan is inside the hill. This is a player that we need to pay attention to, as Jonas did talk about him, you know, the French player, the only French player on this roster. 12-3 so far, and I think I remember Jonas saying 6 events, so he's definitely got the experience on main stage and playing against some top teams.
Well, let's see if he can use that experience to stand off this Elevate pinch, and it does come in. Reedy is going to get a hold of that. Only a couple of seconds on by path, but we can see Elevator rotated very, very quickly towards that baseball field hard point, and they are the first ones there. It is going to be Pax coming around the back. He's going to take down one, but Watson trades that one out. Elevate should be able to hold this one down. They're the ones getting the points on the board, but you got to watch the stand coming from Cwl side. He's going to jump inside that hard point, and momentarily you realize they do have control as well, but there is Watson towards the back causing all sorts of problems. And saying that, from Cwl side, the rest of Elevate come pinch in and get a hold of baseball field fairly easily, but Erelize are still there.
One of the big things for Erelize for me, they're winning a lot of their individual gunfights and therefore making the number advantage inside the hill for Elevate not a lot. But anyway, 45-96, starting to see Elevate maybe get into their groove a little bit more here. Reedy has been kind of one of those players on the team that you could say has been going off for them. The E-Rad close quarters has been working for him as well. Watson and Rated, though, not really off to the great start here. And Stan, obviously, we spoke about him earlier, 14-6, he's going to break into the hill, but Watson is just going to turn around and find that kill. They should now be able to hold on to this scrap time, but we're going to go back towards the middle hill, which is currently going to be held by Erelize. Pax will find the intro kill there, and player number 4, Zed, is going to come through tunnels. Will he be able to break through?
The kills are going to come in. The setup was quite nice from Erelize, but they're still getting points on the board. Shots towards Tickets, gets a kill. Zed coming around, causing all sorts of problems, though. Currently on a 2-streak, mid out of 3. Just about staying alive there, though, sorry, in and around Tickets, and just looking towards the spawn. They know where Erelize are coming from, but Elevate currently in control of this middle point. Looking towards the spawns, though, I mean, nobody really got anything locked down. Zed picking up more kills, not very far off his Trinity Rocket, picking up another really good work by Zed, holding this down on his own, is going to eventually get taken down by Pax, and it's unfortunate that the rest of Elevate did go down there because Zed was really starting to light things up.
Yeah.
As we do get around just after the first rotation there, Campbell, we can see Erelize are in front. What do you think is the difference for them? Yeah,
like I said earlier, there's a lot of individual gunfights were originally being won by Erelize. They had rotations, but Zed at the minute is 20-10. He's on a 3 streak, and Zed has been a real impactful player for the return in this one for Elevate. 78 to 110 the scores at the minute, but pay
Rotation
attention to
around
player
Cwl.
number 5. It's Stan. He's been doing a lot so far throughout this game, and he's going to be one of the instigating players around the back. Beautiful shots, but Reedy is going to return with even better ones. Has the Erad as well, going for K-Bar. Erad set up. Watson will find a kill, and the only remaining player will be Resight, and he is just going to back up. And I like the play in a way because he's going to wait for his teammates to help him push rather than going by himself. He does make a big gun engagement and taking Reedy down as well. Player number 8 is making an interesting play. Pax kind of go for a full flank round through Lemon. Not normally something you see, but it ended up working for him as his teammates did come through the front as well. He slides in, but Rated is going to find the 2-piece.
That was really nice. I liked what Pax was doing. He was coming around and he waited at the right time, but in the end, it's just going to be Rated, a clean-up shot. Here we go again, though. He realized going to have another go as Elevate take the lead for the first time. They're setting up. You can see them taking the time. Here comes the pinch. Reside picks up 2 from outside window. Zed coming in there, trying to just buffer that little loss that they've just getting. Not going to happen. They are going to get a hold of that, he realized. But as we move into the next one, only 5 seconds or so remaining. So Elevate will be happy enough for that as they do get the bike field. Zed should clean up a kill mid-map, but really gets that one in and around bike path, holding this one down as well. And suddenly he's all left alone. This moment in time does have Zed in tow with him as well, but we could see he realized trying to get a setup, trying to get control of mid-map. Watson is there towards Lemon, loses the gunfight. Reside takes that one. Zed is also there. Mid-map picks up 2 once again, and Zed just seems to be on that kill feed every single time we look towards it.
One of the interesting things this weekend is the big boy teams. They've been having slow starts, but it looks like Elevator found the groove, especially in Zed, who is still alive. Another 3 streak. That's the 3rd time we've seen him on a 3 streak so far in this game. Watson's going to begin to push out. Zed finds another kill. He's now on a 4 streak. There is all complete control at the minute for this hill for Elevate, but they did spawn the enemy team out over towards blue. Watson, player number 3 that you highlighted, had a big gunfight to win. There's another 2 players here around the corner as well. His teammate Rated is coming in to help back up, but Pax will trade that one out. Pax is in a little bit of a difficult situation here. He's got Watson to kill and a player in bowling as well. He's going to get the best timing ever on Watson, though, and will be swiftly traded by Reedy. So it looks like it's going to be another big gunfight going down. So far, this has been back and forth in terms of big gunfights. This time it goes in favor of Ricardo, but you can see player number 8 has just spawned out at the other side of the map, so they need to stay alive if they're going to look to hold this one.
Yeah, it's back and forward between these two. Neither team really able to get any sort of set control. The kills seem to be going in favor of Elevate, who've getting a little bit of a lead now and starting to establish themselves in this game. Reedy picks a kill down left-hand side. Ricardo goes down quickly, but once again, it's traded back and forth. Currently, though, it is Elevate in control. They're getting silo spawn as well, which is what they want. Now they can watch it from bowling alley. They're going to come down this side. Stan with the rest of his team looking for the engagement. Ricardo's just popped his specialist. Not sure what that was. I would have think it might have been an FTL, but the kills are coming in for Elevate either way. They've got a 50-point lead and starting to put their stamp on this game.
This is the Elevate I expected to see. The Elevate we saw beat Red Reserve the other day. And he's going to slide through. Reedy does find a kill, and he's been using Erad for the entirety of this series, but we've seen him also pull out the K-bar as well, so versatility being shown from him here. And this is now the moment where we start to see the specialist coming out here, Stealth. You can see, I called you Stealth. Ton, wow. Oh wow, you're going to kill me for that after this. Wow. Ton I meant. But you can see the FTL has gone through in this one. Zed also has a specialist available as well. Zed, for me, though, has just been the real big in skating player. I think, you know, when you have a player that's just pushing everything out, it means the players in the hill don't even have to win gunfights.
Well, let's see what he can do. Looking towards Restaurant, trying to get some kills. Stan picks up 2. You know, Jonas highlighted him, and he really has been a factor for Eralize, and this moment in time, those Zeds are the one that's really going off. 31 and 18 from him, but look at Rated on an 8 streak currently. Still with Zed, though. Picks up his 3rd, not going to get his 4th, goes down to Pax, but we've got to go on board with Rated. He's currently on an 8. In this moment in time, he's currently the last one alive. For Elevate.
Will he get the Warden?
Stan did get 2. He's going to be not far off the Warden, but the grenade comes in. Does just about take him down, and a very important kill from Stan, but currently they're quite far behind.
Yeah, and we were talking about slow starts, but this is what we kind of expected to see. Elevate do end up coming out in this one. Reedy's still going on as well, slaying with the Erad in his hand, but we're talking about rotations, and it is going to be Stan and his teammates that have rotated first. Player number 3 is Watson, wants to pay attention to, as well as the streaks come down from Heaven from Rated. Watson will break in. Good play from him, and it's going to be Recite the drops as well. So with 40 seconds remaining until Elevate can close this first map out, you can see they are going to have the control of this one. Zed, once again, is going to win another one. He is close to dropping the 40 bomb.
Bombardment's coming in from Rated as well. That's really going to clear Eralize out, and they've got a hard push to get a hold of this barn here. Now, Elevate can finish off. 20 points remaining for them. They're holding it fast as well. Rated, gonna pop that active camo down this left-hand side. Picks 1. Is he gonna pick the 2nd? Not quite. Pax is there. Reactive armor is there available for Zed. Is this gonna be a time to pop it? He's not gonna pop it. Keeping that egg in the basket. He's gonna keep a hold of that. Eralize are quite far behind. Smart play from Zed.
Yes, smart play as well, but I'm taking a look though. Zed still, like you said, has that specialist. Watson, though, interesting one, has the Centurion, and that can be big in this next tier as well. Those players are, when they try to contest, they are going to get shocked by the Centurion specialist there. Watson will find the kill, but it looks like the rotations have come in. Elevate are going to hold bike path to start this one off. Like I said, Watson will put the Centurion down. You can see player number 2, Reedy's holding bus. They can't get through that side. Watson's fighting his kills as well, and I think this one's going to be all over because they cannot contest in time. And it should be Elevate taking it if they get inside the hill. One more player just needs to jump in. There we go. Elevate do take map number 1, 250 to 166. And for me, Ton, I started this one off, you know, you maybe could have thought you realized we're going to do it. They were up by a lot, but we've seen a lot of slow starts throughout this weekend from the big boy teams, but they ended up just doing what Elevate do best.
I think it's something that we actually see in, I can't recall the actual event, but it happens quite a lot. The first rotation, you see maybe the poor side, even if they take a lead, that it always seems to be the so-called favorite team who tend to step it up on that second rotation, just get themselves based better on the rotations where they need to. Zed dropped nearly the 40 with 38 there. But really good play by him. Rated really opened things up for them towards the later stages of that map when he did get a hold of the score streaks. That really caused problems for Erelize. And in the end, I don't think they'd be too disappointed with the performance, but we need to see what we've seen in the first minute or so. We're going to get a few highlights. That Stan still had a good game, 7-2 from him at this moment in time.
This is the start that we were talking about.
Yeah, they had a really good start. They were making the kills where they needed to. 74-10 at one point, and then from that point on, I think it was mostly Elevate, especially when we moved around towards baseball. That was when they started doing damage, and I think, you know, Erelize, they could get the rotations and maybe win a couple of gunfights, but in the end, Elevate just prevailed.
And we spoke as well about Watson rated slow start, and then they ended up just starting to pick it up. They got into the groove. And I think it was, you know, you could say it was mainly down to the assistance from Zed, because honestly, when you have a player that just pushes out every single hill, the players on the other team, I mean, how are you supposed to contest or get points on the hill if you can't even get anywhere near it? One of the prime examples I've seen this weekend is when Splice player Jerd. Jerd is so good at just pushing out, for example, on retaliation, for pushing out Plat, Market Stairs. Like, he's just, you would say, like, yes, he doesn't have a great deal of hill time, but he's actually assisting the team so much because of how far pushed out he is. The players just cannot get near the hill.
I think it's one of those things, like, I mean, I try to preach it so much. I remember when Hardpoint first came in, and one of the core things everyone realized straight away is you don't want to sit everyone inside that hardpoint. You want to get in hold of the hardpoint. If you can clear them out at that point, expand out. Try and take over more of the map. If you're covering more of the map, you know where they're coming from, especially, so you can concentrate your resources in that area. If you're getting the kills further out, they spawn further out. It just makes so much sense. But in the end, Elevate do take that game 250 to 167, I think it was in the end.
So then, Ton, going into Search and Destroy for this next one, and I kind of said at the start of this series, you know, normally against the big teams, when you have a little team come in, the one I would always say that they could possibly take is the Search and Destroy, because it is just so inconsistent. It can go either way, and that is what Zealous did earlier. They took the Search and Destroy off Millennium. Now, for you, from what we've seen, I can see immediately from the start that this Erelize team had, that these guys know how to play Call of Duty. Their shots are warm. They know.
I mean, I would hope so.
Yeah, well, I mean, you hope so being a open bracket, of course, but they feel like they look. They're, you know, for example, when I looked at Movie Star Riders, I knew that Splice were going to win by the time I'd seen the first hardpoint. This, though, I feel like maybe the Search and Destroy, you know, there's a possibility it could go in their favor.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen Elevate not really have a fantastically strong S&D game so far this weekend. Excuse me, but I think you're looking at this now. We just seen it to the point of where, yeah, okay, Erelize had a good start. But then as soon as Elevate started really turning it on, and then that was it. I know what you mean by the game of S&D being one of them ones where teams really can sort of take it if they're the lesser team. But I look at this now, I can't see Elevate dropping them up. I think they're just too strong. I know theoretically this is the most likely they are to take, but I think for me,
and one
Elevate
thing to take from this as well, you take a look at the Splice when they played Movie Star Riders, you take a look at Millennium when they played against Zealous. Those two teams would take their foot off the gas. When Reedy's playing, there is no taking the foot off the gas. I don't think Elevate will sit back at all in this one. They'll want to get it over and done with as fast as possible. So I expect every single performance that we do see from this Elevate squad, just because of, you know, how competitively driven that Reedy and Rated are, I feel like they will go 100% in every single one of these games.
Okay, as we do load up Search and Destroy Retaliation, let's see if Erelize can get themselves back into this game. A good start on the first map. Fell away though, and you know, Elevate just really showing their class. As we go into the S&D, this is their chance. This is where we've decided it could potentially go their way. But for me, Elevate, definitely the stronger team, and they're going to show it in this map.
And I also think as well, I was about to say, I also think as well, Erelize need a great start in this one as well if they're going to win it. If you let
Elevate get the first couple of rounds, they're going to run away with it personally, but Zed is on fire this series. He's found another 2 kills. After the first blood did come in from Pax with the sniper, Zed going to opt to back up, does collect the bomb, and it looks like the call for the B bomb plant is going to come in. Player number 8, Pax, though, is one to pay attention to because he has the sniper in hand. Zed does go up and challenge him. Pax cleverly backs away, and Zed will get the bomb down, and you can see the setup starting to be built here from Elevate.
You know, I thought I seen him using that yesterday, and he's using it again. So Watson obviously knows something we don't, not something we see too often on the MV4 or on any weapon whatsoever. At this moment in time, let's see what Reedy can do.
So 2 versus 3. Perfect setup from Elevate here. And you go on board with the players from Erelize. They are making their way around the back. Reedy is could get some incredibly good timing here. Does spot the one player over towards top scaff. Makes him weak. Erelize are going to begin to push into the B bomb though. Zed plays his life perfectly. Pax will be able to pick up the kill. Is he going to be able to find this 2-piece as well? He's got the EMC in hand. Trying a little bit of nice shots with a sniper. I mean, you could be trying to quick scope all you want, but Elevate, I mean, look at Zed. Zed's just enjoying this series as well. And they close that first round out.
1-0 there. Elevate, it was convincing in the end. I think Pax is always going to be in a tough situation.
Would have been a nice shot, but
I mean, it would have taken
against
a nice
Elevate,
shot.
do you really want to be trying to quick scope them and search and destroy?
Nah, I think at that point the round was over irrelevant. But anyway, now as we move into the next round, Elevate all smiles, relaxed, and they should still be on to win this game. Pax did pick up 2. I'm interested to see if he's going to snipe next time around as well. But the bomb site they're going to does seem to be B.
Aggressive push coming in from Elevate. Player number 3, Watson, is already going to find his way through, but Pax is able to read him and does pick up the kill. Rated and Reedy now left in the 2 versus 3. They should be able to get the bomb down, unless Reedy will get himself in position, and Pax, rather than planting, just goes for the snap and is able to find the last one as well. What a performance from Pax. We've seen him with the sniper get first blood, and also a second kill, and now we're seeing him in this one, snapping with the K-bar. Perfect predictions coming in after finding the first kill of Plat. Snaps onto Rated as well, and with a little bit of a salute, ties this one up 1-1.
Ties it up, you're right. And I think, we spoke to Jonas beforehand, he said, Stan's the guy to watch, but Pax has really been lighting things up as well. I mean, search and destroy so far, looking pretty good. Only 1 round on the ball, but 5 kills to his name.
5-1 Rated, starting off 0-2 though. Definitely a player though that we know can get into this one, but player number 5 is going to be Stan. I thought he'd begin to play aggressive, but he didn't, but no worries anyway because the first blood comes in. Ricardo will find it. Stan now going to begin to push up as well. And I thought a good engagement did go down there. Well, Rated maybe 0-2, but he's also trying to nade himself as well, which is not too great.
He's just making it fairer. That's all he's doing.
Here's more man advantage.
But staying with him, he's a bit of caught timing there. Stan, unfortunately, did check down as soon as Rated turns around. I understand it because they're going to try and move together to try and get the pinch in. We can see that Watson's actually going to have a gunfight on his hands any second now, and he's actually managed to get away with it as well.
Might work really into their favor.
That is massive that he actually managed to get away there.
Yeah.
So now they know where they're coming from. At least they know one of them's there. And as the rotation comes around, it'll be interesting to see what Erelize are going to do from this position. I like the play. Let's see if it pulls off.
Pax needs to make the kill up here first. He does not know that the player is just behind him, and that kill would have been so important. I think it is Watson who is just laying down on the top, but still. They found 2, Rated now, left in the 1 versus 3. There was 20 seconds remaining. Has the defuse started yet? I can't tell. I'm trying to see if Recite is on the bomb or not. He is, and he's going to get it. So
just about,
yeah, it does come through. But I thought for a second when they ran past Watson, who was just lying down on the top of that roof, he was going to stay alive and just peek the bomb, but no. Great kills coming through. They found both of them. And now going into this one, it's the first time we've really seen the lead and a confident pushes coming in from this Everlize team.
I mean, that was it though, wasn't it? Yeah. When they're moving together, they can just try and play for the trades. The trades worked in their favor. As soon as they had made those 2 kills, the round was theirs for the taking. We do have Rated push down that right-hand side. He's going to get caught with his pants down though. He realizes they are going to push down this right-hand side, but that looks at things. Or is this going to be the bait out? Are they going to wait for Elevate to try and push it?
The interesting thing here as well, Ton, is Pax has got a sniper and he's the bomb carrier. Don't know if I necessarily agree
I don't know why he's getting so aggressive. All right, then Pax taking down Zed. And probably pick up his weapon. Not going to choose to do so, but
I think Pax is personally trying to make a highlight reel. I just don't think he's told any of us, Ton.
Currently Watson left all alone, making the smart decision here. Going to kill himself off the map, but that's going to be 3-1 Erelize there. And we said with any of the maps that they're going to try and potentially take here, I mean, obviously they're going to try for every single map, but one of the ones that got more potential, definitely the Search and Destroy. 7-1 coming out of Pax so far.
I'm going to ask you for your opinion on this one, Ton. Why do you think that the amateur teams, the Search and Destroy, is the one that they normally take off these big professional players?
I think it's one of them ones that it can everyone plays Search and Destroy so much. I mean, it's the cornerstone. I'm going to wait. Hold on. Big fight going on at bridge here. Recite is going to get the first kill. 4 members of both teams pushing down that side. Eli's reading that perfectly. It seems as Elevate wanting to push that very, very hard, and they've read it completely fine. On board with 3D, though, and he's just waiting things out here, trying to get a peek, just trying to get a pick as well. And towards this right-hand side, but I think it's just one of those game mode Search and Destroy where it can come down partially to luck, and I think that's the element that sort of gives it towards the lower level teams, if you like, because there is that element which can change things up, but Elevate have held this out fantastically well. They say to themselves, right, don't show yourself, right, A-plant. They are still 3 versus 4, though, so Eli's can come back into this round. They need to retake that A-bomb site. One
thing I will say that I'm really liking about the Eli's team is that they are playing incredibly close with each other, but that is also what can happen when you play so close. Reedy's going to find 3, and it's all down to his sight. We saw him get the defuse earlier on, but now he's got to kill 3 players before he can do that one. Let's see, and we'll stay on board with him if he can clutch this one. Watson around the corner will get the first kill. That's going to award him the Scarab. He's on a 2 streak as well, but maybe playing for the kills for the camera is probably the thing you should try and do at this point. But Elevate are going to find a round, so it's 3-2. Still in the lead for Erelize, but we saw this happen last time. You know, we saw Erelize get a lead, and when Elevate started to get their feet into the ground and started to get the ball rolling, it started to cause problems for Erelize.
Big round by Reedy there. I think, you know, when you start picking up those sort of kills, it becomes a scary proposition for the other team. And let's see if they can get another round on the board there. That was a nice round. And a lot of noise inside the venue right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great event. Insomnia, you know, you come to these events, there's so many games going on. We are seeing Call of Duty here, though. Reedy picks up a kill. He's very good at this game, is Reedy. Did you know?
He is that good. He's got his specialist already as well. So interesting to see what specialist that is that Reedy is running.
I'd imagine this early. Well, actually, it'll be FTL.
FTL. Yeah, to get it so soon. No surprise there with how fast-paced he's been playing, though. That FTL could be a punishing thing for Erelize, but there are only 2 of their players left alive as well. It's Stan and Recite, and you can see Reedy beginning to rotate around the back. It's going to be rated, actually, sorry. He will get taken down. Recite towards the back. It's going to be down to Stan. I thought maybe Reedy would have popped the 2-piece there, but Watson and Zed, a player, Zed, that has been insane so far this series, and Watson, who is just a consistent player as well. Stan does have the bomb down, however, so he will have to go and collect it. I don't know if the Elevate boys are aware of that. They are moving away from it.
But they're moving together. That's the thing that they want to do. And I think it was a massive kill on Reedy. Even if he doesn't win this round, Reedy was not far off more streaks. So that would have been a really bad thing for Erelize for Elevate to have streaks. But anyway, moving on board with Stan.
20 seconds left.
Yeah, I know. He hasn't got very long at all. And as soon as they check that A side, they know it's not there. They're going to start rotating around the B, surely. I think Stan is probably just going to try and cut his losses here. I don't think he's going to manage to pick up 2 kills in the next 10 seconds. He's got 1 kill on the board as well, and he might just look for the kill he's going to do. So, windy shots, not going to hit the main, and surely somebody might come and clean that up, and it's not going to happen. But the round is going to go over to Elevate.
And it's kind of good as well that he hasn't gifted a kill there, because I think Zed is running kinetic armor. I'm not too sure. He was in the hard point. I'm not quite sure if he is in the S&D, but we can always take a look to see if Zed is running kinetic armor. And you don't want to feed, you know, kills for the specialists, especially Search and Destroy, how impactful specialists can be. But let's see going on with this one then. Reedy still with the FTL. Interesting to see when he will use that one, but we've been the very aggressive and fast-paced player he is. And the one thing that's surprising for me is that Everlize have allowed 3 players to get plat control straight off the bat. Nobody challenged him whatsoever. Reedy's just managed to walk straight through the middle of the map, and now they can look to put the bomb down here.
It's going to be a hard retake. It's going to be a very hard retake. Yeah. They're pretty much just tunneled in now, and I think Ray is going to think about planting this one. They are doing so. What I don't like is the fact that they don't have control of plat, though. I would imagine they would have sent somebody up there, but they're just going to camp this one out, and that's all they need to do. Ricardo is going to put some shots in. Stan's going to get the first kill as well. That grenade is just momentarily going to put Ricardo off this push, but staying alive. It's still 3 versus 3. Just trying to take the time. Which sort of movement are Eli's going to make? Rated does get another kill on the board, though. It's 2 versus 3. 2 versus 2 as Ricardo does answer back shots towards bike shot from Stan. They need to clear these guys out very, very quickly. They're both in bike shot. And Stan's going to move on in. Is he going to be able to get the pinch? Not quite. Zed is going to get the first kill. Ricardo is surely going to get taken down. Eventually does so in good round by Elevate.
And this is what I was talking about. At 3-2, I said when you let Elevate start to get their feet into the ground and the ball rolling, they will start to punish you. And that's exactly what's happening. Zed in your final kill cam here to take this one to 4-3. And by the way, really did end up using his specialist that last round, so it was good for Elevate that they ended up winning the round. You don't want to lose rounds that you've used your payloads in.
I think it's one of those things that with FTL, it's good for a kill, and that's about it. I think if you're going to waste anything, wasting an FTL is probably the best thing.
Playing your life.
Yeah, it's good for a couple of things, but I would say probably the least effective. I think they won't be too worried about it. But moving into this round, though, they do have the lead now. Elevate. They've started to get their feet into the ground, as we've been talking about. Watson picks up that first blood, traded away by ELGATO. Bike shop again seems to be the concentration of kills going down, and then Zed does take down Pax. Staying alive, and Zed is just snapping onto people left, right, and center here.
Ooh.
And Elevate are making this look a little bit easy now. And rightfully so with that shot that he hit onto him there. It's not going to be the round-ending kill cam, unfortunately. That's going to actually come from Reedy.
A little bit of body shoot.
Actually, that's something I wanted to talk about that I hadn't really mentioned so far. The red dot seems to be used a little bit more this weekend on the K-Bomb than the ELO side.
Yeah, definitely. That's something I'm seeing. I don't know if it's an online thing. Maybe the ELO is better online, or online the red dot's better. But I don't know. Maybe
I think it's more of a close quarters thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Reedy likes to get up close and personal. He's one of those typical sort of SMG guys, but at the same time, it's an AR gun. It's so adaptable to K-Ball. Let's see what he can do down this right-hand side. Zed is just not missing. He's 9-4 right now. Does have that kinetic armor as well. I imagine he is going to pop that away, but 2 kills have been put down. Does pop it. Gets a kill. He's not going to quite get the second. Was on a 7th streak. Raiders left all alone against ELGATO and Pax, and this is a big round. Gets the bomb down though, 1 versus 2.
And camo available for Rated as well, so expect maybe if he picks up the first kill for him to immediately pop the camo, or maybe he could just use it for a bomb check. There's so many different ways, and Rated is the ball in his court at the minute. He should win this round with the payload that he has. One player, I think, has hopped onto the bomb. Rated did check that. He's not going to do anything stupid here. Waits for that one player to jump past him. He'll get the kill. One towards his right-hand side. He knows where the last player is because he was being shot at by him. And Rated is going to win it, and Elevate are going to go 2-0 up in this series. And like you said, Ton, incredibly smart from an incredibly talented player.
Look at Watson. He's just looking at them smirking. He's such a wind-up merchant. I love it. Elevate winning that map again. And again, I mean, they're just struggling at the start. You know, Evilize coming out with really fast out the gates every single time, and Elevate just have the answer every single time. They walk away as winners of map number 2, and this is going to be a 3-0 now.
Well, this is the question going into Uplink. I mean, I've been speaking about it all weekend, how Uplink really benefits the teams with the slaying power, with the chemistry, with the communications, and so far it's oozing Elevate for me. I'm just seeing Elevate look like the stronger team. They look like, I mean, look how calm Zed is. He's having a little laugh at his teammates. He's chilled. There's no stress whatsoever over on the Elevate side. And going up against his Aerialized team, I just think this is probably going to be that final nail in the coffin here. I'd like to see Aerialized come back in this one, but I'm going to stress the fact that Uplink just needs so much team chemistry and communications and so much slaying power. And I think from what we've seen, we saw the chemistry and the communications in the Search and Destroy. We saw the slaying power and the Harpoon. Combine all 3 of them and you win Uplink.
I think, though, if you look at Aerialized now, I mean, they're coming, and there's a couple of little flashes of what they can do, but it's just at this moment in time, it's just not enough. They're going up against a squad you wouldn't expect them to win against, so it's tough to take, but we're seeing little bits of them here and there that could maybe say to themselves that they could push on through the losers bracket towards the later end of the stages of the tournament. So we'll see how they do. But moving into this next map, as you can see, the players are going through the rig draft, etc. As we move into it, it's... I mean, how do you see... I'm actually not 100% sure what the map is. Frost, right, okay. Thinking about it, no, I don't see it. I was trying to sort of theorize why they'd be able to come back in this one. It's absolutely not Frost.
I'm pretty sure it is Frost because they were loading up Frost, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, it's throwback then. Even though we had a throwback hardpoint, I think they may be the wrong maps.
Yeah, that welcome.
So it is Frost. It's Frost, everybody. I'm pretty confident. Trust me, it's Frost. If it's not, tweet me and abuse me on social media. If it's
do it anyway.
I think
do it anyway.
Well, yeah, do it anyway. But I think it is Frost. But I mean, if it is Frost, and I will say one thing about it. One thing I love is when you're pushing away from the ship side, a lot of teams will try to pick it up and go to connect it with the ball straight through mid-map. I love when teams bring it back to ship and then they just 4-stack as a team. It's so hot. You can get so many points when you bring it back and allow your 3 lead blockers to just push up and slay. Oh, hello. Hi, Zed. That was perfectly timed as well.
It's almost like he's got one of his headphones off so he can hear you.
Maybe. Watson assisting him, though, with the wave. Zed clearly that much in the zone and going off that much, he can't wave himself.
Well, as we do just about get into this game soon, I mean, any way back for Aerialized?
I love an underdog story as much as you do, Tom, but...
I mean, they look relaxed enough, but I think it's just one of the things where they have been outclassed. I don't think it's necessarily anything anything negative onto them, but...
Take a look at the rest of their group, then. Red
it's still a tough group. I mean, absolutely a tough group. I think if you look at the open bracket teams, the majority of them are the disparity between the pro teams and the...
There's a big gap.
There is a huge gap. There is a huge gap. So I think we've seen in the previous game when Zealous were playing against Millennium.
Yeah.
That they're the sort of team that's sort of in between. They could potentially move in and maybe do something. But for now, I think the gap is large, and I think it will stay that way for a while.
Another day at the office, I think, for Elevate. Frost Uplink, it is going to be that map going into this one. And really, you can dominate and put up a very big score in this one, or it can be extremely back and forth. It's one of those maps that can go either way. It's never really see these games tied as I either see it as a real blowout, or I always see the score still quite high, but it's a tie. I don't really see low-scored games on Frost Uplink.
No, absolutely not. And I think we'll probably see a high-scoring game.
Yeah.
I would like to think most of them are probably going to go towards Elevate, but we're going to go on board with the guy that's probably impressed us the most on this squad.
Definitely the MVP for me this
absolutely.
series.
Zed really Watson just jumped off the map. Anyway, staying on board with Zed. I'm glad it wasn't Zed who dropped off the map. The first kills are going to come in, just traded away in the middle of the map here, but Raiden
Do you know
just
what
trying
that
to set
reminded
up.
me of, Ton? You remember on the older Call of Duties when you used to actually throw yourself off the map to get a better spawn? Do you remember that on the older Call of Duty
I don't know.
titles?
Do you think that was the intention?
No, that wasn't the intention at all, no. But
Stan is going for a massive wrap round blue here.
But that just reminded me of it. But anyway, yeah, back to the game. Stan going to go and hit this wall, and this is one of the biggest parts, really, of this map. Like, players can get so far from one side to the other. I thought Stan was trying to bleed the clock there, but there's definitely a lot of time left in this one.
I think it was one of those situations where a couple of his teammates went down. So,
yeah, trying to stay alive.
Even if he dies, he does drop the drone, but saying that, most of the teams of Elevate do go down. The drone is going to be in possession if he realize they're going to push it down this left-hand side as well, around Ridge. And see, Elevate has spawned up. They're just going to wait for them to come and soak up that pressure. Make the kills where they need to. The kills are going to come in. Watson absolutely destroys Ricardo as he does push on through. Pax is momentarily left alive in no man's land and does go down also. So Watson going to push this one down right-hand side, Ridge.
Well, here we go then. Watson with the drone in hand. His lead blocker ahead of him, Reedy. He's going to try and go up high, try to slay. Rated is also trying to assist, but he's over near the ship area. He will end up getting taken down as well, and that's another 4 dead for Elevate as they now begin to push the ball up. Looks like they will try to go through stacked crates. Pax, you can see with the drone in hand, going to dip, duck, and dive, and goes up for the one, and the first point will be in the favor of Erelize. And I think they needed that, to be honest with you. If Elevate came out strong in this one and got the first points on the board, I think it would have been over very quickly. But it's nice to see that Erelize have managed to come out with a good start. And it's quite annoying, really, because they've done that in every map. Erelize have had a good start in every map. They've just not been able to close it out. And for me, that's that pro composure / amateur. I just feel like pros have that different composure and level of mentality when going into these games. But Reedy here with the drone in hand, waits for his teammate Zed to go forwards with the Erad. Can he pick up a few kills? And that should be a 2-point goes through. Zed does find a 2-piece as well. Ricardo, the last player alive, is going to try and clear his base. And it looks like they might even be able to get the drone reset as well. If Rated can pass this ball up, maybe more points could come on.
The thing is, what Rated's done fantastically there, they try to push through sub to get control of middle, they get control of the drone. Rated's just locked that down, allowed Elevate to take a lead here. 3-1 is now the score. Really good work by Rated to hold down that sub base side, really set his team up fantastically for that. Was still going, did eventually get taken down, but as we go back to the middle, the drone is going to be reset. Both teams have a couple of members up, but the kills are coming in favor of Elevate. They're going to push on forward. They're going to get control in the areas that they need to, and that's one of the big things I see with Uplink. I see a lot of the amateur teams maybe just be a little bit too fast.
Yeah.
They don't set themselves up as well as they could. At this moment in time, though, there's not really any setup available because Elevate are just going to walk straight through. And you know, the kills are coming in favor of Erelize as well. They're getting them, but it just didn't seem to be that they're concentrating on where the drone is.
And I feel like
that's the mental thing, isn't it?
I feel like it's a communication thing as well. I feel like this team isn't communicating with each other. If you're picking up so many kills and Zed's the only player you've got left to kill, why is nobody watching a specific line of sight? Why is there 2 people watching the same one? Once again, it's another 3 dead for Elevate, but there's just not been anything really from me for Erelize where it would look like they're working with each other. I don't normally like this push down the left-hand side. Really, I only ever see ones come from this. It will go up and over, though, and it's going to be short. If anything, it would have been intercepted anyway. However, Rated did get killed. The ball is still down, but Zed comes through big, and, well, haven't we been saying that for the entire series?
Absolutely. 9-5 from him so far, which is very good. But, again, I think that was one of those situations where they actually had a chance because Zed, if anything, it overextended. He'd been in sub-air, causing problems there, but as soon as a few members of his team go down, they're in a bad spot. But currently, 2 members of Elevate do go down. Reedy does lead the way. Have Watson behind him, but an overextension around blue is going to cause problems. And again, that shouldn't happen. There's 4 members of Erelize, up. How are they letting that happen? How are Elevate pushing through so
For
easily?
some strange reason, the one player from Everlize hit Wall Run. I think he thought that the drone carrier was hitting Wall Run, actually was coming through blue, so a bit of bad minimap awareness there, and just allowed the player to just walk straight through with 45 seconds remaining in this one. Elevate looking like they want to close this one out right here, right now. And it is going to be another, well, I was going to say 3 dead, but that's a team kill as well. There we go, finally 3 go down. Watson going to be the only player left alive. And it's crazy to think that Everlize are 5-1 down when they just are actually not doing bad in terms of slaying power either.
They get the kills, but I feel like it's not necessarily in the right areas. And then they're getting a little bit overzealous by pushing forward too fast. They're getting the kills while they're defending. They're pushing up, expecting themselves to get in a position to score. When realistically, they're pushing that too hard. They should send the lead blockers a little bit further forward or just try and sort of take the position a little bit more slowly and try and get a bit more control before necessarily going for the kill, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Maybe some more points to come through, though, with the 5 seconds remaining. The drone is close to the enemy portal. It may be a one that goes through. Tried to release it. Did not happen. And so the end of this one is going to finish first half 5-1 in favor of Elevate. Now, Ton, taking a look at the Everlize team, we've been talking about it throughout the entire of this map, saying how, okay, yes, they are picking up a lot of kills, but it's not necessarily the pushes for them. We're going into this second half. Do Everlize need to change this up? Where do they beat Elevate in this map?
They need to keep doing what they're doing in terms of the kills. Obviously, it's working out for them. I mean, if we can have a look towards the scoreboard when we do go back in, and you don't need to bring it up. It's already on the right-hand side, mate. Yeah, cheers. Okay. Well, the scoreboard is there. Of course, Elevate do have the kills mostly. But for me, Everlize aren't too far away. They're able to nearly go toe-to-toe with them. They're making the kills, but they need to slow it down. Okay, you're 4 points behind. Make the movement up the map, but don't overextend that push every single time, which seems to be their downfall so far.
And one thing you definitely see from amateur teams is they always tend to, the drone carrier is the guy that's first.
That's a big problem for
lead blockers, you see Reedy, he's sat in a corner, he is waiting for his teammates to pick up the kills. He knows he hasn't got a weapon in his hand.
Perfect.
There we go. If you couldn't
They
have
just did
a more
it perfectly.
Yeah, a more perfect example was just done for you there. Really just showing you how it's done. 7-1 in favor of Elevate.
But what the thing is for me, they pushed up and they allowed the kills to happen. They're not necessarily, I said they seem to go for the kill a little bit too much. Really set himself up in a nice position there. The pass comes in and Elevate are running away with this one. But for me, they got the kills mid-map, they pushed up. Really sitting back, taking his time, the FTL comes in, he gets the kill as well on the Pax. Now he's going to create that pressure, meaning even if we realize to make those kills mid-map, they're going to have to drop back and negate that pressure away from them. But anyway, back to my point. Right, okay, 3 kills are being made there. Even if Raider gets this kill, they still have mad pressure. Now they can push it through sub-bay, try and make more kills. Now they're slowing it down a little bit. They're not in a position where you want to push too hard again. Now they have to make the kills and then go from there. They make one. Vicardo taking down Reedy. They keep pushing on. The kills made by Zed onto Watson. Zed makes another 2 though. And there you see, they took their time a little bit more. Got the kills. Zed kills everyone. But at the same time, they took their time and they got a hold of the point that they needed. Albeit, I think it's a little bit too late because they're 9-2 down. Yeah. But you see, when you slow it down just that little bit, it could definitely work in your favor.
Zed doing what he's been doing for the entire series, just completely slaying out. You can see there's a Trinity rocket available for one of the players on Elevate as well. Pax with the ERAD though is picking up the close quarter engagements. They are able to stop the bleeding for now as the drone is back in the hands of Everlize. Recite is pushing up. He needs to be the lead blocker for this team. Can he find a couple of kills to assist his teammates in pushing the ball up? They need to keep applying the pressure, as you said, Ton. Reedy, though, once again in the situation back against the wall, he's able to pick up a kill. He finds the second kill as well, standing him both with the 2-piece in that life. However, the drone is still in the middle of the map, and these kills are coming through once again, Ton, but the drone has moved nowhere.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I realized we're really backed off, and I think Elevate soaked up the pressure so well. They're really negating a lot of the pressure that you realize we're putting on with those 2 kills towards sub-bay. But for me, yeah, it's just not working out for them. Elevate are just really the better team. I know we can go in a bit more in depth at what you realize are doing wrong, but Elevate are doing everything right so far. They're getting in control where they need to, executing uplink perfectly. You see Watson all alone, going to go for the 1-pointer through there. The interception comes in, the kills come in afterwards, so the pressure's still there from Elevate. They might be able to still do something with this, and Picardo's got some defensive work to do.
I realize there's 2 minutes remaining. Mathematically, it's still possible, but kind of have to do what we've been talking about. Rated did pop camera there, I think, trying to get towards the drone, but it did get thrown out and reset. Vicardo, the last player alive, over towards the right-hand side. And the fact the ball has just managed to come straight through the middle like that from the drone control area. Reedy just puts the easy 2 points on the board, and every single point that goes on for Elevate, the harder the job is for Everlize to bring their way back into this one. Taking a look at the scoreboard, Pax 12-22, Recite 16-22. Vicardo, I mean, at least he's neutral and does have the drone in hand at this point as well. but actually going to opt to just throw that one out, which is a bit of an interesting play because two players on Elevate were actually down. So don't really understand the play a little bit
I
there.
think it's sort of all a formality at this point. Because Elevate are really running away with this one. A minute and 20 to go, and Elevate looking the strongest. And Watson shooting bodies? You don't need to do that. There's no need for it, Jordan. No need.
Overdrive available for Watson. Reedy beginning to push up once again down the right-hand side. It looks like Everlies, though, are going to try and recover it, but Reedy's even using the Scarabs now for kills. Once again, close quarter with the Erad. Drone still down. Everlies trying to get towards it. They are able to pick up a few kills, but Watson pops the camera. Overdrive, sorry, gets boned, but does settle for the 1-point throw.
Good play by Watson there, managing to get that final point on the board. Going to be 50 more seconds to go, though, and it's looking pretty good for Elevate here. You can see, still pushing down this right side, and he realizes they're just trying to make this a little bit of a formality, if anything. They're just going to try and get some points on the board. Do get their third, and that's really just been...
At least they managed to get a point.
Yeah, I know. For me, though, it's been all Elevate. They've looked so strong throughout the whole series when they've needed to. He realized a couple of times, don't look too bad. I mean, there's been points where, as I said, we've seen flashes from them, but with 20 seconds remaining, they are still 9 points down. It's not going to happen for them this time round.
Before this game does end up, then talk quickly about this Everlies roster. Which game for you out of the three that we saw would you say looked like the only possible chance that we could really see them take a match?
Absolutely none of them. I think, honestly, the hard point, they had a good start, but for me, Elevate showing their class all the way through that series. They're going to take it 3-0 and will advance on.
Right, well, another 3-0 coming in here. We're back on track with those. But yes, Elevate versus Erase coming on here. I should probably point out here, I called them Errolize earlier on, seems to have caught on. It's not, it was spelled wrong slightly on my sheet. There's two I's, not an IL.
But why is there two I's?
I don't know, maybe they like it.
And in no sense of the English language should there be two I's, so
I
that is not our
don't
fault.
think they're English-based. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Yeah, you tell me.
In what language do you use two
They're
I's?
probably German.
No, still don't use two I's. I don't.
Well, they can do whatever they want, so I don't think
every
they're
language has ever been. There could
Probably.
be no arguing with Tom.
Yeah, well, he's first, right?
Yeah, Tom won. All right, let's get straight into this game. Jonas, you were watching. Give us your first initial impressions on how that went down.
Well, this is what I expected out of Elevate after the win against Red Reserve. The last thing I wanted from them was maybe to let the map slip up, and they didn't. This is really the dominant Elevate that we saw yesterday. Again, they are in good form. Sure, it's not against the greatest of teams, and I don't think that team from Erase had any kind of caliber to take a map away from them. But it's good to see that they took it very seriously, making sure they were going to secure that first place in their pool. So yeah, really, really expected. There was a couple players, you know, getting some good actions on the side of Erase, but that was about it on the bright side.
Yeah, I mean, for me, kind of looking at it going forward, I mean, Elevate had a slow start on the hard point. Was probably the only thing you could say here, but I looked at it and I went, yeah, they just started slow. This isn't really a big problem
Yeah,
for
that was
them.
it, wasn't it? I think we never really expected Elevate to not come back into it. I think it always looks strong from them. And again, I said it was a good start by Erase. Are we going to keep with Erase?
It's right. It's Erase.
Erase, right? Okay, Erase had a good start, but yeah, as I said, Elevate, the rotations were there. They
I
were
got told
holding
off
it down.
by our COD competitive mod.
Well, I know, but
Avini.
come on.
He's a great guy. I think I probably said his name wrong. But yeah, shout out
But that's got two I's in it as well, hasn't it?
Exactly, that's how he knows.
Ah, right, okay.
How he knows.
Oh, yeah.
Greatest mod there is on Arcon Competitive.
You just want nice comments, don't you?
Well, I do. I don't hate them like you do.
I don't hate them.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think you do.
Don't you start.
Anyway, Cam, well, let's move on here and say any kind of positive from Erase that we can draw from that scenario. I know it's not the easiest thing to do, but we haven't expected caliber and Elevate. I'd like to kind of look at Erase a bit more.
I mean, any positives you can take from them, the fact that the team, the only thing is I wanted to say, like, okay, they had like a good uplink game, but then we spoke about it was like the pushes from them just like felt unstructured. I mean, we were talking earlier about Movie Star Raiders are this team, which was the worst that we've seen come through, and we mentioned that Erase is probably the lower one. I would love to say the positives from this team, but everything in the hardpoint, everything in the uplink, everything in search and destroy, nothing was pushing as a team. You could tell the communications weren't there. There was, I mean, the fact that Watson was able to pick the ball up and he literally just walked in and out of the enemy team, straight up and into the portal. There was two players watching the same line of sight.
Great use of positives here so far.
It's so difficult. I really want to pick a positive. I mean, I guess the only positive I could say then was Stan looked good.
Well, and
Max looked good as well, actually.
but that's the thing. You talked about communication. That's a weird mix. 3 German and a French. Like, why would you do that?
It's all well and good having good players and say, oh, well, he's good. Well, he doesn't speak well language, though. So
yeah, exactly. And I don't think Stan has the best English. Now he's found himself a few times with English players. Now he's with Germans. I just think it's a weird mix. I mean, get that Germans are really good at speaking English, but still, when you get a French player in an English team, that's fine because they're going to speak their own language. Now, every single player has to speak English, and when we know the importance of communication and small talk on Call of Duty, I think that's a valid point to say it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I think it's a good way to end this segment at the same time. All right, we are going to shut this one down. And speaking of the French, not good combination, there is another combination about to come up. Last game of the day for the groups. Team Supremacy versus Zealous will be right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm worried that the EU we saw at Champs might have been just a fluke. If EU wants to continue to be respected or earn the respect that they think they deserve, then they need to win a major international event this year.
It honestly comes down to composure, veteran leadership, and stuff like that. I really do think these European players are here to stay and they're here to play. So they just have to show everybody that.
North America isn't as far ahead. Some of the elite level teams, they're certainly still going to be ahead, and it is a stronger field. But yeah, I think some of the North American teams actually have something to fear from some of these strong European squads.
I don't think any American respects any European player. Vice versa, to be honest. We actually want to win. I don't think they're as emotionally involved as we are. We probably play 10 times more than them. When we do beat, yeah, it's going to come back biting you in the arse.
I don't think the North American players respect the EU players right now, just off of one event last year at XP where the European players played well. I think the North American players need to see it more often for them to respect the European guys.
I don't think North American players have started to respect us. I think if anything it's took an opposite turn, but I definitely think we deserve a lot more credit than we get.
The American players have no respect. They think the road revolves around them. Some of them are okay, there's literally a handful of them that are normal, can get on with. The rest of them are so ego-filled.
I think the drama between me and Reedy definitely started because of the Europe versus NA conversation of who deserves what. And then Reedy just kind of came at me out of nowhere, and I was just like, who are you? Who have you ever been? I've been doing this 10 years, and I still can't remember your name.
I do think that some of the American players do respect the EU players. Obviously, they think they're better than everybody else, which is understandable. They have dominated the scene. We are getting better every year. I don't see why they shouldn't respect us.
Alors comment est-ce que la rivalité entre les équipes nord-américaines et européennes a évolué? Je dirais que elle est, malgré les résultats des Européens, restée relativement pareille. Les Américains se sentent toujours supérieurs, ils ont raison, mais ils sont quand même capables d'être battus par quelques équipes européennes à droite à gauche.
9 times, 8 times out of 10, we're going to beat them, unless we have like a really off series. Certain NA teams are just really confident against them, like our team. Like we just go into a European match and we're like, just play like we're better than them and we'll beat them.
I don't think the North Americans are going to respect the Europeans for quite some time. They're sort of in their set ways that European are rubbish. When we beat them, it's just a good look to stand up and see the look on their face like, you've been talking rubbish on us for quite some time. It's just nice to show you that it's not true.
The EU showing that champs is definitely the new norm. Give us a couple years time and we'll be winning everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Birmingham here at I-60 live in the NEC. My name is Bryce and we have the last of our group games about to go underway. Team Supremacy versus Zealous Gaming. Now Zealous actually gave us a bit of a surprise earlier by taking maps off Millennium, opening up a whole world of questions. And the people to give you the answers to these questions are joining me as well in the studio. First up on my right, your left, it's Phil with 7.
Thank you very much, Bryce. It's the first time that I'm actually not in the seat, because I was before when I started doing that thing again, but I'm actually analysing, which I enjoy doing. It's going to be interesting, and luckily I've just had a chat, which I'm sure we'll bring up shortly, with Benny G about his upcoming game. So
one of Tommy's turtles.
One of many turtles out there, but he's actually really frustrated with the loss.
Really?
We were talking about how he's going to be happy with his performance, but really frustrated. He's like, I should have won that. We should be going up, and now he's looking at the group, and he thinks that it could be all a three-way tie, of course, if they do take the win.
Now, before we go any further, I'll introduce the other guys in a second. I'm not entirely sure how much Millennium were on the gas that game. That's the only thing I'm going to throw in here.
I think Millennium may have underestimated them a little bit, but I always try and give the credit to the team that performs well. And I do think Zealous showed us what they can do. I think, because I was asking Benny about his game against Black Forest, and he was like, you know what, we did just get 3-0'd, but they were close games again. I was like, but surely Black Forest and Millennium, they're two different types of teams, in a large margin. And I think he just said, he learned a lot from the first, learned a lot from Millennium, but it was, close again. So he's really confident going up against Supremacy.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's find out from our other members of the panel. It's the Gruesome Twosome, Ton and Campbell.
Oh, thanks. I like how they...
Campbell? Ton.
Don't you start. I like how you eventually introduced this to conversation, but yes, I mean, I think this is going to be a good game. I think, looking at it, these two teams could be very well evenly matched. Stop.
What?
I know what you're doing.
I don't think anything.
I think these two teams could be very well evenly matched. I think Zealous have got a really good shout in this game.
That's cool. I just want to combo their names. Tunbell.
Tunbell, hashtag.
Campbell.
Hashtag it, get it trending. Tumbel's definitely the
Yeah,
one.
Tumbel's the one.
What would the other one be?
What did I can't remember what we said? Tumble.
No, I don't want to even try the other one.
Yeah, the other combination is one we won't try.
Yeah.
All right. Now, bearing in mind we're talking about three-way tie here, benchmarking-wise, Supremacy yesterday I thought were very poor. Not just the usual Supremacy versus Millennium. I actually thought they played way under what I was expecting. Zealous have shown they can play above. For me, I'm still undecided whether or not I thought that Millennium definitely didn't put the foot on the gas. I think Millennium were doing what some teams here have been doing and not executing S&Ds properly.
Agreed, yeah. I think, I mean, Mark is just there, so I'd imagine he'd be listening, but I think they probably didn't really come out of fourth or fifth gear to really actually push on with that one. You know, the S&D, I said that's something that players are probably looking towards this weekend. Don't want to give too much away, especially
Being very secretive for players.
Yes, very secretive, like you. You're very secretive.
Whoa, I am an open book.
An open book, okay. But yeah, I think it makes sense, especially going into games like that where you expect to win irrelevant of losing your first S&D. It should have been a walk in the park for them anyway, you would say. Zealous, though, put up a good showing for me. I think it really shows that they can offer something, and going up against a weaker team than Millennium, it's going to be an interesting precursor to see where they actually are, which is why I'm actually really looking forward to this game.
For me as well, take a look at it as I move my mic so I can hear me. There we go. For
That's
me, the Zealous team, take a look at Cruisin, for example. Cruisin's been incredibly consistent all the way through open bracket and also in the game against Millennium this weekend. Also, Benny G, he's had a fantastic performance. I'm looking for individuals like Trans to have a good performance as well. So the 4 players on the Zealous team I'm aware of, and I want them to have an explosive performance. I want them to enjoy themselves while they're up there, but also understand the opponent that they're going up against. I don't want them to underestimate Supremacy. Yes, he had a great series against Millennium, and yes, they are, you know, we would agree they are far better than Supremacy. But don't think just because you played well against Millennium that Supremacy are going to be easier. I want them to still understand the opponent they're going up against and go into this with the confidence, but understand as well that this is such a big game. Benny said to you, you know, this is the one that would give them the chance. The only thing is that pressure, because of they are an amateur team, going to end up being the reason why they may lose this.
Well, speaking of pressure, the pressure is also on Supremacy now. They will have seen that last game as well. They will know that this hangs in the balance. This is to secure second place in the group. So Supremacy, you know, they also have to kind of just knuckle up and just say, all right, we've got to take these guys down. No messing around. Got to execute our S&Ds properly. You know, they're not in the Global Pro League, so they have to worry about any of that stuff. You know, Supremacy have to go as, you know, double hard.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there's been so many question marks around the squad throughout the whole year. They started it winning 2Ks, that sort of things, and then there's so many things have happened, you know, with visa issues, Whalers being in the team to step in, who played well for them, he's moved on. What's even going on with the squad anymore? They've never really had a stable team that's kept continuously going to events, which has really bruised them, I think.
And I think for me as well, where does Supremacy stand if they lose this series? If Supremacy do end up losing to Zealous, which obviously is a team through open bracket, and no team in groups really should ever lose to an open bracket team, I'm just interested to see where Supremacy goes from here with their roster if they do end up losing to Zealous here.
Well, I'll tell you, we'll go through this a little bit map by map in just a few minutes. But what we can do now, though, is we can actually take a look at the upper and lower bracket, because that's actually coming to an end. The championship bracket will start soon. So we can kind of catch up, pick out a few results that we've seen here and there in the upper and lower bracket of the open bracket taken here at the NEC. All right, this is what is going on so far. I'm not going to read them all out to you. There's an awful lot going on that screen. Anything that kind of stands out to you guys here in the studio?
For me in particular, it's just those kind of teams that have made those long runs and they've not been easy. They've not all been 2-0s. For example, you're looking at the likes of Zealous. You know, they didn't just kind of breeze through here. They had to really grind it out and go to those uplinks. Of course, in those, you know, best of threes. But I think it is really kind of a statement for a lot of these squads, and just to kind of show us what they're made of and can they go toe to toe. And I think this is the great thing about pool play, is it eliminates those times where you go to an event where, you know, back in the day, you turn up and your first games against Millennium are like, okay, that's a bit frustrating. But these guys have now matched up evenly, and we can really truly see which are the best squads. And I've got to say, Zealous is the one that catches my eye.
You know what? Out of those, Bulldog catches my eye. I actually caught up with the guys earlier. They said it was a nail-biting loss to a Raise. So we could have seen those in the groups. You know, on the uplink, I think it came down to like 1 point or something.
Yeah.
What they were telling me earlier, they could have almost got it, just weren't able to. I'm expecting them maybe to make a big lower bracket run. So I think that's maybe where we look to see them come in later in the tournament. You know, tomorrow, who they play, I don't know. We're going to definitely see some Sharks in that lower bracket as well. You've got to remember that there are very good teams in these groups. The top 6 of Europe, two of which are going to play each other tomorrow. So I don't know how far you can go in the loser bracket. It's certainly not easy, and that's the loser bracket coming up now. It's definitely not easy, this event, for any European team. We said before, Europe's increased its depth and its strength. Right now, I'd maybe say, what, 6, potentially 7 really good teams? I mean, I think the top 6 are pretty solid. Like, it's a really good mix of players. It's probably the best mix of teams we've had in the last, I want to say, 4 years.
Yeah,
I think it's the best we've seen in 4 years. There was, I think, like a 3-year period where it was basically TCM and Epsilon and then occasional Prophecy thrown in.
Yeah.
And then there's basically nobody else. And then before that,
There's a lot more depth.
Yeah,
That's it.
going way back before that, you what, Cloud back in the day? You know, and even then, it wasn't a great level of depth to it. This is probably the greatest Europe has been in a while in terms of its teams.
And in a range of skill, I would say so.
Yeah.
I think still at the top level, I think we're still just a little bit short still, but I absolutely agree with you. I think the depth is definitely there within the top 6. I think, unfortunately, the disparity between the top 6 and everyone else, I think it's quite large currently. And it'd be nice to see some of those teams who are 8, 12, 16 top, you know, try and get themselves up there. And this is a good weekend to do that because it's all European teams. There's no NA teams in there to sort of upset any sort of balance.
I think it's just these big step down, right? Like, you go top 6, and then after that, it's what, the top 10 is the next 4 teams are pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, they could crack the top 6. After that, though, that's where the drop-off is just unbelievable.
Yes.
It's just so difficult for any team in there. It's just a real gulf of skill. We talked about it a bit this weekend.
I think as well what Bance said in his interview was so crucial was when it drops off, the practice that those teams are getting compared to the likes of Splice and others, it's just so different. And I don't want to say it's unfair, it's just the positions that they're in.
Yeah, you know, some people are being able to make this their livelihood. So they can commit that amount of time to it, which is obviously going to be a difference. But at the end of the day, they are there for a reason, irrelevant of the practice that they've had previously. They're getting the practice now because of how good they previously were. So I think it is all sort of horses for courses, but at the same time,
horses for courses.
You like that one.
I like
That's
that
why
one.
I got it from.
That's good.
But at the same time, I think, you know, those players could potentially get there. You just need to grind it out and get better and move up through teams.
And we also have to remember as well, teams like Zealous, who we're about to see, you know, is one of those teams that's going to be fighting for that Season 2 relegation spot, wanting to be, you know, in that position to change it to a livelihood, like you were saying, and be in the Global Pro League. But, you know, this is why I think this game is so important for so many different reasons. It's important for this point here, but I think it's also important for them to prove that they can take on some of these teams that have been in that position before and can beat them. They've shown us that, you know, they've matched up against Millennium. Obviously, Millennium ended up winning it, but can they do it against Supremacy? I think a team which is more matched towards their skill level.
All right. Well, speaking of Zealous and Supremacy, Phil, what are your thoughts on this one? Where are we going? What are you expecting to see? Are we seeing another 3-0?
I don't think we are. I think that's the one thing that I will predict is we're seeing a map 4 and maybe map 5 in this one. I want Zealous to really come out hungry here, and I'm actually going to go out with a bit of a crazy one maybe. I'm going to say Zealous actually take this series.
Oh, okay.
And
somewhere Jonas is crying?
Yeah, probably, more than likely.
I'm going to agree with him.
But I'm just going to go with Zealous just because of what I've seen from them, but I'm going to go for a 3-2.
Okay. Are you confident enough to call the maps?
I mean, I can give it a go, Bryce.
Give it a go, Phil.
Hard point. I'm going to go hard point, and we're going to 2-0 to Zealous, then 2-2, then 3-2 Zealous.
Okay, all right. This game is ready to go. Separated at birth, but joined back to the CWL. It's Tun and Cwl. Take it away.
Oh, God damn it, Brycey. Thank you very much for that lovely intro once again. But for me, looking at this game, I'm going to go Zealous 3-1. I think they lose the uplink but take the other 3 maps. I think they've looked pretty strong throughout this, and I'm not being convinced by Supremacy at all so far this weekend.
Do you know what the really interesting thing for me as well going into this one is if Jonas was here on the desk, he always tells us about the French teams struggle to close their games out, and the amateur teams also struggle to close their games out as well, so it'll be interesting to see which way this one really goes. But it's going to be Team Supremacy with Vortex using the ERAD in this one. They're going to be the first team to break in, and they're going to be the first team to start the ball rolling in this hard point on throwback.
Yeah, Supremacy with a good start, 14 points on the board for them. We want to see Zealous really step this one up, see what they can do. I was impressed by Cruzen. I think you know, played very, very well throughout that series, and they're getting points on the board now. And I think it's going to be I think this is going to be a good game. It's our last one of the groups. I think it's going to be a impressive one. Both these teams, I don't think that much separates them. I think Zealous are probably the best open bracket team we've seen here this weekend so far. Yeah. But Supremacy will want to stamp their actual presence in that top 8. they can do that with a convincing win here. But if they don't get a convincing win, questions are going to be not answered, they're going to be asked. That's the thing.
Player we didn't touch upon really much on the analyst deck is for Jelzy as well. He has been absolutely insane this weekend, having a fantastic performance. There's 5,000 points from PPs already coming in there. You know, the game time is really starting to prove he's having some good performances. But this one is back and forth between these two teams, and it is going to be Zealous with control of the barn hill, cruising inside the hill as Vortex begins to try and break through the middle, but it's not going to happen at all. Cruising and Benny G working together. Malzy will find the nade kill, but nobody really close from the Team Supremacy roster to try and break this hill. Player number 8 for Jelzy is going to be pushing out alongside his teammate Benny G, as now they actually opt to back up a little bit and just try to hold on to this one as much as they can. Vortex will go through with the E-Rad for Jelzy, finds him, but Toto should be able to clean it up and does do with a nice 2-piece there.
Yeah, it was just a nice pitch from Supremacy, this setup, and just turned 4 men in. They knew they had the numbers, and they used them to their advantage, looking to move to the new hardpoint, which is going to be Bypath. Malzy's going to be the one to win that first fight there. Cruising going down. The fights are being won by Supremacy, but for Jelzy, once again, you said he's one of the guys to watch out for. Not going to quite win that last gunfight, but Trance is there to clean things up. The points are going on the board, but nobody can currently contest it, as this hardpoint quite often is.
I expect this one to be close. We kind of all agreed with it on the analyst desk as well. We expect this one to be back and forth, but Zealous currently leading in this one. We're on board here with Toto, who's trying to hold it down for his team, seeing if he can just stay alive in the hill, but it's not going to happen. Zealous will break through. Benny G just sliding for both sides of the hills, trying to stay alive for his team, is going to be racking up the hill time as well. You can see Supremacy, though. They're going to start sliding through. Malzy and Vortex leading the way. They're contesting the hill as well. Benny G somehow still alive with the E-Rad. Eventually, Supremacy are going to find him. And now the rotations will come in. It's going to go over towards that bowling side.
Just went hard.
Yeah.
He's just went so hard back towards baseball there. And he's just managed to pick up the kill, get around the back. Jelzy is going to... How do you say it? For Jelzy?
For Jelzy.
For Jelzy. We'll go. It sounds quite Italian. But anyway, he's going to win them back towards baseball. But Vortex is going to pick up 2. Is he going to pick up the 3rd as well? The shots are windy. Trance. Mals comes in there and takes him down. And that was a gunfight you really had to win. The rest of his team aren't really close, though. Supremacy do take a lead, though. First time since the first hard point that we've seen that. But let's see if they can hold that down, as we do see Zealous starting to think of the stack. Malzy gets the first kill long range. Here the rest of them come. They're all just running at the gunfire of Supremacy here. They need to set up, take their time, trying to get to pick from range. Malzy goes down. Vortex with another kill, and just seems all the important kills are going Supremacy's way. But Cruising gets in. Self in there, not good enough though. Where's the rest of the numbers? Where's the rest of Zealous? A little bit too much 1-by-1 for me. They need a different directional pushes. They do so eventually and get a hold of the hard point.
Vortex was having a field day for a second there, and actually able to get himself streaks as well. I think it was
They're making it easy for them now, though.
Very true. They were flying at them 1-by-1. Not really much team structure with the push that was coming in there. Cruising started this one off 7 and 10, finally starting to get into this one a little bit more, but we were talking earlier about Cruising being an impactful player, but not really getting off to the start that he would have wanted. Vortex, however, on the other side, definitely is. He is 17 and 10 on another 3 streak, has the Trinity Rocket, like I said. The FTL has already come through as well, but take a look at Benny G, because he's close to his specialist. Not quite sure what that one is.
FTL, no doubt.
Yeah, it must be with how close he is, but in terms of hill time, in terms of the game at the minute, Supremacy looking like they might break the 100-point mark. Zealous trying to break it in. Trance will break in for a second, but there's, once again, as you said earlier, nobody around to assist.
It seems as if, I want to say, a lot of the AM teams get a little bit excited. I think it's one of them things. Yes. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. They go very, very fast and just want to play at 100 miles an hour all the time. Just take a step back, think about what you're doing. He doesn't need to be in the middle hard point with 3 members of your team are dead. You don't want to be there. Yeah. There's no point, especially with how scrappy it is. Okay, it's hard to get a setup on this one anyway, but you set yourself up in a position to get control instead of, you know, just trying to hold down the hard point on your own, because it's not going to happen. From the back of that, Supremacy who held that down well, but the final few seconds are going to go towards Zealous. The spawns are going to be in Supremacy's favor, though.
Supremacy, like you said, have the spawns, but the team of Zealous Esports is grouping up as they get ready for a push. But player number 2, Vortex, coming around the back, but it doesn't even matter because Malzy an easy 2-piece for both of them. Malzy is 22 and 13, Vortex 19 and 13. It is complete slaying dominance right now. They're just picking players off individually 1-by-1 on the Zealous Esports roster. We spoke about it since the start of this hardpoint game. It's all just individual kills. There is not much trading going down at all from Zealous Esports. They're grouped up once again over towards Lemon. They're going to try to begin to push through again. 24 seconds remain in this one. Benny G really has been the only player for me on Zealous Esports who is getting the intro kills. They aren't able to hold on to the hill, but Benny's at least trying to make intro kills.
The thing is, as you said, they're just not setting up well enough for the pinches. They're going to hold it down and very, very well. They're going to get the final few points. Looking towards the Pike Path as well. They do have Cruz in there. He's going to be first one around there, but I do believe that Miles is going to be causing problems there as well. Does take down for Chelsea, and he's going to set himself up in Restaurant and take it just to cause problems. Does pick up a second as well. Going to secure the position, get more points to the board. Not too far away from doubling that Scarab. But Vortex causing problems as well. And it's always Malty, it's always Vortex. They are all over Zealous currently, and it's a good 70-point lead now for Supremacy. And this is the Supremacy team that we can sort of expect to turn up. Okay, Millennium against Zealous is a bit of a hard one to call because it's such a mismatch. I say that Zealous do get locked down. But what my point was is that Supremacy, you wouldn't put them on the same level as Millennium. Yet Supremacy are looking pretty good here against a team who give Millennium a good game. So this is, for me, Supremacy starting to show up. Zealous not quite into the game yet.
One of the things that I'm definitely seeing as well is Benny G has been effective with the ERAD when he's been able to get into the position to use it. And I think the reason why Supremacy are dominating so much is because the likes of Mousy with the AR is creating the space for Vortex to get in with the ERAD. Nobody on Zealous Esports is really assisting Benny G to get to that position. 170 to 109. Here they come. FTL comes through. Benny G once again. This is what I was talking about. When he gets in that position, he is a slayer with the weapon. He just needs the help getting there. Toto will break through. He finds another two-piece. That's the second time we've seen Toto do that. He's going to find the third as well as cruising drops. And the only player left alive will be for Chelsea. He needs to try and stay alive. He's not going to be able to do that. Vortex will find the kill, and the team is just racking up even more and more heal time for the Team Supremacy. They're almost about to break the 200-point mark, Ton.
Vortex making more kills. And yeah, Cruisen's making a few kills on his way there, but it's not enough. They are now setting up towards the silo side, making it a little bit easier for them. And Vortex is not missing shots with the E-Rider. Comes in though, Benny G's going to get a kill himself. Toto holding things down, Cruising, and it's once again, it's Supremacy. They're just winning every single trade when it does happen. It's 1-for-1 every single time. Now, Zealous need to do it again. And whenever they are getting, I mean, why is Fidelity jumping in there? Three of his teammates are nowhere near him. It's just a waste of a death in that situation. They need to slow down. They can win the gunfights, but they're not doing it at the right time. In the end, they're picking up 5 and 6 seconds here and there, but what's that? They're currently 100 points down. Supremacy are making this look easy because Zealous are making it easy for them.
I also think as well that we're starting to see a little bit of panic come out of the Zealous Esports roster.
Absolutely.
They're trying to, they know Supremacy are only 30 points away from taking the first hard point. Now they're trying to fly bodies towards the hill. But at the minute, it's so easy for a team with the caliber and the talent that Supremacy has on them for them to just pick these players off one by one, especially when they're not being challenged by anybody else. It's really quite simple. And it's a little bit upsetting to see because Zealous just looked so great against Millennium. I thought, this was the conversation we was having. I kind of wanted it to be true that Millennium weren't kind of trying that hard. I wanted it to be like Zealous actually had a good performance, but it's starting to look to me like Millennium just, the gas was slightly off the pedal.
Well, that is going to be it. 250 to 114 and a convincing performance out of Supremacy. I feel like I think Zealous deserve the criticism that we are currently giving them, but I want to give props to Supremacy playing that one very, very well. I think, when they're moving in, they're being a bit too aggressive. They are just winning every single gunfight where they need to. Supremacy lock that one down fairly easily in the end.
One thing as well we see with a lot of other pro teams in this tournament, especially this
Ballsy
weekend.
and Vortex, look at that.
Yeah, is when the pro teams lose a map, it's still fist bumps, it's still heads held high. You've got to forget about the last map and move on. We cut to a camera shot for a quick second then over at the Zealous Esports boys, and they look down.
Yeah, it was a poor performance. I'll say it was. It just, for me, it didn't seem like they were working as a team together. They didn't jump in at the right times together. They're disappointed about it, but they need to get their heads up for the rest of the series. There is still 4 potential maps left to go, and we want to see a big series out of these guys. We know they can do it. We've seen them against Millennium take that S&D. They take this S&D. Yeah, but it was a disappointing performance on that hard point. We probably expected a little bit more from them. Again, I think they never, when they did get Benny G into those positions, as you said, then he was causing problems, but they never really
getting him there.
Yeah,
can't get him there when Mousy with an MV4 and a K-bot is just holding.
But they
back.
keep running into him one by one. That's the thing. That was the issue there.
And so think of it a little bit like when you look at Supremacy. Think of Vortex, the EVAD player that you want in that position, and all the other players on the Supremacy are like his bodyguards. They help him get to that position. They escort him towards the hill, and then they kind of just wind him up and let him go. Benny G is the same type of player. There was just nobody escorting him. Benny G was trying to get there with an ERAD, and you can't go up against Mouse with an MV4 when you have an ERAD in your hand.
Exactly. So in that case, Benny G, does he have to change it up with the way that the game's going?
I don't know. It's difficult to say because when Benny G is your most impactful player, and he's picking up the most kills, and really, if anybody on that team was trying to make a difference to the score, you don't really want to take it away from him when he's the only one doing something. It's really a matter of the fact that the other 3 players have to change the way that they're pushing. Like what you said. Okay, for Jersey doesn't necessarily need to fly out. Maybe cruise and waits a little bit more for a teammate. I just think Benny is
composure, isn't it?
Oh yeah. We've talked about it on the analyst test. You know, Tommy has worked, well, not, I say worked along, but played alongside Benny.
You were making Tommy sound like Jose Mourinho the other
honestly,
day. Oh, he's taught Benny G.
It's what we've spoken about, though, down here. You know, he's that type of person that just gives these young players a little bit of something to go for. I mean, Wuskins is probably one of your prime examples of it, but Benny has done a lot of stuff with Tommy, so I mean, that's why I see him as this really, really good player, and he knows what he's doing. He just needs that help to get to that position, and he is one of the most impactful players on this lineup for me. But, you know, you made a very good point earlier on, and that was that we did see Zealous take the Search and Destroy against Millennium. Is that in any way kind of making you go, this one could be 1-1?
Potentially. I think what Rated spoke about on the desk before is something prevalent to talk about, where some of the top-level teams, I mean, that was a good example there that we just seen on our screen of Benny G working well with the E-Ride once he was inside the point. Back to the point, I think what Rated was saying is that like not many people want to give too much of their S&D game away with the LAN League coming up.
Oh, okay.
Because, I mean, that is... The top and bottom of it is that is a lot of the top teams' priorities here this weekend. They want to get practice for that, but they don't want to give too much away. That could have been part of it. I don't want to be harsh on Zealous and say that was the total of it. I think it made a slight difference, but I think realistically Zealous still probably deserved that Search and Destroy. Moving into Retaliation again, I think looking at it, Supremacy, Mols is going to love this. You know, that AR from him is going to be dominant on the
one of the different things I saw as well when we do cut to our camera shots is, you know, you look at Millennium roster when they were losing, they're laughing, there's not really much, you know, they just, you know, they know it's a game, they want to get out of the way. However, when Supremacy won that first hardpoint, their players were standing up, they were screaming, they were cheering, high fives. You know, they're pumped for this. They want to win this one more than anything.
It's an important game for them, they know
different. Yeah, you know, it's very, very different compared to the situation that Millennium were in earlier. So, you know, I don't know. I just want Zealous to have looked like the team that did take Millennium all that way. But I think if they get 3-0'd here by Supremacy, does the topic of conversation change with that one?
Absolutely. I think a lot of people look towards them to say, yeah, okay, one of the best open bracket teams here, but they need to convince, they need to show us.
They kind of fall into the bracket of the rest of the open bracket teams, don't
Yeah,
they?
exactly. Yeah. That's it. They need to show us that they can hang with the big boys. And going up against Supremacy, you wouldn't call them, for me, I think they're just probably...
Definitely not top 6 big.
Oh, no. I think 8 to 12 is sort of probably around the area that they're going to be landing the most European lands.
And also
I think,
as well,
you know, going into this one now, Zealous need to be... This is the sort of team Zealous need to be aiming to beat.
Especially when their goal is the Season 2 relegations. I mean, if you can't beat Supremacy, there is better teams in the Season 2 relegations you're going to end up facing against. But anyway, Supremacy have looked strong in this one, so we don't want to take anything away from them either. Because they haven't done. But however, Trans has started this Search and Destroy quite well. Finds a 2-piece.
Started it well, but Vortex managed to miss the whole clip. So I think we'll give that to him as well. But Trans does eventually get taken down. Benny G gets a kill on the Malsey. Easy, left alive in a 1 versus 3.
You are correct there. 1 versus 3 for Easy. Cruising Benny G and for Jersey, all the remaining players alive. Now Easy does want to go and collect the bomb as well. These players are just playing their life perfectly. Nobody peeking anything stupid. One player is going to be towards mid-map. Is he going to get taken down? No, that was going to be a good kill that came through. I think that was Trance in the final kill cam there. I'm not too sure. He did pick up the first 2 kills. That could have been 3 kills for him. No, it was for Jersey. For Jersey here in your final kill cam, cleaning up that one. So good start so far for Zealous. I think they needed this one after the hard point. They needed to come out strong in the Search and Destroy. Didn't want to give away an early round to the Team Supremacy. But can they keep the ball rolling? That's the question.
1 round at a time. And 1 round at a time. Let's see if they can continue this form on. So going to round number 2, and we are now going to see Zealous attack. Which sort of way do you think they're going to attack it? For me, as a person who has not really watched these guys, is it an aggressive push? Are these one of these teams like Fnatic? It's a slow push. I tell you where the aggression's coming from, though. It's going to be Supremacy. Vortex picks up 2 in the middle, and really good work. They get control of Hotel, and this is going to be a very hard round for Zealous to win now.
Very good jammer grenade as well. Is able to reveal the position for Jeldy, and Vortex was going off in the hard point, but it's left Trans in a 1 versus 4.
He could be in a worse position.
Yeah, he could be in a worse position. Be 2-pieced earlier on Plat, so there's every possibility he could still clutch this, but we're going to stay on board with him, though. He does have the bomb in hand. There's a lot of time. Remember, 50 seconds is a lot of time in the Search and Destroy he's got to work with. He just needs to locate whereabouts these players are. There will be one of those towards the back left, and he will get cleaned up. So immediately, Supremacy will return and tie this one up 1-1.
I think that was just a really nice push, getting aggressive through the middle of the map there, all the way through Hotel Corridor, and Vortex is on them in a shot. Taking 2 of them down initially, that's the round pretty much over. I think if you can't get control, if both teams go towards that, it's whoever wins
Well,
those
it's
first
the
few
team
gunfights.
on the other side that actually gets there quicker. It's proven you get there quicker, not from this side that
From
Zealous
defensive
is
side, yeah,
pushing.
absolutely.
And so really, you must expect that someone will go for that. It looks like
Zealous have done
are
the
going
same
to go
thing.
for it. They have managed to get there first, but not checking the window. Vortex will just be easily taking down Trans there, and immediately it's a 4 versus 2. Vortex, you can see, is playing with so much confidence right now.
Yeah, and what Zealous need, I think what Zealous need to do now is slow it down. This round's going to be a tough one for them, but even if they lose this, they need to look at it and slow things down just a little bit. Benny G left all alone once again. Does get the first kill on the easy, pre-spraying through the door, not going to work out for him. Not the worst situation to be in, but it's a pretty bad one. 3 kills still needed to be made.
as well.
Yeah, it's not going to happen for him. He's shots all over the place now. I think that was probably the situation where we should have jumped down the map, but that is going to be the round.
Yeah.
And now Supremacy take a lead 2-1. And yeah, for me, I think I want to see Zealous try and slow this thing down.
Oh, try and slow it down, you're going to have to, because you're not going to beat Vortex with how aggressive he is playing right now. He's getting to every position on the map so quickly, free aiming and picking up some easy gun kills for him. But let's see what they can do then. Switching sides once again. See how they're going to opt to play this. Zealous Esports looking like maybe it could have been a push towards A. I don't know if they're actually just going to send Benny on the overextend and see if he will pick up one or try to wait for one flanking through. You can see Trans.
They've slowed it down.
I mean, that just proves to me how scared Vortex has got this Zealous team. The fact that Trans now just has to pre-aim and pre-fire that doorway.
Oh,
Look
can
at
he
though.
see him?
There is one.
He's so close to seeing me. I think he's inside. He's just behind the door there. So if they can catch him, get control of Hotel Corridor, that could spell trouble for Supremacy. They're not going to see him. The challenge goes in from Cruising. It seems a silly one. Malzy cleans up Benny G. Suddenly Trance has got a lot to do here. He should pick up this kill in mid-map. He does so. Easy goes down. Going to get taken down. On the trades are always there. Every single member of Supremacy seems to have cover. And for Chelsea, suddenly finds himself in a 1 versus 3. And you know what? For me, these rounds that Zealous are losing aren't even close. It seems to be 3v1s, 4v1s every single time. Not coming down to the wire or anything. This has got to be a dejecting performance from them. As for Chelsea, trying to find something, not going to find anything but the bullets of Supremacy.
The heartbreaking thing, as well as we thought maybe of anything from the S&D performance we saw against Millennium, we tried to maybe take it through to the next game here against Supremacy, and that could have been the one that they maybe took. But for me, I just think if this goes to an uplink, I just see Supremacy closing this series.
Well, yeah, I think I said my prediction before the game. I thought Zealous, based after what we've seen from them and what we've seen from Supremacy, that they were going to take this series 3-1. I was thinking they're going to take the S&D in the hard point, lose the uplink, and win the next hard point. But at this moment in time, they need this map because I don't think uplink is going to work out for them. Zealous are getting aggressive now, and it just seems this is Supremacy are reading it very, very well. And Zealous suddenly need to drop back off, running through dangerous territory. They get away with that one.
You can see all 4 players have opted to back up here. And it looks like the rotation call has come through, though.
Yeah, it's the right call. It's the right call.
They're going to make their way over towards A, but at the same time, Zealous on the defense are going to do the exact same thing. They're going to try to rotate towards A.
Oh,
easy is going to be
such a dangerous position.
Yeah, and it'll be an easy kill as well. No? Okay.
God.
Maybe not.
Why do I have to work with you? Anyway, on board with Easy, as he does make an easy kill on the Benny G.
Oh, you did it as well.
Yeah, well,
that's just because you retake me.
Yeah, well, I just want to copy you and everything you do. On board with Toto, as we do push towards B, and this has been ringing around the roses with these two teams in this round. It just always backwards and forwards. Easy picks up another kill in the mid-map, and it just seems to be all Supremacy right now. Shots being fired all over the place. Easy is one to scare off Cruising and Tarancio, trying to push forward, trying to do something, but it's such a hard position to be in when Malzy is just making kills like that, taking him down. Trying to clean things up, but surely 3 members of Supremacy are going to converge down onto him, and he's going to go down 4-1 Supremacy.
How many times have we seen that team stuck in a 1 versus 3?
Yeah, I've said it so many, like a couple of times now. Every single round seems to be convincingly towards Supremacy. It's not like it's coming down to 1v1s. It's like, oh, look at guys, we lost a couple of 1v1s. They are getting punished every single round, not making the right decisions. It's amateur.
It also seems as well like there's not much communication between the guys going on.
Yeah.
They're kind of just playing Call of Duty.
I think their heads are gone. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was speaking about before we went into it. The difference between professional and amateur is about how well you can keep your head held high and forget about the last map going into the next map. And I think already the hardpoint has kind of destroyed the Zealous team. They're just waiting for the game to finish now, but maybe a bit of life can come from them. Cruising has been one of the most consistent players in Search and Destroy throughout the open bracket. Now in this game,
that is the first time we've actually seen Zealous pick up first blood for quite a while, and it looks like a round that they could potentially win as the bomb does go down. Benny G picking up 2, Cruising yet to pick up a kill, but he's still alive. Malzy snaps onto Cruising. That's really going to put a dent in his confidence even more when Malsey puts him down like that. Now they're taking the time. That's a big gunfight. If Vortex can win that, the FTL, fantastic 7-kill streak from Vortex. And suddenly Trance is left all alone to try and defend this bomb site. Not in a terrible position. Do it. The time is on his side. Is he going to manage to pull this one off? No, because Malsey is all over that. And that's a round that Supremacy should not have won. Vortex coming up with the goods. And that round is going to be 5-1 now to Supremacy. And that's the nail in the coffin for me. That is such a confidence booster for Supremacy. It's such a confidence knocker.
Especially as well, when Malsey's kill there awarded him, I think it was Malsey, awarded him with full streaks.
Look, they're dejected. They need to pick themselves up because it's been that picture for the last 3 rounds.
Yeah.
That is a round they should have won. For me, I don't see a way back now. No way.
I think it's Malsey. Oh, no, sorry, it's Vortex. 7-1 has
check Malsey as well. Let's have a look.
Malsey is no. Okay, so Malsey was never in any streaks, but this is I like the place. They know they've got the streaks, so they're gonna go towards A, and they can bombardment, they can Trinity rocket, they can drop everything.
Well, they're gonna come in. Let's have a look at Vortex. Is he calling them?
So it'll be Vortex calling them in now. The streaks come down. Vortex finds one on Cruising. The bomb is going to be going down. Vortex finds the second one as well. It's all down to Vajelzi. The bomb goes down. They know where he is because the trophy system ping goes off. Vajelzi, you have got a lot against you. Good luck, but not enough luck needed for that one. Supremacy close it out 6-1. And we're going to go into game number 3, and it will be uplink. And to be honest with you, I have to say, and I don't want to, but I think that this series is over.
That's a bold prediction from you.
Just look at the picture.
Well, no, I understand that. I think we've grossly underestimated Supremacy and overestimated Zealous.
Sounds like it'll be one of those situations. But, you know, there's been a lot of talk, obviously, on the analyst sessions where we were talking a lot about Zealous because of what they did against Millennium. But let's just take a look at this Supremacy roster. Vortex
and Malsey. It was the same 2 players last map. They just seem to be causing so many problems. 9 kills apiece in that one. And look at that, Cruising 0-6.
The most consistent, like I said, the most consistent search and destroy player in the open bracket. I've seen him drop 13 kills in the open bracket search and destroy, and he comes up against Supremacy. And this was what we were talking about earlier, Ton. You know, we were talking about the gap between professional and amateur in the European Call of Duty scene is massive.
But I think, you know, when you, I mean, don't get me wrong, these guys are players who play Call of Duty a lot, and you know, we're just commentators, so it's easy for us to make these sort of judgments, but at the same time, to me, it seems like glaringly obvious mistakes. It's not just like little things here and there.
Yeah.
It seems to be the same mistakes that run true throughout a lot of the... And I think that's one of the things as well, because I think I remember there was a time before Subcom, where there was, you know, that was set up because teams couldn't get scrims against top teams, and that's what makes the difference. I think because the disparity is there, the disparity gets bigger because these top teams will just... I mean, that was a fantastic start. Trans managed to pick up 2 up towards Balcony, and, you know, they had a good start, and then it just fell apart every single round. I feel like
with the casting we've been doing this weekend, how many times have we said the underdog has had a good start, but it's just the professionals that close it out? I mean, why is that the case then?
I think it's just composure. They know how to answer back to it. They adapt to change. Zealous just don't seem to be there, and I don't want to feel like I'm bashing them so much because Supremacy have played fantastically well. But for me, the mistakes that we've seen today from the so-called amateur teams have ran true throughout every single game.
Yeah, we're seeing...
It's consistent, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
We're definitely seeing repetitiveness. We're definitely seeing the same things. We're going into this uplink, then I wonder if there'll be the communications problems that we saw earlier. I mean, I expect to see... I mean, even the game against Millennium, what was the score again? I'm pretty sure it was close in the uplink as well. It wasn't an absolute blowout. Millennium didn't absolutely blow out the water.
I don't think they did. I think it was a convincing win, but it wasn't...
yeah, it wasn't.
They didn't blow out. They didn't blow them out of the water. No, I think it was like a 7-3 or something like that. That was a very nice kill, and I think that was the nail in the coffin. When Vortex gets that one, that changes the game completely. He gets loads of control, win the round, and that was a position where Supremacy should definitely not have won the round, but Frost Uplink's going to be the next one as well. We need to see Zealous slow it down.
Yeah.
They need to do what we've been telling them. They need to slow it down. They have the potential to get the kills. We've seen Benny G, if he can get in around sub-base and cause problems there, then we could potentially see some sort of
and he's definitely
competition from Zealous. But at this moment in time, looking at the previous score, 250 to 114, convincing, 6-1, very convincing. Zealous backs to the wall.
And he's definitely an impactful player with the ERAD if he gets into that pocket of space to cause the problems for the enemy team. But it's always been the same conversation since we had the throwback card playing, which is you've got to help that player get to that position. And I just don't feel like the team at the minute, like the players alongside him for Chelsea, Cruz and Trans, are just picking up enough kills to be able to make that happen. Here you can see him on your screen. That's Benny G for you, a player that we expect to see go off in this one.
Well, we've been expecting it for a while, and hasn't.
Well, I mean, he didn't do too bad in the hard point.
No, I know, but I feel like we are too like bashing them a little bit. I mean, even myself.
Should we be nicer now?
Well, I know, but it's been nice, but they're not playing very well, Campbell. I can't let it go.
Tell me they're going to win this map.
No, because they're not.
Okay, I'll tell you. They're going to win this map. Zealous Esports going to win this map.
Deluded belief.
What happens if they do?
Then I'd be very surprised, and they'll have to change it up. What?
Well, then you owe me a meal. It's a deal.
No, I don't.
It's a date.
There is no such thing as a date going on.
Vortex on your screen here as he is the first player to begin to push out with the E-Rad. Let's see if he can be able to pick up a few kills, but it's not even about him at all. It's Toto and Malzy. And Malzy and Vortex, for me, really are the two highlight players on this team so far. But you don't take anything away from Easy and Toto because they have definitely been doing their fair share of stuff as well. The drone, however, is in the hands of Zealous. They try to push it up, but there is just one player waiting for them. Cruising, the only player there with the ball. Nobody around him, nobody near him, no lead blockers whatsoever.
So why did he push?
And, well, that's the question that...
I am flogging a dead horse here.
Oh, okay.
Stop doing it. Anyway, on board with Easy. Let's see how Supremacy work this one. Can they work it better? They know this player's there. He's done the exact same thing, but he's managed to get away with it. The manual pass comes in, but he does have that lead block. And Malzy is there. 2 points on the board. I'm not even surprised.
Well, does the Steam train begin now? Do Team Supremacy start to make this one incredibly difficult? Toto's found himself a nice wall run position here. If he can just look to hold this one. Not going to happen though. Cruisin will spot him. Cruisin begins to push up. Vortex will be the closest player to him. And if he's got an E-Rad in that position, he's going to cause so many problems. And he has been doing throughout the series. A long-range shot almost came in as well. But for Jelzy was able to find it. So there's 3 players currently for Zealous. At the minute, kind of trapped in this ship area. Cruisin needs to make a few kills and possibly throw the ball forwards to his teammates who are waiting. There you can see for Jelzy tries to push out. Trans just waiting to see if any of the players will go for the ball. And no, Toto will find the kill. They're going to overextend this one towards Ship. I do expect to see him drop the ball. Well, that's exactly what he does. Easy drops the ball for the kills rather than pushing up by himself.
Yeah, exactly. It's the right thing to do. You've got to push and move through the map together as a team. You're going to send those lead blockers through. That's what they have. We can see Easy's now going to push on through, looking for the kills. Malzy waiting his time. Going to go for it now. It's Easy 1 point that he misses. But at the same time, you know, they set themselves up in a good position. They're going to not get away with it. For Chelsea, might get that one away. No,
wow,
he's eventually going to go up. Yeah, 8 streak coming out of Toto, though. He's fully streaked out. Zealous looking to head into that loser's bracket.
When you're so soon into the game and you've got a player on an 8 streak already, fully streaked, oh, Zealous is just looking like it's going to be even harder every single time I see that minutes pass by in this map.
Right, look, they got the lead blocker. However, they got the lead blocker. They got somebody mid as well. They need to make the kills. That should be a 1. Right, okay, that was better. They got the kills where they needed to. They moved through. They had the blockers there. Even if you're not getting the kills, you're causing a distraction. That's the thing. And yeah, that was better. Now they can set up again. Do that again. Don't be getting too excited. The kills are coming in. Benny G's going to make one. Not going to make one in a second because Cruisin's going to go down. He is going to make the second. No, Easy going down as well. Benny G defended well there. He's kept them a bit momentarily. Toto heading towards sub B. Changes his mind again. Goes back to sub B. Doesn't have anybody with him. He's going to have to just go for the random 1 point play. Again, that was the wrong play to make. I think he should have dropped back, waited for the rest of his team. I think it's easy for us to say because we can sit here and watch. The heat of the moment, it is very much harder to do. Benny G picking it up a little bit there, 8 and 11. He has just picked up 4 kills in the last 20 seconds or so. So trying to hold Team Supremacy at bay, but currently Zealous are looking to be heading into that loser's bracket. I want to see more from them, though. We know we can't see that.
One thing as well, though, you got to pay attention. It's still only 3-1. They're only ahead by 1 dunk. So it's not like they're massively blowing Zealous Esports out of the water just yet. However, I do say that, and Easy is going to go up for the 1. Will it go in? That's the question. No.
Overshot
just a little bit too far there. Benny G will find the kill, and they should now be able to get this drone out. They have gone for the reset. Vortex accidentally taking down a teammate there, but whereabouts is the closest player to the drone? Player number 2, Benny G, is towards the mid-map area, and we'll have a big gunfight here with number 5, which is going to be Easy. He's on the head glitch. Easy just trying to bait, really, play his life as much as he can while his teammates come into a help. Benny G gets around the corner. I thought he was going to get the 2-piece. Malzy does clean him up, but it's distracted enough for his teammates to push up a little bit further. But Jelzy now will be able to pick up the kill. I thought Trans maybe should have gone for the ball there. For Jelzy's now had to wrap back for it. But Trans, you need to be a lead blocker.
Yeah, he does so, and he doesn't chat. Oh, that's actually worked out really, really well. For Jelzy, not going to get a second one. Easy cleaning things up with that E-Ride through blue, and Supremacy dominating as soon as they try and push through. Cruisin does get the kill onto Easy. is now trying to push on. Toto has a hold of the drone. Going around towards Ridge, thinking about it. And now we can see that Zealous are trying to set up, trying to defend, but the kills are all coming in. That's that man again. Vortex causing so many problems. All the kills coming in, and it's all Vortex all day on board with Toto. Vortex gets his ball, causes so many problems. He's the guy that's going to lead block all the way through 4-1 to Supremacy now.
20 seconds remaining, but still though, Ton, it is only 3-point lead at the minute. Zealous still have loads of time to bring themselves back into this one for Chelsea. Could you get a last-minute point on the board? It's a manual pass that goes forwards. It's in the hands of Cruz, and he tries to get it off. He is so weak, though. Benny does find a kill. That would be a big two-piece. Maybe the three-piece. No, not going to happen. Too many players there from Team Supremacy to stop that one. 4-1. And like I said earlier, Ton, there's still every single possibility that Zealous could bring their way back into this one. Need a little bit more motivation, a little bit more hype from them. You're shaking your head at me. I guess you disagree.
Absolutely.
But I don't know. I mean, the one time we've seen them get a point was when they had a lead blocker.
Yeah, it's when they worked it correctly, but we've only seen it once, and they've had opportunities to do that before. From Supremacy, we've seen like constant pressure, constant kills. Vortex is looking good once again. 13 and 14 only, but he picked up 4 for Supremacy to then push through for the 1. So really good work by him. We need to see more from Zealous. We've been crying out for it, and I think the reason that more so me giving them stick for it is the fact that we've seen them play well. We've seen them do well so far. And at this moment in time, they're just not doing it, which is the frustrating thing.
Trans trying to pick up a few kills there, does go up in the air. Could have been a possible two-piece. The enemy is still near him as well, and this is just a really strange gunfight between these two. Eventually, though, Malzy is going to end up winning it. Does end up taking his teammate down as well. For Chelsea, trying to play a little bit of base defense. Nice two-piece coming in from him. Could this be the start of something good for this Zealous team? They are going to wrap this one back towards Ship, but the kills need to be made first. Player number 6 is going to be Vortex. Fajelsi tries to turn around and pick that player up. There's only 2 players left here now, and Fajelsi being the last one alive goes down. And all really what they've done there is just giving ball possession to Supremacy for possible points.
Sub-bait is all Supremacy right now. They're going to run on through. That's going to be 6-1 now. Zealous are going to clean up. They are going to be able to push out now. I want to see them get control of mid-map, get control of sub-bait, move on through there. They do have somebody causing problems. It's going to be Malzy. He's going to have to clean him up. Malzy says no, though. Benny G and Cruising go down very, very quickly. And Trance is there to try and clean things up. Now we can see Supremacy pushing on once again. That's all down to Malzy getting all the kills that he needs to. Cruising does get the kills, but it's not quite enough. Another point goes on the board for Supremacy. 3.5 minutes remaining, and it's going to be a hard task for Zealous to come back now.
We're getting to that point, though, where you've got to think to yourself, you know, specialists are coming in. Benny G and Fajelsi both have their specialists, but are they impactful specialists? I do think Benny G is the FTL. I mean, what do you personally think FTL as a specialist in a map, in a game mode, sorry, like Uplink?
What do I think of FTL?
Yeah.
I think it is one of them things. Oh, well, Zealous do get another one on the board. I think it's one of those specialists, the payloads, I should say, that are more, it's just sort of orientated around one kill and trying to open things up, trying to make an opportunity with that. But I think it's probably the weakest of the 4 that you would probably predominantly use. And it's, of course, one that we don't see used too effectively. But on board with Vortex now, pushing on through, using the FTL, jumping completely in the wall, and absolutely bamboozling everybody as he picks up 3 or 4. He's currently on a 7 streak, and this is looking good for Supremacy now.
Kind of something we've seen through this entire series. Vortex just been going off, completely slaying still. 7 streak, looking to make it the 8th, but Cruising will find the 2-piece. It's still not mathematically impossible for these 2 teams, but really you've already said it throughout this entire series. This one's going to be a 3-0. Zealous shouldn't find a way back into this one. Benny G, though, a player we've been talking about for the entire series. He's got the ERAD in his hand, and he's looking to push up through stacked crates. However, some kills have gone down. That's 3 dead, so maybe we could see some points come on here for Zealous. I want to go on board with the lead blocker, though, and see if Trance will be able to pick any kills up. Looks like Benny G's going to throw it down, though. Accidentally, I don't think he went and picked that up. Was rather going to slay. Those 2 are kind of passing it between each other. It's not really working at all, and Trance will drop as well. And I expected at least 1 point, if anything, to come from that, but it was no points at all.
Vortex just slams the door every single time as well. But at the same time, it's sloppy from Zealous. Then they're just making mistakes left, right, and center. Trance 11 and 17, not what we're going to see from him. But Malzy having a slower game than last time, but he has the points on the board as well. But Vortex, for me, has been the man for Supremacy, causing so many problems for Zealous and just picking up all the kills where he needs to. Scorches for Toto as well as he's heating up in mid-map. Picks up kills, helping Malzy as well. And this is pretty much over at this point, Campbell. A minute and a half to go, they're 7 points behind.
So we spoke about it on the analyst list then, when we said if, Zealous were to lose this series 3-0 to Supremacy, would you say then that what we saw from Zealous against Millennium was
flash in the pan, maybe?
Fluke?
Flash in the pan, potentially. Millennium maybe not playing well. Another one's going to go in for Supremacy. I think Supremacy have played fantastically well. As well, they've stepped it up completely from what we've seen previously this weekend. And Vortex has been really influential for me. He's dropped really high positive every single map. You know, the S&D was really strong as well. I think that big FTL play through a bedroom was really the thing that made it so easy for them in that round. And in the end, they've just looked a complete stronger team.
Well, we're on board with Malsey here. He's got to overdrive specialist use if he wanted to. I mean, Malsey as well, you could probably say is another impactful player that we've seen throughout this entire series alongside Vortex. Don't take anything away from Toto or even Easy. So just generally a great team performance from Team Supremacy. I'm trying to take a look at the scoreboard and see whereabouts everybody is. Vortex 31 and 25 at main Slayer for the Supremacy guys. But you touched upon it as well. Tramp 13 and 21. Not a great performance from him. Cruising though will pop the payload. It's going to be Kinetic Armor. 13 seconds remaining. Maybe some points can go on. Not going to happen though. And with the final 10 seconds going down in this one, I think it's fair enough to say, Ton, this game is all done and over. Team Supremacy, you know, they're going to come away with a easy win here.
You sound really disappointed, but Supremacy looking very convincing. 3-0 to them there. And Zealous, disappointing performance from them, and it'll be picked apart. And for me, it was not the showing that we've seen from them when they played against Millennium, and we expect to see better.
All right. Well, what a game that was. Another 3-0 to match it up here. And now the question's going to be wondering, was that game versus Millennium a fluke?
In a way, yes. I think they just played so much better against Millennium. That was really poor showing.
Well, this is the question I asked, right? I said, is this Zealous playing well, or is it Millennium playing bad?
Well,
now, if you look at it logically, it looks like Mil may not have been playing to their full strength. Otherwise, it's very weird. It's a very weird situation for them to kind of lose in the fashion they have done against the rest of the games, and then for Mil, the big team, unless it's some sort of crazy playstyle mismatch.
I think it was one of the things where Millennium didn't play well, and Zealous must have played well, because in that situation there, they played against the Supremacy squad who haven't looked fantastic all weekend, haven't looked fantastic for probably a while. Supremacy played very well, and I think Vortex was really the catalyst for them. He played very, very well throughout the game. But again, as I was saying to Campbell throughout the series, I feel like I'm flogging a dead horse when I'm talking about all the issues that keep going on. It's the same thing running true throughout every single sort of AM team that I'm seeing. It's too fast. They're not making the pushes together. They're not communicating clearly. It's frustrating to watch.
Yeah, it is. All right. Well, I'm actually going to move on. I want to go to our analyst for this one. Sorry I had to cut you off there, Campbell. But he is here. He's paid to do a job, so he might as well talk. Phil, you're watching that game. What did you see come through? Because it was quite one-sided.
Well, for me, the one thing that kind of shone out was a lot of disappointment on my side. The hard point, I expected a lot better from Zealous. What I saw in those two hard points versus Millennium, they should have been stronger. They have the talent to do so. And I know the Supremacy lineup. I know it's been tweaked a bit, but I know these players individually, and I know Zealous can go toe-to-toe. But I've got to say, Supremacy stepped it up, and they took that confidence from that first map win, which they've not really had through this tournament so far, and they just steamrolled it. That 6-1 on Search and Destroy, you could see the faces on some of the boys of Zealous, and it was like, they knew as well logically, they needed to destroy Supremacy to have a chance in it. So I think losing that first map in the way that they did was a bit of a demoralization for them. And then the uplink, it was almost over before it started. I just felt like Supremacy, they were on a roll, they're kind of securing that second place. I'm actually, I'm happy to see this, a non-UK team just coming through and actually doing some damage. Of course, we've got, a lot of other ones here, like the Spanish squads, didn't perform as well as we wanted them to. But the French, they have a decent roster, and hopefully they'll go far.
Well, I think it's an interesting proposition now, because you've got to try and figure out, like, we know roughly who the top 6 are, right? It's fairly obvious to everybody here. And just to recap that for everybody at home, and this is no particular order, Splice, Red, Millennium, Epsilon, Fnatic, and Elevate are pretty much what is known as the top 6 in Europe. Below that, there's all kinds of teams. There's what? Vitality, Supremacy, iGame. Who else is in there? Well, I put them in the top 6, so I can't really put them in the top 10 as well. That's okay. If you just listen, like, I feel like that will be so much better.
Maybe that's my personal one. That's my personal one.
Oh, you're actually going to drop them out of the top 6? Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's an opinion, and you're entitled to have it, even if it's wrong. All right, on that note, let's go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we've added an extra game. We bring in Winners Bracket Round 1 tonight, and our first game on stream, it's a big one. It is going to be Splice versus Fnatic, taking place right here See you soon.
All right, we are now on the floor with the winners from the previous game. I'm with another Frenchman, Moles. Moles, how are you feeling after that win? You're now through pool play in the winner bracket. You've got to be happy about this one.
I'm feeling really great. We qualified to pool play, so that's the goal for the event, so that's great.
All right, any expectations going into a tournament? What would be your preferred placement?
Hopefully we can place top 4, but I think top 5, 6 and 7, 8 is quite decent.
All right, well, thank you very much. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, my fellow Frenchmen, and we'll be back in a second with your next game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Birmingham. We are live here at the NEC at I-60. My name is Bryce, and I know what you're thinking. Don't adjust your set. I have changed seats. I mean, it's nice over here.
It's a great
you
can do everything, don't you? It's just like, oh, I'm hosting. Oh, yeah, I'm going to
I'll
cast
just
this
do whatever
game.
I want. I thought I'll change seats, see what it's like on the other side. I don't understand why you guys have had such a hard time over here. I mean, you performed awfully all event. It seems just the same.
I mean, I jumped over this side as well. I kind of just get told to sit down, and I do.
I should probably introduce the people here while we're going.
The best reply is
of course, it's fine. You know what, I'm going to introduce Phil first. Phil's joining us again. He's doing fantastic so far this event.
Hi, I'm Phil. Nice to meet you, Bryce. It's been a pleasure so far.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you, Phil.
Thank you
Let's
very
go
much.
over to the other sofa now and talk to the other guys who have joined us for this time. Jonas?
Well, you just denied me to have an English interview with a fellow Frenchman, so I'm a little offended still, Bryce.
You offend me on a daily basis, so... That's
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm used to it by now.
Just your presence.
This is just outrageous. I've never done anything to either of you two.
I feel sorry for you right now, Bryce.
I know, right? Phil is my win.
I brought you a drink this morning. And you've not drink it. I'm offended as well.
In fairness, that is true. All right, before we get too far off tangent, I want to go off tangent in a completely different direction and say happy birthday to Joel, Op2. It's his birthday apparently today. Elevate's coach, Op2. It's his birthday.
Well,
so
happy birthday, Joel.
I LAN once, you know.
Oh, did you? Oh, well,
You remember that, don't you?
No, I don't. Yeah. So yes, happy birthday to him. I thought it was worth it. He's in the venue at the moment, so happy birthday. All right, let's go back into this next game. We are starting the winners bracket. Championship bracket is underway. Oh, he's there. He's over there. Come say hello. All right, we are got our first game underway. It is going to be a big one. Splice versus Fnatic. These are the maps. Scorch, Hardpoint. Crush the Search and Destroy. Throwback Uplink and Breakout Hardpoint. And if we get that far, Retaliation, Search and Destroy. Breakout Hardpoint will be interesting, just simply because, you know, European teams. Let's be perfectly honest here. But all right, let's start breaking this one down. Lots to talk about. We're starting to see some Titan matchups coming into the winners bracket. This is one of them. #1 rated team against a fan favorite Fnatic, who have got so many fans with their recent good performances, and Tommy, their captain, leading the way. Jonas, give me your initial thoughts on these two teams.
I think it's very, very interesting lineup on both sides. I think Splice definitely coming here as favorite. They've not dropped a series so far. Obviously, Fnatic only losing to Epsilon in a 3-2 fashion. Very, very close. So both teams looking good. Splice slightly better. They obviously have the upper end. But I think Fnatic is one of these teams, when I look at them, I think they can beat anyone if every single player performs as best as he can, which has not necessarily been the case in every tournament. There has always been one player slightly underperforming, in my opinion. So if they can all play well at the same time and be in sync, I think they have potential to beat anyone.
Okay, I can see that. Tom, do you agree with it? Or
Yeah, partially. I think you never really see the two twins go off together. It always seems to be one of them. Sunny B is always that consistent factor. I think Tommy, again, consistent as well. But if they all come flying out the gates, they might have a chance, but I think that is how it is. I think if Splice play how they can play, they should probably walk away with this game.
Yeah, I think for me, realistically, you got to look at the players. I'd say, do you see enough there? It's going to have to be teamwork for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Because if you match up the players directly, most people would put all the Fnatic match up against anyone from Splice and they would lose. So it's going to be difficult for them. I don't really understand. It can only be teamwork and maybe playstyle here. So I actually went and got a pro player's opinion. Dave, or the Queeve, is down in the audience. So I said, you know, what do you think? He goes 3-1 Splice. I asked him what map they thought it would drop. He said Uplink. I told him he was wrong.
Yes, I would agree.
And he laughed when he said it. But he said, don't worry, trust me. I don't know. For me, I'm going to go against him here because I think that's actually a bad call.
Yeah.
I think Fnatic's least maybe one of the weaker game modes, or at least consistent.
One of Splice's strongest.
Yeah, it's definitely one of Splice's strongest. So
I think that was the thing. Like Splice are always very, very strong at uplink, but I mean Fnatic, their best game mode, the last event, MLG Dallas, was statistically uplink, and then
75% win rate for Splice at MLG Dallas.
Correct. Yes, pal.
Well done.
But
well done, Jonas.
But then everyone was talking about their S&D. Then Rated came on here and was like, "Well, you're actually all wrong." And then they lost both the S&Ds to Epsilon. So I actually don't know where I see Fnatic picking up a map based on what we've seen of them so far this weekend.
But what they said is, on social media after the loss yesterday is, oh wow, surprisingly we won both our points, but we dropped both S&Ds. So they weren't sure what was going on. And the way we've worded things is really that we're trying to find positives for Fnatic to win, because if we're being completely honest, then Splice should take it. There is no doubt about that. We're thinking, how can Fnatic do that, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what the thing we're circling here. So I'm going to change tactics in a minute. We'll come back to this. So we can change the point kind of more seamlessly. What we're going to do now is look at the overall championship bracket. So we get to see pretty much everybody come through and how it's so far stacked up for our teams that have come through the groups. So as you can see, going into the championship bracket, Splice versus Fnatic, Elevate versus to be decided. That game's actually still going on, I think.
I think it's Supremacy, actually. It's going to be Elevate Supremacy for sure.
Oh, yes, of course, yes. There might have been a three-way tie. I think that's the game they were looking at. There was a slight issue in that group. So we'll have to come back to that and find out. Millennium versus Red Reserve and Epsilon Esports versus iGame. No, that was the group that was a little bit of trouble. iGame managed to win their game. It was 1-1. Okay, it is confirmed Supremacy. So the Elevate versus Supremacy, Epsilon versus iGame. All right, so in that kind of run-up of teams and players, what are we kind of picking out here? What do we see?
I think most of them might. I think every game apart from Millennium Red Reserve for me is quite clear-cut.
Yes, I agree.
I would put. I think Spice are going to win this. I would say Elevate will beat Supremacy. I'd say Epsilon will beat iGame. And I think it's going to be all fairly simple. Millennium Red Reserve is a hard one to call. I think you probably think around the same sort of thing.
I think that's spot on from what Tun said. I think this one is going to be a great watch, but I definitely do favour Splice. And like Tun said, but that Millennium Red Reserve game, that is one to watch. I'm not sure the schedule, of course, tomorrow, but that
I think they're playing now, actually. I'm not sure if they're not playing.
No, they're not. They're playing.
They're not.
That is not going to happen. We will not allow that
no,
to
wait
go
a
down
minute, no,
on stream.
Well, I say that. I'm just kind of checking in the production, but I think it's not taking place now. I don't think they're taking place at the same time. I think they'll take place sequentially, at the very least. I know there are 2 games tomorrow. I'll have to get confirmed which those are. I believe it's Epsilon iGame, because they are leaving the venue. That's what Dave's leaving.
Yes.
And I think Elevate they've left. So I think it should be tonight, Millennium Red Reserve.
I hope we're not going to...
Well, I'm going to stay and watch it anyway.
Yeah.
You guys at home may not see it, but I will.
But while we're talking about that game, before we get too much about actually going on, I really want to talk about Red Reserve and Millennium game, because there's actually a massive storyline behind that. And the reason for that is these two have been fighting for kind of second place in Europe.
It is.
Which is the second place game? Which is the second place team? Which is the third place team? Bearing in mind that Red Reserve lost earlier to Elevate, is that now looking in more doubt? It's for Millennium, it's kind of like, well, if we beat Red Reserve now, we are the number 2 squad until we get beaten later in this tournament. If Red Reserve do, it throws all this crazy doubt in again. You'd be like, is Millennium as strong as they are? Red Reserve just beat Mill, but Elevate beat Red Reserve. Like it.
I think it's hard to really predict who's where until we actually do see the end of the tournament and see where we all lie. Because I think stylistically matchups as well going against each other is a big thing to go into. Elevate obviously win against Red Reserve, sort of threw a cat amongst the pigeons, didn't it? I think everyone was like, oh, well, okay, which way are we going now? But I think it's going to be hard to really figure out where we're at until we actually see who finished first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
I think Red Reserve coming second in their group. I actually think they match individually very, very well against Millennium. They're a team, obviously ex-teammates as well. You got Urban in the mix, of course, and you know, ex-Infused and everything. But I do think Red Reserve do match very well, you know, individually against Millennium. So I think that's probably the best that they could have hoped for. You see Fnatic draw Splice. I'd say they got the short straw on that one. Absolutely. But that Millennium Red Reserve one, a lot of people say Millennium going into that the favourite. Even the Red Reserve lost to Elevate yesterday. I'm looking more at Red at that one, if I'm being completely honest.
I think it's such a big game that I don't think any of us could really predict how it's going to definitely go.
Well, it's only a tough one, so we should probably have a go.
I mean, we can have a go, but I mean, it's
panelist panel.
I mean, I said it.
Literally in the job description.
It's the hardest game to predict, though, isn't it? I mean, nobody really knows where that one's going to go because it's such a tight game between these two on paper.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about some of the other games we've got going on here as well, because we've got a little bit of time. The players are still warming up for this one. This game originally wasn't going to be on stream. It was going to be done tomorrow, but we had some time. We're like, you know what? We'll put up an extra game today. Save us a bit of hassle tomorrow. But all right, let's talk about Elevate versus Supremacy then. Right now, it's got to be Elevate.
It
surely.
has to be, but I think Supremacy played fairly well in that last game. It was a bit of their opponents not playing fantastically either, though, so I think it's hard to really judge too much of that. They've improved from what I've seen so far. I don't know if you agree with me and Mr. France, but you know.
Well, I think one of the big things I'm looking at is Championship Sunday, right? We've seen teams MLG Dallas and in previous tournaments do very well on Fridays and Saturdays and do well in pool or in the first game of the winner bracket. And then when it's come down to these decisive games in the loser bracket, they don't perform as well, which is why I'm looking at Red. Even if Red loses to Millennium, they've done a huge loser bracket run at MLG Dallas, so they proved that back against the walls, they can provide the best performance. I wonder if Elevate will have a slip up. We had question marks around those teams. We said, all right, they're probably much better than we thought they would be after the win against Red, but could they slip up? And let's remind ourselves, Supremacy took infused to map number 5 and had really close series against Rise IES recently. Of course, it was in the same comp, and they've had a lot of change, but could this be the best Supremacy that we've seen with this new change?
For me, I thought I sort of feel scared to sort of keep saying, oh, Elevate, you don't know, because I don't want Reddit to flame me, and at the same time, it's just a case of they do keep getting better from what we've seen. They played well again today when we've seen them play. I know obviously the opposition they were against wasn't necessarily up there with the top tier, but I think they sort of, for me, the question mark was there. It's not there any longer after that victory against Red.
Okay, I think I'm going to be pretty much just as decisive as you guys. I want to say Elevate should take their game really quite easily.
I would agree.
I think Supremacy are average at best. They just are. They're not top 6.
Where'd you rank them?
I would say
I think they could be top 10, possibly be top 8.
Yeah,
but right now, like, they're just not top 6. Like, I'm sorry to say
agree.
it, but that's just where they are. And an Elevate that's looking better than they were, no chance. I'm sorry, I just don't see them winning that game. It would take Elevate kind of just falling over completely.
Yeah. I think before the event, you look at that one and you sort of say it'll be a close game. But
Yeah, Elevate with their troubles, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, no, there's not really a doubt in my mind.
For me, they're in 2 different tiers, especially within European Call of Duty. And when Europeans go against Europeans, I find that they know each other so well. And there's so much trash talk about this online, and not to dive into it too much, but the UK squads love playing against the French, love playing against the Spanish, love playing against those international, those European squads.
They're not as
good. Because they feel that they are, the better team on lap.
Oh, it is.
And, I will back them up. And, Ray can't blame me for this one because I'm on his side. Is they prove it time and time again. They do take them down. Don't get me wrong. The one thing I do want is I do want more international teams to kind of break in. There's nothing worse than just seeing UK through it all.
It's good.
Or globally, North America.
Yeah, that hurts. Now I understand where you're coming from, yes.
Yeah. So I'd like to see a few different teams and give a little bit of love to Jonas. It would be nice to see a French squad.
But Supremacy, regardless, I think with how many roster changes and problems that they've had through this season, they've been grinding, they've been going to MLG events, which we've never seen a full French team see before. So they're putting a lot of efforts as an organization and a team in a game to trying to get better. So it's the positive from them. They're not there yet. I will agree they're not on the Elevate level right now.
They need a stable roster. Bottom line, stable roster. The best they ever looked was with Whalers. Whalers is probably too good for that team. Right now, he was the best player in that team, without any shadow of a doubt.
But he's not performed well this weekend. He's not performed well this weekend yet.
I think about Whalers, I agree with you. But I'm thinking now, Vitality versus Supremacy, how does that go?
Well, that'd be a great game to watch.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
and the reason you wouldn't rate Vitality as highly is simply because it's an alloy team. Again, it's got that difference coming through. Whalers, is he going to really adapt? We saw Gataga when he did it with the UK team, adapt really well. Will Whalers do the same? We know he's this talented player. But can he actually rise to the occasion? Shane's going to be with him, so Shane's going to be teaching him pretty much the way he wants him to play. Shane's been performing quite well this event from what I've been told. He's actually super confident when I spoke to him Thursday, by the way. He said, I'm absolutely gunning people at the moment. I'm ready for this event. Unfortunately, he was put in a group with Epson and Fnatic, so he was never going to do well in that group regardless. But when they did play their own bracket team, they did do very well. So it's one of those ones, I think Supremacy Vitality is a game I would love to see.
Yeah, and even with iGame, I think iGame is one of those teams I'll throw in the same tier. Probably Vitality, iGame, Supremacy. I think that there are three teams that I'm not sure where to rank.
Anyone else? Is there anyone else that goes in that kind of that bracket? Because it's kind of 3. Is there a 4th?
I'm not sure. Right now I can't think of it. I think all the open bracket teams that we've seen are pretty much below.
Yeah, I would say that the 2 Black Forest teams are not in there.
I wouldn't say
Fab,
I don't think
not
they make it.
near.
Not even Fab. I wouldn't put Fab in that tier. So to me, that tier that we were talking, the 7, 8, 9. To me, it's those 3 teams. But where do they feel between each other? I don't know.
Well, this tournament's going to find out, hopefully, when we see where they place. But let's go back to our game in hand before we go too far off track again. Splice versus Fnatic. It's starting to get down to it here. How many maps do we see the team dropping? Where do we see the weaknesses for both squads? Splice, do we see a weakness that they're going to drop a map here? Where are they going to lose them?
I don't think they're going to lose any maps. Honestly, I think this is going to be a 3-0.
I think this ends maximum in 4. This is 3-0 or 3-1 to Splice. And do you know what? I can only see Splice losing the S&D, but I actually don't. I agree with Ton. I actually think Splice close out the S&D, even though Fnatic, you know, they've got that reputation. I think the respawns will be too much for them, but I definitely see a round 10, round 11 S&D, which is always fun to watch, don't get me wrong. But when you talk S&D, you look at that left-hand side of your screen, Zero, he's been on fire, is S&D, so definitely I'm going to go with a 3-0.
Okay, so this is a great opportunity right now to see just how good Splice are and where Fnatic rank next to them. If Fnatic win it, of course, we have to completely just throw our equations out the window and figure out what's going on. But we have hyped up Splice this entire weekend. We have said #1 EU team, probably in a different bracket of their own. Internationally, what, top 4?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would rate them. It's about time to prove that. It's time to prove that, right? It's time to see. Splice should realistically, with all the credit they've been given, with all the fans behind them saying the same thing, casters, analysts, and the North Americans, everybody's been saying the same storyline. Splice are the best in Europe. Fnatic are now the challengers. If they don't do well against Splice, or if Fnatic, you know, do very well against them, suddenly we have to talk a whole different ballgame.
Yeah,
you know?
And I think Fnatic, that's why I asked the question to Tommy earlier, it's really, we're mid-season. Now that team had time to work together, Tommy said, you know, I'm playing with new players, it's going to take time. I think right now is the moment where we need to find out where they are and where they stand in the UK before they head out to the Global Pro League.
Okay, all right, I'm going to ask you there. I know you've said it this time, Jonas, but I just want you to reiterate your prediction for this one.
I'm going to go 3-1. I want to have faith in Tom, but I think it's going to be a 3-0. I'll say 3-1, but not sure at all.
Okay, well, I'm actually going to push you on that. What map do you think they're dropping? Where is the weakness?
It would be S&D. What I don't see Splice dropping is uplink.
No, I think I agree with that one as well. All right, Tan, what about you?
3-0. I think a close S&D game, but I think Splice shut them out on every other map, to be honest with you.
I'm gonna go with 3-0, but the caveat to what I'm gonna say is I think this hard point's gonna be closer than we all think.
I think it's gonna be close anyway, so I'm kind of right there with you. All right, well, I'll tell you what, this game is about to get underway, so I'm going to hand it to our casters. This time, it's me and Momo.
Bryce, that was a great hand there.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff. Splice versus Fnatic, though, game #1, our last game of the Saturday. Of course, Championship Sunday coming up tomorrow. This is a game we've been waiting for. This is that winner bracket round 1, that deadly game that, of course, Fnatic, they may have drawn the short straw. Kicking things off, though, Splice starts strong. We're going to see Banter Mad Cat, should I say, pick up one aside, but Tommy answering back with a nice double.
They certainly are. Tommy already getting 3, trying to get out of there, but not quite able as the trade comes in. But here comes them now. All of Splice rocking into the hill, now pushing them out as well. Zero does manage to get that kill at the same time. He's actually 3-0, so he's going to start thinking, can he get a few streaks off this one as they now look for this rotation. They're already locking down Obs. They don't want anybody to rotate behind them. They need the spawn for this one. You just went out so far on Scorch if you don't get that P2.
Yeah, and Bant and Madcap both doubling up at the back. This is very, very bad news for Fnatic. They've lost 40 points already on the bridge, and that rotation is looking unlikely, to say the least here. Wuskin's trying to do his best efforts, but Jerd flying around, using that map in the face, trying to get the second, but he doesn't. But I've got to say, that rotation, there has been one player spawn out. That's going to be Bant. Madcat had a lot of work to do, but Fnatic have actually adapted very well to this turbine.
Well, this is what I was talking about. You really don't want to spawn out that far. Look how far Zero just spawned out as well. They've lost the rotation. They didn't make the kills they needed to make. They had it almost the entire time, and now they have lost it. Watkins, though, he's in a great position, going to be ready. They're going to try and wait for this push, but they're all 1v1 at the moment. Like I said, spawn on this hill is absolutely killer. If you don't get it, you end up going 1-by-1, or you have to give up so much time. And that is what we are currently seeing. This is a way back in for Fnatic, and Splice, they've got so much work to do.
Madcat does take down Tommy, but they need to wait. That's going to be the kill that does exchange things, and now we're going to see Jerd and Zero join the party. Zero does take down Sonny, but Jerd not able to replicate, and against Fnatic looking strong to hold the turbine. These last 15 seconds, these are going in Fnatic's favor, and I've got to say, the Twins definitely stepping up. We've got a 3-kill streak on board for Scraps, and Splice, they're backing off. But keep your eyes on Sonny B.
Sunny B gets one, looks for the second, trying to get that one down as well. Trophy system does save him briefly, but it's just not enough. Number 5, that's going to be Waskin, is going to be sitting at the back. Actually spawns Sunny B with him, so there might be a pinch coming here. Not able to quite do it though. Scraps and Waskin, the twins, try to come in at the same time. It's still Sunny B staying alive at the back. And this is where it's going to be crucial. Can he hit this at the right time to pinch it effectively for his team? He's going to see one, trying to get it. No, he's going to be cut off there. Splice locking it down, but Tommy does go into the hill. Again, trade it out. Just not able to do it.
Hunted down there, Sunny B trying to be a sneaky beaver from behind, but Splice are the ones now in control of the hangar. Roughly about a 25-point lead and extended on that now. But the push from Fnatic is going to be stronger. 2-2 split does go down and Splice gets the better of him. Only Scraps left alive as finally he's going to go down the hallway straight into the bullets of Vance. And we're going to see the rotation come in. Splice will break that 100-point mark. Zero does fall at the drill. And Fnatic, they'll have full control right now, but they're going to have a little bit of time. There's 5 seconds-ish around now where Vance and Madcat, they can put the pressure on.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for a way in here as well, and you can already see him jockeying for position. Madcat, big kill if he can make it, doesn't able to. Scraps locks it down, and right now, Fnatic have good control. It's actually one of the harder hills to hold, simply because you're going to push out both sides, and people will be flooding through middle. They'll be going through time and time again. Sunny B looking for that first kill, gets one, no trade coming in. It does come in actually in the end. Bance has that coming through, but now look at the kills go down, and they completely clean them out. What a break coming in from Splice.
Zero smashing his way through that bridge there, taking down 2. And you know what? They know exactly where they're spawning. Right back at Turbine. It wouldn't surprise me if Zero continues his streak, but he doesn't. 9-9 for him, as he does leave it down to Jerd and Madcat over in the hill. And they're going to take full control. They're extending their lead here. This is, you know, a 60 or 70-point game right now. And the pressure that they're putting on here, they're not satisfied with just sitting in the hill. Splice, they like to get control and push out. It's another 4 down. Bricey, this is not looking good.
You know, it's always going to be trouble when Jerd is on fire. And 14-7 right now, about to get his payload at the same time. Looking for that FTL. He now picks it up. And again, he's on a 3 streak. Sees one more, looks for it, but that will be traded out before he can do anything significant. Here we go again. Second set of rotations back into P1. This is what they held flawlessly first time around, but lost the rotation. It's actually changed around this time, but where is the spawn going? 807 Scraps and Sunny B have spawned out, so this is pretty much what we saw the first time around there, Phil.
Yeah, just reflecting on that first set of rotations, the only thing Fnatic did was hold Turbine. They had a few scrap points here and there, but they lost Bridge, they lost Hangar, they lost the drill. It has been one-sided. Fnatic, they need to change something up. But Bant, he's on a 3-kill streak. Can't make it 4 as Tommy does find the double, but just get dropped eventually, and it's Zero to save the day. And you know what, Splice, they're looking uncontested right now on hardpoint.
Again, this P1, you surely shouldn't be allowing a team to get this much time on P1, and they keep doing it. But right now, this is what is important. The rotation is about to come up. Splice messed this up first time around and lost a significant amount of points, but Zero takes out 3 in the middle hardpoint. They actually have loads of time. They win this rotation. So this could all be over. I mean, we could be talking a 100-point clump for Fnatic now.
Yeah, this is not what I expected, to say the least. Fnatic have been on fire on some of the hard points, obviously taking 2 down against Epsilon. Looking at the kill discrepancy between these two teams, we've got a positive 7 for Jerd and Zero. Bant as well making moves. Madcat's in at 10-10, not really had much to do almost, as there's only so many kills. But Jerd finds another double on his way to 20, as we do see 200-point mark reach. Fnatic, I look at that scoreboard, I look at their spawns, they're pushing through here, Obs, and it's just not looking good. The resilience that Splice is showing right now, they are not stopping it. Another triple combined for Jerd and Madcat there. This could be over very shortly, Bryce.
This is outrageous. I mean, Fnatic are just like tissue paper in a wind tunnel. It's being ripped apart. That's all you can say right now. There's nothing much coming through. This is not what we expected at all. There is severe firepower on the side of Fnatic. They really do have the ability to slate with the best of them. We've said it time and time again. This team has proved their worth. Right now, Splice are making them looking like an open bracket team.
This is difficult if you're a Fnatic fan. We know there's a lot out there, but going onto the hangar, Fnatic, for now, will have control. 2 players spawning out. We've got Jerd coming from behind. Not going to work, as we do see Wuskins take him down. A numerical advantage for once, favouring Fnatic. Sunny steps it up with a double, and they can push out. I like what Scraps is doing here. He's pushing them back. They need to fully control this. There's 40 seconds left, Bryce. They can breach that 100-point mark.
Well, there you go. Scraps actually went to see if he can pick up 2. Not quite able to. Madcat wise to it as well. And this is the start of the greatest comeback we've ever seen. 2-4-3 to what, 67 it started at? Incoming Splice, they're making some kills. Madcat picks up 2. They're now pushing them out, 2-4-8. It is Stop the Bleed. It's still going to be Fnatic, just the game is going to go over. 250 to 82, and that was not close.
That was not close at all, to say the least. Do you know what I do like, and it's kind of an out-game thing? We've seen, obviously, the swap with Zero and Josh. Every time I jump to, or we jump to this camera right now, Zero's the first out his seat, he's the first fist bumping, he's the first high-fiving, and he just seems to be working so well and gelling with this squad. It's been a long time coming. I think probably in the last 12 months, a lot of people, including myself, I was like, I want to see Bance and Zero on the same team. We finally do. And you know what? The great thing about those two teaming, it lets Jerd just do what he wants. And so far, he's individually having a fantastic tournament.
I think it's a great reversal of fortune. If you go more like way back in the days of European Call of Duty, like when Magcat and Josh were kind of brought up, like Mac and Toby, they've turned into Mac and Toby. And they've now brought two new people up through the ranks, and that's Zero and Bance. I mean, you've got to talk about this, and, you know, Zero, he is kind of fitting in well with the chemistry. It's mutual respect. You know your teammates are the best there are in Europe.
Yeah.
How can you argue with you? Like, you're going to be like, I'm finally confident enough to play and do whatever I want. Knowing the guy with me is going to have my back and probably pull off an even greater play than I could.
And if we think about how this squad's been built, Splice has basically been built since COD XP. You know, they had that great tournament. Bance obviously was part of that. We saw Madcat and Jerd come over from Millennium, who won Season 1 and Season 2. They left a squad which was back-to-back winners.
Yeah.
And then we find Zero, you know, the player which was, of course, of Infused, a bit of a star of that season itself. And it has just kind of all accumulated down to this one squad that found a fantastic organization to support them. And it really is just looking like they're in a tier of their own. I don't know who can contest them with them right now.
Yeah, it's really scary. It's really scary for every European team watching this, but it's also scary for the North American teams. Because, I mean, some of these North American teams will have played Fnatic. They will know that they're actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And Splice just made it look like it wasn't even a contest at points.
Like you said, it almost felt like a bit of an amateur, an open bracket team there coming in. And that is definitely not what we consider Fnatic to be. They're a top 6 European squad. They're in the Global Pro League, and they will be wanting to bounce back.
This is where it stops, though. This is where Fnatic really have to shore up. Fnatic got a reputation for being good at search and destroy. This is where, rightly or wrongly, they try to make that reputation become reality. They have to stop them here. I do not have confidence on Fnatic going into the uplink.
Especially with Madcat's throw like that.
Oh, yeah, no, that's... well, the uplink now, if he throws like that in game...
Zero still managed to intercept it, though.
Yeah,
you know,
that's good.
The one thing, I don't know one player in Europe who intercepts as many as Zero. I can't even say it globally, actually. I know that's a bold statement to make, but...
Right place, right time.
It's just... It's not even like he knows how to play that so well. Of course, he was kind of a new up-and-coming player in the last 2 years, and he's really adapted, the meta of these games and the in-game mechanics, if you like. But like you said, Crusher, Search and Destroy, or Search and Destroy in itself, this is where Fnatic needs to, make a stop to the momentum of Splice. I just don't think they're going to be able to, though. I actually think that Splice are going to maybe push this out, 6-3, 6-4. They're looking too strong.
Well, this is reputation on the line for Fnatic. Like I said, they build up this reputation at ESWC Paris. Raiden said, rightly or wrongly, he said, you know what, that's just one event. Doesn't really matter. We beat them on Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
Other teams have now beat them on Search and Destroy. Epsilon took both their series. If they lose this now to Splice, maybe it's just against North American teams that are really good. We're about to find out. But like again, this is everything for me. They need to push this to another hard point. Regain this breakout hard point. We know Splice have at least struggled with that a little bit. And then, try to get it to game 5. Because the uplink, I cannot see them winning it unless they just go in super slay heavy and just absolutely gun Splice.
Yeah, I mean, uplink and slaying, they almost go hand in hand. It's very, very difficult. It's very scary to go up against a squad. You talk of the likes of Splice, FaZe, Optic, E-United. Now, they just outslay you. They just simply put more kills on the board. And when you've got that time, of course, a respawn delay is very, very important. Let's forget about uplink for now, though, as Search and Destroy is underway. Crusher, I always say this about Fnatic. Every time I turn on Tommy's stream, they're playing Crusher, Search and Destroy. They impress me every time. However, it's going to be Splice on the attack.
All right, let's see how this stack goes down and see just how they expect to win this one. Just making sure we're turned down a little bit in the venue so we don't give anything away too much. But here comes the stack for them, and it's interestingly enough, they're actually playing a hook position. I believe that's going to be Madcat. They're going to leave right at the back just in case of a flank.
Well, in case of a flank, there's definitely going to be one. Tommy's caught with his pants down here. Mad Cat running scared. He's going to be pinched. There's 3 players running at him, but he knows 2 Ys. He knows they're going to be pushing forward. Coming from behind, leveled out, and then we're going to see Bance double down as Scraps picks up a nice 2-piece. But Jerd and Zero, they know exactly where they are. They are at the numerical disadvantage. One goes high. Jerd takes him down now at 2v2.
Massive kill there for Jerd. Mad Cat played enough time for them, so now they can play the clock. They need to check it at least once in the next 10 seconds to give them the advantage. If they get a clean check in it, they're going to be pretty good. But now Sunny B's going to try going Scraps already gets. Oh, they lock it down. Both go, and it will be Fnatic. The clutch will up in the 2v2 and win this round.
Interesting to see Sunny B using the RVR. You know, something we've not seen too much of here. And Fnatic starting strong. This is what we wanted to see. This is what we almost expected. Wuskin's definitely developing a different dance move over there. But yeah, the RVR coming in. Sorry, RPR, Evo coming in. Definitely different, but I like the utilization of a high fire rate weapon.
High DPS, yeah. It's such high DPS. Reminds me of what, like the Scorpion, the Vespa, like that kind of gun. Not widely used because when you got something like the ERAD, it's not too far off the DPS. So interesting kind of pick there actually from him coming in. But K-Bar out at the moment for Scraps. So you go down. What's the next one? Bance actually ends up getting the Scraps before he can put that grenade in. Now a 3 versus 3. Waskin goes high. Looks for this player, trying to get him, not quite able to. Mad Cat shuts him down for any more damage. We're back on board with Sunny B.
Tommy's just taking it slowly. I think he's spotted one, and he has heard him maybe above him. He's going to be able to tag him up, not able to convert the kill on a 2v3, reveals his location. And now Sunny B caught. Bad timing for him, but Tommy in a 1 versus 2 now. Does pick up 1, can't find a second.
Had to slap a nuke. Wow, magazine in there, wasn't quite able to do it. And there we go, they managed to get this one back. 1-1 now, Fnatic versus Splice. And for Fnatic, they just want the revenge. It was not a pretty sight last map round. This is where their forte is. Can they make Splice pay?
Well, we're going to get into the next round very, very shortly. Tommy leading the boys of Fnatic. But Splice are on the attack now. Of course, Vance will be taking this bomb site. It looks like they're heading over to the B, but it looks like it's been read as well by Fnatic. It's an aggressive defense here. You've got Wuskins going high. He finds one. No, it's Tommy. Correct myself, and he's found the double, and that puts Fnatic in a fantastic position. We've got Sunny B on the rotation. Oh, my goodness, Tommy. Can he find the ace?
Looking for it. Zero is running. Zero is trying to fight for his life. Guns going all around, and it will be a hit fighter to take him down. Unless that was Tommy behind him. I know there was somebody on the X-ray. Just want to double check that is actually who made that kill. Oh, it was. It will be the hit fire. Sunny B did manage to get it. I know there was someone coming up behind him. But no, he stole that ace. Stole it.
Stole it away. I won't think Tommy will be too disappointed. He dropped 15 kills last Search and Destroy watch, and he lost. So as long as he wins, I think he's happy.
Yeah, that's never fun.
Sunny B, though, definitely stepping up. I like, obviously, that RPR again coming in. Bit of a late change of weapon switch there. One of the Fnatic boys, and we are going to see bit of a different one, but Splice. They're giving them a taste of their own medicine here.
Yeah, aggressive push coming in here. Bance going for it. Does get that first kill as well. Scraps goes down. And right now, Fnatic are trying to react to it. They're trying to get away. Jammer grenade goes in as well. Jerd is hunting. He is not letting this one go. Sees it as well. And Fnatic are now running scared. Their plan, they try to play one player on a hook, push towards B. They were too slow. Out come the guys of Splice, and they are just gunning them down, running.
Jerd has found 2 already, and he seems like a man on a mission. Like a pack of wolves, they're surrounding him. Sunny B's hidden, cowered almost away, trying to find at least one. Trying to just open a gap somewhere. Maybe the first one will be Mad Cat. You can see the close proximity is there, just around the corner. But right now, the bomb is down. Splice will stick together. The wise thing to do, of course.
If Sunny B somehow makes this, he's going to throw himself off the edge. It's that's pretty much the right call there. There's no way you're making a 1v4 when you've got a plant, you've got 35 seconds left. Off the edge you go. It's just something you have to do sometimes. It's kind of counterintuitive to a lot of players, but you really don't want to give the streaks away.
Okay, well, 2-2, a search and destroy, which we knew this would be close.
Yeah.
However, Fnatic and Splice, the team's obviously playing week in, week out, these 2Ks. Fnatic obviously seeing recent success as well. Splice have had constant success throughout the season already, but wow, look at that minimap. All 8 players in one place. It's going to be a bloodbath, starting off with Scraps. We're going to see another challenge going down. Jerd tries to say it, but Scraps answers back, and this is what we like to see. When Scraps is on S&D, he knows how to play this.
Zero gets one, unable to actually get the kill now, and they're going to swarm him. Up high goes one. He doesn't manage to make it. He's going to get the second. No. not quite able to make it. The trade comes in effectively, and he is going to go down. Here's another interesting fact to kind of throw into this one. Bearing in mind, there's been a few of the pro teams who are, keeping a few strategies under wraps.
Yep.
Is this where they still keep them under wraps, bearing in mind how close this game is? I mean, technically, Splice are literally leaving Monday morning.
Yeah, I mean, I always question this about kind of keeping strats to yourself. Like, I know there's bigger tournaments with more money on the line, but you want to win. Like,
oh yeah, no player wants to lose.
Exactly. Like, when do you use them? I'd like to think that these guys are going all out. I wouldn't say otherwise.
Oh,
my goodness!
no.
Jerd with the slip and slide. Tommy finds himself 6 feet under with that one. But now Splice given almost a second life there for Jerd, especially. Ever so close to that payload ability. Sticking though as a 3. Fnatic pushing through. Mad Cat though could catch them off guard.
Yeah, it's in a kind of interesting position. Maka just made that first goal. He's going to be traded back away though. You can see Jerd nearby. Scraps is desperately looking for him. Trying to get it. He's actually been shot once as well. Scraps tries to re-engage it. Does have the camo, not the time to use it though. Waskin does take down Jerd again. We're now down into 1 versus 2. Waskin versus Bance and Zero. Does need to get the bomb down to have a chance in this 1 versus 2. I wouldn't kind of bet my, wouldn't bet anything against the kind of the duo of Bance and Zero in this scenario.
Yeah, they're sticking together. Catch your eyes to that mini-map. They're almost just checking every corner as they go round.
Yeah.
However, they're coming ever so close. Could they catch Wushkins off guard? 19 seconds left on the clock. He needs to act quick. He needs to act fast. However, going through the middle, he could catch one. I tell you what, for a second, Splice, the players did split up there. He could have got some very nice time, but with 8 seconds left on the clock.
Oh my
One's
goodness.
not going down.
Zero.
Oh my goodness, he's going to find one. There's one behind him as well. Close quarters. Bam! Down! Fnatic finds it. And we
1 versus 2.
Didn't manage to see that one, but it was...
I'm going to blame the Observer for that one. Observer missed the 1 versus 2, but my goodness, timing there. We saw it on Zero's screen. Zero could see Wuskin on his screen, and he missed it.
Oh, I mean... Fair. I'm just going to say, Wuskin, whether it's a little bit of lady luck on your side, at least he made the 2 kills. He made the 2 kills. Yes, they were maybe presented a little bit easier than they should have been. However, 4-2 for Fnatic, as we do have a Splice back on the attack. Zero with the bomb. Now, Splice doing what they do best, sticking as a pack. And how close can they be?
Well, this is a wolf pack, certainly. And now they go around hunting. They're looking for it already. Checking back roll. Bance picks that one up as well. And Fnatic, realistically, on the wrong side of this now. They're trying to figure out where to go. It's already been called out. They know there are players around here. Here comes the trade. 2 people jumping at them as well. Wuskin actually jumps off the map. Coming in 2 though. Not able to get any more, but it leaves Sunny B in at least a realistic position. 1 versus 2 for Sunny B.
Wuskin did it last time. Jerd and Zero will not make the same mistake again. They'll surely have learned from this time. But this time, they do have the bomb. They are in control of where they direct this game. 45 seconds left on the clock. RPR is going to be too difficult with the drop shot coming in. Splice is going to pick round number 3 for themselves, and a much-needed round.
It certainly was. And I think that's the issue with the RPR.
Yeah.
Recall's a little bit less controllable here. He had the advantage. He knew where the player was. He was pre-aimed as well. Jerd, with a more reliable K-bar, still high DPS, was able to take him down at that point. This is where you got to question the viability of the RPR. Up close and personal, great weapon. A little bit further away, 1 or 2 missed bullets could mean the difference between life and death.
Okay, we're jumping into round number 8. We're seeing payloads coming in. Jerd, Tommy, Scraps, do you have them available? For me, this is a time where Fnatic can use them and can push this game. However, challenged very, very shortly. That's going to be a 3v3. Make it a 2v3. Zero ends that one. Mad Cat adds to it, and Sunny B left in an almost impossible task. He's got 2 kills to his name. He needs 3 in the round alone.
Yeah.
But look where that bomb is, Bryce.
Oh, yeah, it's impossible here. He's basically just transformed into Runny B, because that's all he can do in this scenario. I mean, I think we're going to see the next 30 seconds of him just waiting. He's just going to be waiting. He's just going to be looking for a player to maybe pick up a kill and then throw himself off the map. And even if he needs that, like, there's very little he can do here.
And I think he knows that they know that the bomb is down. Bance is just moving back and forward. He's going to be the scout, if you like, on this one.
Here we go,
go back on board with Sunny B. 1v3. He's going to find one. Takes him down. Finds the second. Can't tag him up as expected. Nice, smooth trade coming in there.
I think Sunny B switched to an ERAD. Right? I don't think he picked it up. I don't think he had the opportunity to pick it up. But he has switched to an ERAD, so clearly that RPR, missing those shots, really got to him. It was a good experimentation. Like I said, on this map especially, considering some of the locations you have to go into, it can be point blank.
Yes, it can. that B bomb site and you know, directly next to each bomb site is close quarters, but it's elsewhere on the map, which it can come back to bite you. 4-4, Splice, Fnatic, Search and Destroy, a game mode which Fnatic need to take in my eyes. Tommy and Scraps, again, still have those payloads.
All right, well, you are right. Payloads are starting to make their way into this game. Now we see the strategies of the teams come into action. Both teams will be looking to utilize these in the most efficient way possible, get those rounds under their belt. But right now, it's a little bit of a stalemate. Nothing too aggressive from both teams. You can actually see the kind of posturing here. Just peak after peak. They're looking for this information. Right now, neither Fnatic or Splice actually know the location of the enemy team. And that's worrying, because it means you have to check all your corners. They've played a little bit slow. It means you have no information. And like I said, with the time now counting down, it actually puts Splice at a disadvantage. They've waited maybe too long. They have to go fast, and they have to be concise and to the point. And actually, Scratch has used his camo.
Yeah, he's pushed forward. He's kind of gone out on a limb there. He's just gone, you know what, I'm going to try it. He might not be utilizing it straight away, but he just found a kill. Has another in his sights. He's only going to be the one. Could have been a lot better, but he gets a lot of intel at a very important time, 25 seconds. He knows that they're pushing. Look at the rotation of those 3 red arrows coming in from Fnatic.
Wouldn't surprise me to see Tommy go for this one. But no, they're going to come through. They actually ignore the bomb completely, push it straight through, and they literally have seconds to spare to do something with it as well. It's going to be Sunny B in a 1 versus 3 in this, but bomb goes down and makes his job harder. Comes out, sees one as well. Has got the first kill, this 1 versus 3, but no, the trade comes in. He is not able to dip out of that one, and it goes 5-4 Splice.
Tommy, I've got to go back to it. When he popped that grenade, it was such bad timing. It slows you down. You can't, of course, enable that run. He had FTL jump, which, you know, I'm not sure he would have used there, but it was unfortunate for him. Oh, I can see a round 11 coming on, Bryce. I really can.
What a crazy strat by Splice, though. They held, and they actually went backwards.
Yeah,
they went
really
so far backwards that when the camo was popped, they had no idea what was going on. So where on earth has this team gone?
Well, Scraps has used his camo. We've got Bance with Reactive and a Scarab. Tommy has the FTL. I know which team I'm favouring. I said we might see around 11. We shouldn't. Splice should end it right here, 6-4. Tommy on your screens, though. I say Tommy, the whole squad is over there, and the bomb will go down the rotation. The wolf pack of Splice will come hunting. Wouldn't surprise me if Bance uses the Reactive as an entry here.
Yeah, he should do here. This is a big retake to us. Incoming Scarab, not going to get it, but they do know where one player is. Here they come, they're trying to get in here as well. No, it's a big kill. Can Bance make it? He does. He has to make it. Look at the second. Doesn't matter. Joe gets it as well, but Scraps and Tommy come in, but no. Tommy takes down Scraps. It's Tommy gets two. Going to get the third. No. Not quite able to, and that is going to be all Splice. It comes down. A hurricane of fire erupting around the B bomb site, but it's not good enough. Splice go 2-0 up.
The bait and switch. Fantastic there from Splice. They baited him out, made Tommy shoot, then Bance went, oh, that's where you are. High reactive armor. Jumps on in, picks up one, trades it out. Tommy, bit of a mishap, obviously taking down his teammate, but I don't think it would have changed the game if he didn't do that. He could have done, don't get me wrong. But
I think it's one of those ones where you look back and go, oh, I could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
One of the things that haunts pro players, right? Because Tommy actually did really well there. I think he picked up 2.
He did.
But he still would have been outnumbered even if he'd come in. The trade was too quick. Yeah, I mean, it was a great play by Bance. The kinetic was the perfect thing to retake. We came through, we saw, you know, I think it was Wuskin struggle to make that kill, and as soon as that happened, Bance trying to snap on the second player. Didn't need to. Jed had already used that to actually push straight through. So, again, great use of the kinetic actually coming through there for Splice, and they walk away with map number 2, and now is the bad time.
Yeah, this is the bad time, because you're thinking, realistically, we've got 3 more maps. You know, Fnatic need to win every single one. One's at S&D, but those 2 respawns are going to be difficult. What's the one game mode we said Splice won't drop? It's the next one. It's Uplink.
Which probably means they will, knowing our luck, to be perfectly honest with you.
I think that's probably the only prediction that I've got spot on this weekend is a 6-4 for Splice here on S&D. Other than that, it has just been a bit random. You know, we've seen Elevate losing S&Ds, winning hardpoints. We've seen Fnatic winning hardpoint, losing S&Ds. It's just been a bit crazy. But Splice, they're looking to go into this and just prove a point. You know, yes, you're a top 6 team. Yes, you're in the Global Pro League, but we don't care. We'll 3-0 anyone, it seems like today.
Yeah, again, I don't think they've got the map so far. And if they can keep doing that, if they can do it against Fnatic, that's huge.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I mean, when you said that, I'm thinking, is it possible? Can they go all the way without dropping a map? It's going to be difficult.
It would certainly be a statement.
It would.
For their trip to the Global Pro League.
Yeah, of course, you said it. They leave on Monday. I mean, they leave right after this. And it's not just good practice, this is... It's more than practice. It's, you know, pro points. It's money on the line. $20,000 going to first. Of course, a $50,000 split for the tournament itself. But definitely a confidence boost going into them. Bance in the interview kind of said we've beat Envy before 3-0. You know, they really do believe they're going over there and taking that group solidly.
Yeah, and I think a lot of analysts are looking at it as well. You know, you've got an Envious not done great, and Cloud9 hot and cold, and then you've got the Australians, and there is a good chance Splice could very easily take that group. And with this coming in, and obviously analysts out there next week, I know you're out there next week as well, Phil, you're going to be carrying the memory of this out there and be going, look, I know Envious are, you know, elite level squad over in North America, but I've just seen this live right in front of me, how good this team are right now.
Yeah.
And they don't even look that worried about it.
Madcat, every time he comes on, he almost looks bored. It's like he's waiting for the grand final.
Yeah.
When it's grand final, he'll probably sit up. He'll probably, you know, turn on his mic and he'll go, right, come on, now we end it. Let's do this. But it's great to see them having fun. Whenever Zero and Banter are kind of gelling off each other, they always seem to be smiling. Jerd, obviously a very serious competitor, but you know, this weekend as well, he's been kind of smiling alongside, just having a good time. But a couple of players that won't be right now is Fnatic, 2-0 down against potentially Europe's best.
Yeah, and it's more than that as well. You've got to remember, fresh in their minds, that hard point, 82 to 250. And then Search and Destroy, a few missed plays maybe from Fnatic in a couple of places. Admittedly, you know, they got to say they were gifted one round as well. That 1v2 by Waskin shouldn't have even come close.
Yeah,
That could have been a 6-3. You know, Payload, they unfortunately used the camo at the wrong time just because of a crazy play by Splice. Like, how many regrets right now do Fnatic have going forward into this one? There's no way they're in a positive headspace. Tommy's going to be trying to rally that team, say, look, don't worry about it. It's just one map. We're going to try and reverse sweep. It's going to be very difficult, especially with uplink coming up. But fortunately, I think throwback uplink as well. It's one of those maps where you just got to run the gun. Like, it's so kind of quick to get a score off on this one that you can kind of just push straight through, go for it. We've seen Splice actually do a tactic where they just throw it straight over the top and try to pick up from there, make the kills and push forward. And if there's one thing Fnatic can do, it's make the kills.
Okay, well, stepping into potentially not only the last map, the last series of game, I believe number 6 of day 2 here on Cwl Birmingham, but straight away we see that kill feed light up yellow. Just in favor by one. Bance and Jerd are going to double up, and the drone's going to be manually thrown forward. However, Bance is going to throw it. He's going to pick it up. Can he make a one-point play? Not quick enough. Jerd with the double. The beatdown comes in. Is he going to find more? It looks like he could. We're staying alive. 4-0, my goodness. This man is on a mission. Individually, he's having a fantastic tournament.
It certainly is. Magcat picks up 2 as well. Jerd eventually goes down, and now Magcat is thinking, someone punch me a hole. Someone give me an opportunity. Not quite able to, though. And it is going to go down. But look at the pressure they're putting on. Finally, Fnatic fend off Splice. And here they go, wrapping it around towards Barn.
One thing I do love is Tommy's opted for that E-Rad. We've seen what damage it can do, in particular on this map. Going to find one in the corner. Madcat with the double. And now Scraps on the back foot. He has all 4 players to deal with. He finds one, but Bance and Zero right down his throat.
Oh!
So quick, and no one is stopping Jerd right now. Safe 1-point play. He doesn't miss those. And we're going to see the first point on the board. The deadlock has been broken. It's from Splice.
Well, Jerd was great last respawn around. Best player for Splice in that hard point. And it looks like he's going on a bit of a tear again. 5-3 right now. Did just drop again here. But Madcat going to be sitting top green. We're trying to slow down any pressure coming from Fnatic now.
A long time still left here. We're only in the first half. It's only 1 point. I'd like to think Fnatic, they're still calm, they're composed, they're trying to collectively get something going, but that kill feed is punishing to watch when the majority is just all yellow. Zero, Bance, Jerd, and Madcat, they are really working as a squad. Zero trying to get that objective working. Bance and Jerd are already pushed up, they're waiting. They've got the lane blocked out. Down goes Scrap, pushing forward, should be able to open it up, but Sunny being a bit sneaky around the back.
Yeah, catches it and flings it away straight away, putting it down towards Lemon, not allowing this pressure from Splice to really kind of snowball into another point. And they've done fairly well here. What this Fnatic team need to do is they need a point, and they need a point for morale reasons. They need to get in that zone where they are winning their gunfights, they're super confident and just starting to hammer Splice. Right now, the last 2.5 minutes has been all Splice, winning the majority of the gunfights, pushing them back into their spawn. There's not really even been a realistic chance for Fnatic.
Yeah, it has been good defense from Fnatic, admittedly, but you don't win off good defense. You need that offense, you need that aggression, and right now, Splice are just shutting them down. Wuskin does find a double here. That drone in a dangerous position. Jerd as well, trying to punch a hole through. Jumping round and left. Oh my goodness. I think that's beat down number 3 here. And this time it's on to Tommy. Can he find a force? Yes, it is.
Give him the hands.
It's just entertainment factor for Jerd. And you know what? He's broke double digits already. 3 minutes into this game. He's on for an absolute stellar performance. Tommy denies Mad Cat that throw. He finds a triple, actually. Bear in mind, and Sonny B can run this one out.
You say they can't win this game on defense. They are trying. They are certainly trying. That is so hard for Splice to break through right now. They just keep throwing up this iron curtain, not allowing them to get past. But here's an opportunity. Tommy, top green. Outcoming Scarab. Going to be looking to punch a hole. Doesn't really have support of his team, though. I would actually drop the drone at this point because your teammates aren't near, but Tommy's trying to punch a hole all by himself. Going for the one, the rebound. Is it going to be intercepted? No! What a shot there from Sonny B. It was 2 versus 4, and they somehow got the point away.
No interception when Zero is not off the battlefield here, but Mad Cat and Jerd are going to bounce back, and that's the confident point right there. And I tell you what, they can string this out for another 90 seconds and go into the half. That's where Tommy can have almost a little brief team talk of saying, we can do this. They are beatable. Tommy individually is stepping up to the plate, and I love that. He's not just that in-game leader. He's a slayer. He is doing everything for Fnatic, and he has the squad to bounce back. 60 seconds left. Jerd's going to pick up the drone and trying to make something out of nothing. And again, Jerd is just fighting and punching his way forward. The pass comes in. That's going to be another 2-point play.
It certainly is. I think you've got to give props to Tommy here. He's been great on the defense. He actually got a 2-piece to punch out there for Sonny B. Allowed him that opportunity to at least get him a point here as well. But they're looking for the relay. Jerd trying to actually shut this one down for his teammates, and look at that, hides behind the pillar. Jerd comes through, no! Shut down as well, they're trying to get it. Jerd, again with a beat down. Somebody take, oh no, he's missed the ball. He can't get it. Oh, it's out of bounds, unfortunately, and he's unable to get it as well.
He had Bance with him. That is a clear-cut 2-point play. Lady Luck not on his side this time, but still with 2 points in the lead. 60 seconds left to go, they were even. Can they end this even further ahead? 1-point play goes in. Bryce, they're extending the lead here.
They are, and Jerd is going absolutely crazy. In fact, all of them are doing pretty well, sorry. And it's just very difficult to see Fnatic. They need a reset. After this one, they need a reset. You're not down by that many points. 3 points is basically nothing in 5 minutes. So I think, they've just got to make it. I mean, Tommy's been playing so well as well. We just need to see a little bit more fire. Oh,
ouch. That's got to hurt.
Yep.
That is got to hurt. That's a sucker punch going in. Talking to punches, Jerd has been dealing them out left, right, center.
We need to find out how many he's done this round. Yeah. I'm sure there's a stat person out there because that is, it's got to be at least, what, 6, 7 maybe? And he's only got, what, 17 kills?
He could end this game with, like, double-digit melees. Like, and that's something where it's almost, as a player, it's just frustrated. It's that kick in the teeth where you think, I should have killed him then. And he just comes up, slides in, and just bang.
It's also reflexes. Like, that speaks volumes to Jerd's reflexes right now.
Yeah.
He's clearly on top of his game. If he's continually just being able to get out. Oh my goodness, what are you doing, Jerd? This is unacceptable. The developers have worked so hard to put these guns in the game, and you are ignoring them.
He ran, literally, with no care in the world, picks up the drone, jumps to the top window. He didn't need a teammate to score 1 point there. Not a teammate in sight. That is ridiculous.
It is rumoured he does what he wants. It is rumoured.
Great to see, especially Jerd back, in that kind of performance himself individually. Another 2-piece, and he's almost, he doesn't know which way to go. Probably looking for some close quarter combat as he picks up probably his 7th or 8th melee. He's got his team supporting him right now. Crazy thing is he's actually doing objective work as well. Nearly about to hit 20 kills, and he actually has his payload as well. What can he do right now?
Well, right now we can't get out of this position as he is going to be stuck back blue. You're actually going to have to reset it as well. Players come up as well, and he will go down. Reset comes in, though, and it's actually a good spawn coming in for the guys on Splice. They're going to try to regain control. Wuston's going to be sitting there as a turret, trying to make sure they don't lose any more points as they push forward.
Drone just passed forward for a second. Scrap's doing some work here. Once again, Jerd in that kill cam. We're going to see him finally fall. Vance does trade out a 2v2 with Wuskins and Tommy for now. They're in a promising position. A couple more kills and they can really start something special here. Tommy and Wuskins both go down, and this time it's none other than Zero who steps up to the mark. The drone's reset, Bryce. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. 6 points, though.
It is 6 points, but I mean, again, we're talking about Splice. They haven't looked out of control for the last 7 minutes. There hasn't been a point where I've gone, oh, you know what? Fnatic are getting back into this. There's a very brief opportunity where Tommy punched the hole to get a 1 point. Other than that, they've basically just been trying to stop the bleeding that's going on all over the map.
My goodness.
Jerd is in full Jerd mode.
This is giving me flashbacks of Black Ops 2 Jerd. This is giving me flashbacks of him dropping 40s and 50s, when he was under Epsilon.
Just ignore that player. Just keep going.
Who cares?
Just keep going, Jerd. Don't worry about it. Casual.
It's clinical. It is clinical, and it's just not even questionable what he's pulling off right now. He tries to lie down and wait for his teammates to, of course, maybe make a manual pass. Doesn't work out this time. but definitely the MVP of this map in particular. A shout for the MVP of the tournament, maybe. And they're trying to close out Friday and Saturday without a map dropped.
It is a very, especially now, considering the players they've played. You've played Fnatic.
Yeah.
If you're going to drop a map, you'd expect them to do it by now. There are some good teams in this tournament that can make them drop a map. But let's continue on go as Jerd gets another kill. FTL, melee to the face as well as he goes through. Jerd eventually goes down to Tommy as well. But my goodness, this has been a clinic. We said we didn't have faith in Fnatic on uplink.
Yeah.
We had faith in Splice. And who can account for Jerd?
Okay, I mean, there's 2 minutes left, and I don't want to start talking about the end of the game here, but just a flashback. The hard point, one-sided. The S&D, they got gifted some rounds.
Yeah.
And uplink, I'm not even going to state what we're seeing right now, but like you said before, they're making them look like an over-bracket team. Splice are wiping the floor with Fnatic right now. And you know what? It's not just Jerd. Zero's popping 23 and 19 as well.
Yeah.
Jerd is trying to...
He's used a gun, though.
Oh.
That's cheating, basically, in this game. Jerd keeps doing it with his fists. Should be actually in a good position to get a 1 here if he can get the bounce off, although he's actually got camo, so it's a 2.
Simple 2-point play, and there's 3 people in defense. Who cares?
Doesn't matter.
Payload utilized perfectly. 5 points for Zero. Jerd with 3. Madcat on 4. Bance. Literally, the only negative I can take from this whole thing is Bance hasn't scored. Like, he says something, but that's the only thing that I can take from this game.
Let's crash him. Oh,
Bance
he's awful,
is
Bance.
not acceptable. And do you know what? He's got a minute left. I bet he will. Knowing it now, Bance go, you know what? Give me one. I fancy a shot at it myself.
He's actually in a great position for one if they can throw it to him. But he's actually going to go for the kills as well here. It looks like there should be a few more kills coming as well. And still looking for it. Magcat, oh my goodness. just clear out. At that point, you're like, oh, they might not need to clear out. They've got 3. Oh, okay, there's one of them left. Maybe they should get rid of it.
Well, with 40 seconds left on the clock, we can almost count this one out. Splice looking fantastic. Do you know what I'd be thinking if I'm a North American team? You know, your Envious, your Cloud9 is we've got to play these guys next week in the Global Pro League.
Yeah.
How will this one pan out? I've got to say, though, Splice looking fantastic. 23 seconds left, Bryce.
Yeah, I think for me, realistically, right now, this is shown that what we've been saying about Splice, it is a realistic thing. It's not just hyperbole. It's not just us hyping you up this much. Splice, this team, it was good when they picked up Zero.
Oh my god.
Yep, he's done it again.
He stops after it as well. He punches him in the face, and then he probably, looked to his teammate and went, another one, another one. What am I doing? And you know what? All these fist bumps going down, you can add them all up. Not as many as Jerd gets in game. But Splice taking down Fnatic.
All right. Well, what a game for the books. 3-0 for Splice. That was crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was just...
I was gasping. I don't believe what I just saw.
The best one was...
I'm just making sure he's there. It is, yeah, he's still real. He's Jerd. He's not, mate. He's just stood up right now.
Yeah.
He's just feeling a bit angry.
Next patch, we need to nerf him.
No, man.
Yeah, get that on the patch notes.
We just like... It was just the first little bit of the second half. Grabs the ball, jumps through the window, and just hits it for the one. For me, I was tweeting out during the game, he's the best player in Europe at the minute. I honestly think he is.
Well, if he can pull that on a consistent basis, like right now, we've not seen that so much of Jerd all year long.
I think we have.
Special.
It's coming back towards his top-level play. We haven't seen it, I would say, since Black Ops 2. And I agree with what you were saying through that. A lot of people have been saying that he has really stepped it up again. And he is becoming a scary prospect for teams. If he keeps playing like that,
it's
he's
the
going to
entire team, though. That's the problem.
No, that was the thing as well, yeah.
The entire team.
Yeah.
You go, oh, it's Jerd this time. Tomorrow it'll be Zero. You know, as we get later in the break, it might be Bance or Madcat.
But even looking at the rest of them, as you said, they were all snapping the shots. It was fantastic to watch. Bance was hitting the shots, Zero, Madcat. All of them had highlights during that game, which just really, it highlights the strength and depth of that team.
I just want to say as well, like, it's so strange and bizarre to see Madcat. You know, all 4 of us, we've watched Madcat now for the past 4 or 5 years, dominate in the slaying department.
You teamed with him at one point, right?
Believe it or not, I did. Believe it or not, I did. I mean,
you up there, Phil.
Yeah, Jerd as well. You never, I mean, I'm name dropping right now. But the point being, he's not putting huge numbers up. And with Zero added to this squad, it's changed how Madcat plays. He's more objective, I would say. But it's let Bance just do his thing. Jerd, the addition of Zero has made Jerd a better player. And I just think it's just working so well. Like, where are the flaws? The only time I see Splice suffer is when they get outslayed. And who outslays them? your optics.
Elite levels. Elite levels. that's it.
United and FaZe. That's it. Honestly, they look godlike. Honestly, Splice is so impressive. That's the Splice I expected to see this weekend. That is the Splice that I want to see at the GPL next week as well. And that is the Judd I want to see every day. I mean, you said it reminds me of Black Ops 2 Judd. If I can have Black Ops 2 Judd every time I cast Splice, I'm all up for it.
Well, we're talking about the uplink now, but the hard point was a lot of the same story. You know, we had Zero going off again, and your point about Mancat's quite interesting, really, because I don't think he used to have to put that teams on his back and just go ballistic. He doesn't need to do that anymore. You know what it actually reminds me of, and I really hate making this comparison? It's the same way we talked about players when the Optic squad was formed. People like Crimsix. If you remember, you know, he was kind of the most dominant player in the old Complexity EZ lineup, like putting up massive numbers. And he joined Optic. Didn't need to do that anymore, and he just plays consistently, just does what he needs to do.
There's only so many kills on the map, and it's a phrase which is used so often within Call of Duty. And it is strange because, you know, Madcap back on Black Ops 2, you know, he was just ridiculous. Like, you watched him, you know, 3-piece after 3-piece after 3-piece. He can't do that when Bance and Zero have adapted this style of play where they're literally flying around the map with wings and just going, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. And Madcap's like, keep it up, guys, you know? But don't get me wrong, Madcat, he'll have hard points, he'll have S&Ds where he will go off. Maybe just what I've seen this tournament, he hasn't been the highlight player, but this is not bashing on Madcat whatsoever.
Did you just say he's a cheerleader or something?
Wow.
Oh,
I mean, that's
you do Madcat like that.
It's Splice cheerleader. That's what he just said.
I mean, that's Swizz's job, let's be honest.
Big Swizz, the coach. Massive factor in these games. But moving on, we've got to talk about...
That was the one.
Yeah, that
and then
was
this.
Yeah, just hits them.
That's classic Judd as well.
All right, let's talk about Fnatic now for a second. Is this a bad performance from Fnatic, or was it just a dominating performance from Splice?
A little bit of both. I think Splice were really, really good. I don't think Fnatic played as well as they probably could have, but I think it was always going to be a hard game for them. Yeah, I think, you know, that hard point was the real highlight. 250 to 82 is a poor scoreline. You would expect a little bit more, especially what we've seen them in hard point this weekend so far, especially. It was a tough loss, I think.
I think it depends how Fnatic is going to perform in the rest of the tournament. If we see them playing another maybe top 6 teams and they actually end up, you know, either winning or picking up 2 maps, then we can say that Splice was just dominant. But even looking back at yesterday, they went 3-2 against Epsilon. It was so close, and then they go up against Splice. And I don't think they played worse than they did yesterday. I just think right now, Splice is just on another level.
If you're a Fnatic fan, it's actually a scary time, by the way. Think about it. They've lost to Splice. That's a given. They also lost to Epsilon. Elevate are looking better than they were, and Red Reserve are still there lurking in the shadows.
And Millennium.
And Millennium. And Millennium. Like, it's just not a great or proper prospect, because now you're looking like, well, maybe they'll come 6th.
I think
right?
They need to play against the teams who we sort of put in and around them. I know, obviously, we put Epsilon there.
It was a close game. It was a very close game.
It was a close game. I think we spoke about it so much before. We put Splice on that pedestal, and we think they are there, and everyone else is below. It's as simple as that.
It certainly is. All right, I'll tell you what, let's end that there. Enough kind of loving Splice going on for me. Let's have a look at the championship bracket to kind of update everybody on what is going on so far and what we can actually expect to see moving forward. Of course, the game we've just had, Splice moving forward. The rest of the matchups in this one, Elevate, Team Supremacy, Millennium, Red Reserve, Epsilon Esports, and iGame. And what you can see at the bottom of your screen is that loser bracket is starting to fill up. And obviously, that will be populated as we go through the tournament. Black Forest Green are in there, Fab Esports are in there, Vitality are in there. And also, dropping in a little bit ahead is going to be the waiting shark now of Fnatic to fight one of these teams that comes through. There are a lot of good teams in there. Like I said, the top 16 in Europe is pretty solid.
And just the update, Arma was 1-up in the game, and they look fairly dominant. And then Movistar against Giants, which is a replay of the open bracket game they had to play to access to pool play, where Movistar won a really close game. They actually battered Giants on the first map and were looking good in S&D. So Giants could be going out the tournament very early, which is quite surprising for anyone tuning at home who followed CWL last year. They were in both seasons of the CWL in Europe, so it's kind of surprising this year to see them, you know, not perform as well.
And just a quick update as well, in Raze, they are 2-0 up against Bulldog. I know we've got a lot of Bulldog fans as well, but that's how it's panning out, and it's going to make an interesting loser bracket run.
It certainly is. Like I said, it's really kind of solid. Like I said, when Fnatic drop in, they'll have weeded out a few of these other teams as well. It just gets more and more difficult as the tournament goes on. But there we go. That is all to come. We've had day 2. It's been some fantastic games. It's now championship bracket for the remainder of this tournament. And tomorrow, when we crown our champion, you can join us live at 1 PM. Thank you all so much for watching. and we'll see you then.